keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me right. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me through the night. Look at me in my eyes. I wanna see my own reflection, knowing I'm all you see. When I'm speaking to you, I want your body and your soul and mind to pay attention. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love so emotional that I keep on reaching for the sky. I weigh my love on high. 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 I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love so emotional that I keep on reaching for the sky. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love so emotional that I keep on reaching for the skies.
Don't you dare leave me here standing, longing for a dance. Walk right up, your eyes are asking. Time to take the chance. Don't you dare end this night early. Life is short, my dear. If you're thinking of retreating, don't you dare. If I say that we will keep it to one short song, if I promise to behave and do nothing wrong, we might be having fun before too long, before too long. If we move a little slower, the music might stop. If we get a little closer, my heart just might pop. If they knew what we were thinking, their jaws might drop, their jaws might drop. Don't you dare leave me here thirsty while you sip that drink. I don't want deep conversation. I don't need to think. Don't you dare look toward the door. The night is young, my dear. Don't you whisper a the band. If you're wondering what I'm thinking, I want to dance with you again.
Let the time go by.
We won't sleep
Leave our
tonight.
cares behind.
Not till morning light. Who needs sleep when I can be with you?
Others come and go.
You're the only
Dancing
one.
to and fro.
Night has just begun. Don't you dare leave till I say so.
If you wonder how you do,
Well, I'm a big fan if you like the amber light.
and the sound of the band.
If you're wondering what I'm thinking, I want to dance with you again. If we move a little
The
slower,
music might stop.
if we get a little
Her
closer,
heart just might pop.
if they knew what we were thinking, their jaws might drop, their jaws might drop. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La la la. If I say that we will keep it to one short song, if I promise to behave and do nothing wrong, we might be having fun before too long, before too long. Hey, get up, we can wake the neighborhood. Okay, the sunlit days with you. Hey, get up, we can wake the neighborhood. Okay, the sunlit days with you. On the weekend, swim against the tide, look up at the sky. I just don't know what, I just don't know what the weekend, swim against the tide, look up at the sky. I just don't know what, I just don't know what. Run away as the sun goes down. Okay, as long as I'm with you. Run away as the sun goes down. Okay, as long as I'm with you. On the weekend, swim against the tide, look up at the sky. I just don't know what, I just don't know what the weekend, swim against the tide, look up at the sky. I just don't know what, I just don't know what. Get up, we can wake the neighborhood. Okay, the sunlit days with you. On the weekend, swim against the tide.
I can take you anywhere. We could fly through the This ride could blow up your mind. It's the most crazy that you ever find. Do it tonight, there is no try. Close your eyes and let it shine. Nothing can stop us, no one will. And underneath the bright blue sky, I see your future next to mine. Tell me where to go. I can take you anywhere. We could fly through the air. I can take you anywhere. We could fly through the I can take you anywhere. We could fly through the
If you were mine, I would cherish you forever. Day and night, I would hold you in my arms. I would tell you all my secrets if you were mine. If you were mine, I would climb up to the chimney tops, shout the news till everybody stops, to see what the fuss is all about. If you were mine, if you were mine, the world would never be the same. Ooh, won't you please be mine? If you were mine, I would never let you go. I'd hold you up like a candle to the window, and we would shine, 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 shine. If you were mine, if you were mine, the world would never be the same. Ooh, Sometimes a dream is just a dream. be mine. But I think I'll be okay. Yeah, I think I'll be just fine.
The sunlight beats in, shines light on my whiskey eyes, plain in every pore, and my core is a war. Time is a melody, mine's in a minor key, and you could be here with me if you really don't mind the end of the world. The darkness lives strong, a trait I don't wish on anyone, but there's life under these roots, something more. Time is a melody, and mine's in a minor key, and you could be with me if you really don't mind the end of the world. Time is a melody, mine's in a minor key. You could be with me if you really don't mind the end of the world. The end of the world.
When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me, but then I realize it's okay. La 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 I'm going all in, it's too late to fold now. Don't you wish you could start brand new? Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 la.
You know, we like to do some things sometimes. All these beats and rhymes. You know, we get it in. So we're gonna start it like this.
Wave waters, we a pair of erudite men who grab the pen and then we Eric right. Meaning we do it easy above you parasites. He in a mic 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Jesus is an artiste with smart speech. Move smooth as a car thief and start beef. Black Panther with sharp teeth. We keep the movement moving while our music's pumping like a heartbeat. We did it once, now we checking in with a second win. When it comes to lecturing, they call me Malcolm Excellent. My record spin, the veterans is dark water. Competition is wishing we set the bar shorter. Seems like they can never get ahead of us. We be catching flights, stay on the mega bus. Take it to Maryland, you'll recognize my rep strong. You a pillow, you soft to get slept.
Yeah, we coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We here. Wave waters, brothers yelling black pride. Take offers, budget on the black side. Your girl can act shy, she been looking. Sleep, get your ones, fives, and tens took it. Real gains take labor, I've been pushing. Still turning haters in the pin cushion. Catch me in Brooklyn, mainly Columbia. You better lace up quick, baby, we running ya. We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We here.
I thought it was over, but I'm right back at you. And I'ma flip the whole scene over like a spatula and get it french fried for the extra crunch. And all you suckers that's hungry, take that for lunch. Cause I'm off the clock. I clock miles though, and I see them Angela Davises wanting miles though. That's why I keep it stepping with the samurai precision. I'm trying to change the color, David Banner, my decision. Blow it up and make it all green and break it all down and share it with the team. So I ain't got time to sing Kumbaya till I'm cooping two-seater, just blew by y'all. Travel at a high speed, it's me, you in my rear view. Still wanna sing, but honestly I can't hear you. Unless you talking as loud as the bass hit. It's Krilla and the boyfriend Nick G.
We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We here.
Ever since returning, nothing stopped my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom. Pretty little bird, pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again. my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home, turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe, she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning, stunning, nothing was contrived. From 86 to 95, New York kept it live. BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD, Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Light is Marquis. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian, Gangstar, G, Rap, Bello, and SP, Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, TITC, The Woo, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running with the far side. Lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water. Please give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
Keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high.
Don't you dare leave me here standing, longing for a dance. Walk right up, your eyes are asking. Time to take the chance. Don't you dare end this night early. Life is short, my dear. If you're thinking of retreating, don't you dare. If I say that we will keep it to one short song, if I promise to behave and do nothing wrong, we might be having fun before too long, before too long. If we move a little slower, the music might stop. If we get a little closer, my heart just might pop. If they knew what we were thinking, their jaws might drop, their jaws might drop. Don't you dare leave me here thirsty while you sip and drink. I don't want deep conversation. I don't need to think. Don't you dare look toward the door tonight.
Season the moment, fight till the end. I was born to be champion. It's a war, it's a war. Got that fire in my bones. Gonna knock you down, into my hearts. Gonna knock you down, into my hearts. Into where it
Oh, welcome one and all, everyone, to week number 1 of the LPL Summer Split. We are in day number 2, already having crested the first day of the split. I'm Mazel, joined by Ox, the luxurious MSI caster off a successful RNG win, but also your second day in a row casting. You feeling all right? You pumped? It looks like you're pumped.
I'm ready, dude. I'm dominating the split already, right? What is Rob doing? What is Jordan doing, right? Lyric and Dagda, where are they, right? I'm the one doing that. No, actually, I want to thank Lyric because he swapped with me because I really want to do JDG vs Top Esports, which we have today. So shout out to my boy. I appreciate you. Big love.
Big love all around the LPL crew. But it is incredible to be here alongside you as we do get to talk a little bit about the games here that did happen yesterday that you were a part of as it went the full distance for our first day of LPL. I don't think we could ring in the summer split any better. We had 2 back-to-back full best of 3s with Weibo Gaming taking a 2-1 over IG and EDG, the defending world champions, taking a 2-1 victory over FPX.
I mean, I feel like if we're going to have a day to start off the summer split, that was the day, right? We got both series going all the way. We had some happy gaming from the Shy in game 2 where he picked Kale, went 1-8. Then he picks at game 3 again and carries. FPX against EDG, you know, the expectation is EDG were going to win this matchup, especially as they faced in playoffs and EDG came out on top there. But it was close, right? Game 1 and 2 were both stomps going to either side. And then game 3 was a proper slugfest. And honestly, FPX, I would say, were in position to win it, but EDG found some critical engages with JJ just on the vibe, putting his body on the line. But man, fantastic games to start the split off, and like I was excited going into it. Like that's a given, but man, it really delivered.
Yeah, I think the delivery aspect of it is what's so crucial, and like being able to see, as you said, some of the funniness that can come through with the meta, those Kale picks as well, but the fact that you can turn it right back around in the same moment. But it is on to the second day, on to the next one, as they say. Today's matches will be Anyone's Legend taking on Rare Adam. And then to round out the day, we have the legendary 2020 matchup rivalry between JDG and Top Esports.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like game one, I would give the edge to RA based on what we saw in spring. Obviously, that doesn't necessarily carry over, but it should be like a close match. These teams weren't that far apart in standings. But that second series, two of the teams from our top four, the two teams will go neck and neck during 2020 in both spring and summer. I mean, that should be a fantastic series, but obviously that will be later today.
I'm crossing my fingers. We're hoping for some fun games. I'm honestly hoping for 2 full best of 3s again. Let's keep that trend going in summer and see how that all works out. But we do got to get to the conversation at hand in this first matchup that we have on the day. Anyone's Legend versus Rare Adam. And we have to go ahead and put a spotlight on Anyone's Legend. This is the first time they'll be taking to the Rift on the split. And we see a little bit of the changes that have gone through for this roster over the offseason, Ox.
Yeah, Maple leaving, but to be honest, they didn't play him as much as maybe some people expected.
Yeah.
And ultimately, I think for most people, we still have the core of the roster they'd expect to see, and we mostly saw during spring. ZDD, Xiaohao, Forge, Betty, Chocho, still there. Harder has obviously come in, so maybe we'll get to see him play occasionally. But ultimately, nothing too much has changed, and I think my expectations are still similar for this roster.
And I think when you look back at their spring 2022 regular season, right, you see some of the moments of brightness. I feel like that's the theme for this first matchup is they didn't have the most successful regular split in spring, but you saw some of the pieces there, especially that bot lane, Betty and Chocho. I think they showed out last split and showed what a real carry meta can be for this team.
But honestly, I love this team fight. It's one of my favorites of the whole split from any team. Just look at how ZDZ and Forge both dive in at the same time. ZDZ jumps straight on a scout, takes him out. You see Forge jump on a Viper, chunk him, remove him from the fight. And bear in mind, this fight going into it, they were about even in gold. And this is against EDG, reigning world champions. I feel like we've seen these glimpses from AL where they really show they know what to do, particularly in team fight setup. But the issue is that it's a bit inconsistent, right? I feel like that level can be high. It's just we don't always see it. And honestly, I feel like the team fighting has been a pleasure for this lineup, especially when Betty was on Jinx. I think they had 14 individual game wins during spring. 9 of those 14 were with Betty on Jinx. It was really a powerhouse for them.
We're going to just go ahead and bring back the I heckin' love Arcane meme from last spring, apparently. See if that's
never
still...
left.
Yeah, it never left. It's always here. Betty is definitely a fan for sure. But you get to see some of the things that worked out in favor of Anyone's Legend, especially within those team fights against top teams. And now when you're looking across the table, when you're looking at Rare Adam itself, I feel like in terms of roster changes in those aspects, you know, not much is different. But you still have a lot of the same conversation to have that we did with Anyone's Legend, where the basics are there. You have a decent setup, at least, especially through Leon in the jungle, but it's all about making it all come together, Ox.
Yeah, I think ultimately Lien has been such a massive factor for this roster. We saw them in the Demacia Cup fielding Ginger. Didn't go too well, and now he's left and gone back to EDG. And Lien, I think, is such an instrumental piece in this team's success. But what really was a pleasure to see during spring was Strive coming onto the roster in the mid lane. I feel like he gave them such a massive boost. He's a rookie player who obviously was performing very well in the LDL and now has such an opportunity to grow. And I think a significant thing to remind people of is that RA took down RNG, the current MSI champions, and in spring, best team in the world. They took them down 2-0 late in the season, and a lot of it was on the back of Strive on his Victor, shutting down Xiaohu on the Corki and dominating the laning phase.
Which is something in particular to point out, right? Like, Xiaohu is no slouch, and the fact that Strive was able to do so in such a way, it was super telling. But also, we got to take a look back at some of the positivity from Rare Adam. It's so funny because it reminds you of early 2021 Rare Adam when you look at some of these clips and you see the chaos that is within these team fights, but somehow, some way, RA are still able to pull out all the stops and come out on top.
Yeah, definitely not the most structured team fights, but I feel like there's several members who can really be those pivotal carry pieces. iBoy definitely in the right scenario can be there set up, and then some clutch decisions from the team as well. This Realm Orb was honestly a fantastic one just to instantly jump down and deny Weibo from picking up the soul.
I think that map movement is super cool, and you get to also see some of that communication come through for RA, where that chaos has maybe subsided a little bit. And I think RA and AL, as we've said, a little bit similar stories, and not having the most prosperous of spring, but having some pieces in the tank that can succeed. And I'm really looking for the springboard of summer to help out these rosters. And I think you've got to have some clear points when you're coming into a season like this, when you're coming into summer, when you need to find success. And I think we've found some Ox with some audaciousness tied behind it. We got Ox's audacious points here, and a little bit of win conditions, or what we're looking for these teams, and start off with AL.
Yeah, I'm not sure how audacious these points are, but I'll go with it, right? I think, first off, we expect to see a kind of hyper carry meta in the AD carry role based on the changes we had to durability. This is great for Betty, right? He thrived most when he was on the Jinx, and he could be that big team fight carry. They also had some solid team fights last split against higher ranked team. I'm not gonna lie, that EDG clip, I didn't even have to look it up. I knew what game it was in because it was like ingrained into my memory. The setup for it was fantastic. Both solo laners using control wards to cover their flanks and going in for that great engage. The problem is, as much as I'm highlighting these great things, they need more consistency, because this was not a constant throughout the split. And a big reason why they weren't able to make it into playoffs was because it was few and far between. So more consistency there would be a big factor. Yeah. For RA, they had really solid performance in spring. And I was speaking to Lyric about this, and honestly, I think we both agreed that Liam was a top jungler during the spring split. Not just great for his team, but also great within terms of the entire league, which is hard to do in the LPL with the jungle talent. And then Strive already performing well. As I said before, smash Xiaohu in their series, and I feel like with time, he could be fantastic.
Yeah, I think so as well. You've seen the inklings of that as well, and I think, you know, the big points are trying to see what that mid jungle duo looks like in this new meta, in the durability patch, and seeing what they look like in the new season. Because if they are together, if the communication is strong, like that can be an extremely strong mid jungle duo for RA to play around. But that's where I also want to talk a little bit more about that meta and the patch that we are on, because we got to see the first series of games played on this patch yesterday. And I do want to say, like, do we think that anything that we saw yesterday really highlights for these two teams coming into today, Ox?
Well, I think there's definitely some things which stood out. You know, we to an extent did see some things that weren't like a massive shift. I remember the first game, the bans were quite different from what we'd expect in MSI, but the picks were like, every single pick was something we would have seen at MSI. And it felt like teams were adapting. As the games and the series went on, we saw a lot more variation. I think a pivotal aspect is that dives, particularly on 12-10, 12-11, towers are going to be nerfed a little bit. It'll still be stronger than it was on MSI patch, but 12-10 right now, towers are so powerful. I don't think we really saw any dives. I think there was one occasion where we saw a dive, and there was a couple where people zoned off towers. But for the most part, like, you just cannot orchestrate these dives because the tower does too much damage. And so as a result, we're seeing a lot more lanes that can just survive and don't have to worry about that threat. Kale was a big standout. We saw picked and banned a few times across yesterday's series, where one of the big weaknesses of Kale is if you get shoved in early, it's such an easy dive. Well, that's no longer really a thing. So Kale just has the opportunity to free scale into the later stages.
Yeah, I think that's such an interesting start to the split, as well as the fact that we just get the Kale thrown right in there, the blind pick from the Shy, and kind of pulling that through. And in the fact that we are getting a lot of the later game scaling coming through as well, and making sure you have some of that safety to rely on when you get to the big objective fights and things along those lines. But I guess one of the biggest things for me is how is the macro kind of going to go down today? How quickly do we see these teams kind of adapt to the situation, especially where we've talked a lot about, you know, the jungle matchup in particular, but trying to see who steps up forward and who is able to kind of show up for the team, Ox. And that meta discussion ties heavily into that, especially with those like later game picks. And I wonder if we do see the Kale today, maybe for a top laner, or see anything like that. Do you have any spice that you might be looking for?
I don't know about particular spice for champions. There's definitely some stuff that I thought maybe would show up. Like Cog Lulu was something that I've heard talks constantly in scrims about, but didn't really show up yesterday. Maybe just the situations weren't there to set up for it. We saw Lucian let through once, and then the Kalista Renata, which has been picked up in scrims as an answer to it, worked very effectively for FPX. But for me, ultimately, I feel like the interesting thing is how teams change how they play. So early game aggression seems to be toned back a bit because you can't set up these dives, right? We would see teams even set up stacked waves bot at like level 4. There was exceptions. I specifically remember LWX and Hung tower diving Viper Mako at level 2 because, I mean, at that point, the tower damage hasn't actually ramped up. The big buffs to tower damage come in like 7 to 13 minutes. That's where it starts to really be threatening. And they just went for a crazy YOLO dive to deny the farm. But for the most part, early aggression's toned back. Counter pick is more important, especially scaling counter picks. Things like the Kale into the Gnar really effective because, you know, you're not too concerned about enemy team trying to shut you out of the game by stacking a wave and dive in. Wave control isn't as important because of that, but still, if you can get a freeze, that can be quite threatening. And it feels like an answer to a lane more than, because like in spring, if you lost control of a lane, they would stack the wave and dive. They can't really do that anymore, but what they can do is they can freeze, and then they can look to set up a gank, and that feels like the better jungler interception, but obviously it's harder to do. A gank is a lot harder than a stacked wave dive when you bring 4 members over.
Yeah, I love that you bring up the jungle aspect of it, because I do think that's an interesting point coming into this series is we do have, you know, some young guns in the jungler position here for both these teams in Xiaohao and Lian, and trying to find, you know, how they feel comfortable about it, what feels good for them in the meta, what leads them forward. Because as we had kind of foreshadowed to before, both these guys are super important in how both these teams find success, and how do they kind of play into this meta with the picks. Do we see some more of the Viegos coming out and things along those lines? Because the jungle itself is going to dictate a lot of the early pacing of this series.
Yeah. I feel like jungle is the pool that changed the least with this, with what happened. I feel like jungle has basically stayed the same. There is like a couple of picks, like Lilia's apparently been played more. You can technically flex Talia to jungle, but she's better mid, but there is that option. But like Viego, Lee Sin, Wukong still very powerful. Bot lane, we see all these really strong combos that people have picked up, and obviously enchanters are more relevant in the meta. I don't know how much of that we'll see today. Chocho is someone who I think was really fantastic on like playing these engaged supports, so I'm not sure if he really wants to lean into enchanters, and I'm not sure what that would look like. I think they did play him on an enchanter at some point in the split, and it wasn't positive at all. But ultimately, I feel like top, you know, there's a couple of things showing up. I think top was probably the lane that was most vulnerable to like stack wave dives. And really being shut out the game if the enemy jungler made a point of doing so. So I think you can thrive a lot more. We saw 2 Fiora games back to back from Shallow, and obviously one of them worked, one of them didn't ultimately end up working.
Didn't work.
Yeah, and then mid lane I feel like is the most exciting lane for this patch, because I feel like you can just play anything. I feel like there's such variation. We still get like those active mids who are looking to roam, right? The Talia's very strong, can obviously roam to sides. We saw like a Galio, we saw TF bans against Scout. These things are still viable that we saw a lot of priority on in spring. Ari's still there, but then you have like more scaling mages, things like Victor. I've even heard of things like, I mean, we saw Azir consistently ban second rotation. And then I've heard of like Xerath being picked as an answer to it, because obviously Xerath is a lot less vulnerable than he used to be with the durability changes. So much variety in mid lane, which is really interesting to see. And I wonder if we'll get to see that flexed a bit today.
I guess it kind of scares me as a play-by-play with a very smooth brain to know that you can literally play anything in mid lane now. It's like, wait, but that's supposed to be for spellcasters and assassins. But no, I really am looking forward to seeing that. But I think that all leads to the conversation of Strive and Forge, and what does this matchup look like? We said that, you know, a lot of the early game can be dictated by the junglers in this matchup, but both Strive and Forge are striving for success in this summer, pun intended.
Yeah, and I really want to see Strive grow, and I think this is the meta that is ideal for a mid laner to flex their muscles. There's particularly mid laners, the likes of Rookie, who I can imagine using a wide champion pool. I've been able to deliver fantastic performances. Obviously, we won't get to see that for a while, as he's unfortunately unavailable at the start of the split. But I can only imagine what a good mid laner can do, given the breadth of sort of picks. And I feel like Strive is like the next up-and-coming mid laner. Like we talk about the likes of Scout, of Rookie, of Knight, of Xiaohu, is like the really dominant mids at the moment, this sort of experienced veteran players. I feel like Strive, with time, it's an opportunity for him to break into that group and look to challenge them. He's already last split challenged Xiaohu.
Exactly. I was going to say, you got a little bit of recency bias there as well. I know this is going to be a controversial statement. I'm hoping for a Zoe. I heckin' love Zoe. We need Zoe Arcane here. Coming through into today. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see how that all works out. But I guess the next question is, you know, bringing up the Anyone's Legend roster here, I got to take a look at Betty, because on the other side, you have another well-known AD carry in iBoy, but Betty himself was the show out for me last split. I coined him the 50-foot Betty because he was absolutely ridiculous on the Jinx. And I think when you're looking at that bottom matchup, yes, we put a lot of focus on the jungle, put a lot of focus on mid lane, but it is, a late game carry meta, and who carries best than an AD carry?
And I feel like it's kind of interesting as well because we've seen a massive contrast. We have the sort of late game super scalers, and then we have like the early aggression, I am going to crush you. I specifically remember LWX and Hung playing the Callisto set, and off cooldown Hung flashing in, trying to get the face breaker against Viper. And I feel like, if people are going to pick the scaling lanes, you can take the Callisto and look to crush it. But there is that window, and I wonder what approach teams will take as we go on. Because as much as I think Betty is someone who could lean on those hyper carries, I also feel like Chocho is someone who would love just to play Callista plus whatever he's on that has engage and just go crazy and dive in consistently.
Yeah, I think that'll be a good choice, at least for Chocho to have some of that engage, that forward progress. But I guess I do want to switch that focus over to iBoy, this player who, has had a decent amount of showing in LPL, even on the world stage, even under the international stage, but needing to really, I hate to say it, but prove himself this summer split and really show that he is still one of those names to be feared as an AD carry in the LPL.
Yeah, I think as well, especially for this team, when you have a strong mid jungle and you want to rely on that bot lane to carry through the later stages, can be vital. Now, we have blown in the bans, and a big talking point already is Lucian left open. So we saw Lucian left open in one game yesterday, and it did end up losing. It was countered by that Callisto Renata. Anyone's Legend looking like they might pick that one up. I will also note Gwen has been left open. Cube had some pretty strong Gwen performances, and the champion is absolutely busted on the current patch. Right, percentage HP and true damage. Not like it can get any better for the durability change. And it looks like we won't see the Callisto Renata. They're instead going to go with that center. Still very high prior on this pick. And then just to follow on, AL, I would expect to see, if they're going to take the Nami, it'll be here. And then they have a choice. They can either pick a jungler for Xiaohao, or they can look to match the top laner and pick something to answer Gwen. Both have their pros and cons. Obviously, if you leave the jungler to the next rotation, it's going to get banned out. And already we've seen Viego and Wukong gone.
I was just about to say.
Yeah, not being able to answer Gwen obviously has its downsides too.
Yeah, I think you see a lot of very high-profile picks coming into this meta being taken off the board there. I do love the Lee Sin pickup for Xiaohao. Again, we were saying we need something that has some fight and some say on the Rift, and that's a perfect pick for anyone's Legend. It is insta lock-ins pretty much across the board, though, and we have some very, very good sustain coming out for Rare Adams so far, as they got that Senna, but they also locked in the Tom Kench.
And I actually really like this Lissandra ban, because you may think, well, surely Rare Adam will ban away answers to Gwen. But by banning Lissandra, it kind of sets up an Ahri 4th pick, which would be great for Strive, because they're banning away answers. And to me, this means AL might have to actually ban away the Ahri now. And that means they're not banning as many junglers, gives a bit more freedom to Lian. Because remember, we hit on at the start of the day, Lian is such an important factor in this team's success. So I expect an Ahri ban. If we don't get it here, RA will definitely lock that in 4th pick.
I love the Rek'Sai ban targeted toward Lian, though. Definitely a little bit of priority on that one against this jungler. They do also ban away the Graves, so more jungle focus there as well, just to try and pinch the pool a little bit more for Lian, as it will be 4th pick on the docket for Rare Adam, saving that 5th pick obviously as a potential counter pick there, but it is a hover at least right now of the Ahri. I would expect for the counter pick to go through for mid lane, but they could just go ahead and pick it up here.
I think you prioritize the Ahri, right? You ban 2 of the counters in the Sandra and LeBlanc, and then you can actually flex Gwen to jungle if you're really concerned about the jungle pool being short, and then you can pick something for Cube depending on where it gets taken here. Looks like the Swain might be an option brought in. I do say I'm not super big fan of the Swain here, because
don't
Swain
you hush that mouth, Ox. If I hear those words come out of your mouth one more time.
I've played so much Swain, but I know his weaknesses, right? He wants to play into a short-range comp. Senna is a bit of a pain for him.
Let's go!
But obviously will do well into the Gwen. They have locked it in, and now looking to see what they'll take in top lane. Like, bear in mind, AL could be approaching this as in we fully expect the Gwen to go top, therefore we can pick the Kayle and feel comfortable. It could be a flex though, but ultimately we've seen the Gwen be pretty successful. It was the Riven yesterday that came in as an answer, but it looks like it might just be that Gwen top for Cube, which I think makes sense. I think there's higher prior on it in the top lane, and ultimately Kayle isn't going to challenge you too much. So now Lian toying with idea off that Nocturne.
It would be interesting. I mean, it would be the go button we wanted for both of these jugglers. You'd have Lee Sin versus Nocturne. And it is locked in. So that's actually huge. We'll get to that in just a moment. But I do want to go back to the Anyone's Legend composition a little bit. We get the Kale again, as it's been coming through very prevalently. We get the Swain coming in. But this composition a little bit, I want to break it down because this is, an iteration of what we will probably be seeing a lot more of in the summer split.
Yeah, I think for AL, we're seeing a lot of new things. Like the Lucian Nami, we saw MSI all the time, but the Swain has been reworked, so people playing a lot more in the mid lane. Kale, the big beneficiary is the fact that it's easy to scale with the durability changes. You're not going to get dove as much. These are why these picks are coming out, but I feel like in terms of what you're playing for, you have this hard bot lane that can crush if you play it correctly. Mid lane should be comfortable in skirmishes, and in the top lane you have your scaling lane. So it's like a clear divide in terms of where we expect them to be playing for. On the other side, I feel like my one criticism of Ari's composition, I think the bot lane's fine. The mid lane Ari, I think it makes sense. You band away picks that can deal with it, and she can kind of play outside Swain's ranges. But the Nocturne, I'm not a huge fan because Nocturne, obviously, what are you going to do with it? You're going to dive in, right? You're playing into a Kale who, if you dive onto a target and try and assassinate them, Kale will just make that so much more difficult. And also, I said I wasn't too sure about the Swain here because he doesn't function as well into longer range comps. Nocturne is great for Swain to play into, right? If he dives in on you, you just end up draining his health, and you will probably win that 1v1, especially if there's more people around you. You just get all that healing in. So I'm not a big fan. I understand Leon's champion pool was definitely like thinned out, a lot of bans towards him. But it's going to be interesting to see how he plays out this Nocturne. I think other than that, RA have a pretty solid composition, but I really want to see how effective Betty and Chocho can be on this Lucian Nami. I said earlier today, the Nami isn't exactly something I expect Chocho to be fantastic on, but this lane can dominate.
We gonna find out real quick as the first best of 3 of the night. Day number 2 of week 1. Anyone's Legend versus Rare Adam kicks off now.
Oh, man, I am ready. So we did get a chance to talk a bit about the Lucian Nami yesterday, and we can talk a bit more about it here. But I think this is like it's kind of an easier lane for the Lucian Nami. The reason Callisto Renato works well is because Lucian Nami wants to take short, bursty trades and then out-sustain you, right? Between the Lucian and Nami, early levels, like level 3 is when your combo comes online. If you do a full combo and onto someone full HP, they're not going to die from 100 to 0. And then you're left just like auto-attacking at the end of it. It's kind of awkward. So what Betty and Chocho want to do is like do short, bursty trades. But RA's bot lane has some sustain. But the problem is they don't really have too much threat in return unless they land either of their CC. So I expect this to be a pretty dominant lane for Betty and Chocho. But if you see mistakes, if you see one of them get caught by a skill shot, like the root from iBoy or the knock by Yuanja, that's where you could see a kill come in return.
Tongue Lash coming out, some early trading in the bottom lane, but I do want to go back to the main point we've been talking about this whole time, these junglers as well. And you see the Lee Sin, where I feel like you have a lot of utility throughout the rest of the game. Leyen on the Nocturne as well. You do have the Paranoia itself. But how do you feel like Nocturne fits into this? Because you have so much sustain. You have so much survivability now with this new patch. And the Nocturne definitely was feeling good when you could 100 to 0 somebody really quick. But do you feel like this pick right now is a key piece to the RA composition? Do you feel like it's going to thrive?
I think it's difficult. I think one thing is that the way you tend to see Lucian Nami play in the mid game is they will wait for someone to show up on the mid wave, and then they'll dash in Gale Force, and you just one-hit them. It plays really effectively around picks. Nocturne can kind of answer that quite well, because if you're hovering nearby, you can punish that. But I think in team fights, he's going to have a harder time. I feel like the reason they took it was because the pool was thin so much. But like, as I said before, into the Swain, into the Kale, these teams are fantastic at dealing with Nocturne. Even the Lee Sin can just kick him away if he's really problematic. The nice thing is that they do have follow-up, right? Strive and the Ari should be able to join with you in the dive. Cube, if he finds a good flank angle, should be there. But, I feel like this Nocturne pick could really be volatile. And ultimately, Xiaohao should be the one making the earlier impact. So, got to see what he can do with this Lee Sin that they did prioritize.
Obviously, new patch, huge differences. But for me, it's always been Nocturne is very, very useless if you don't get ahead early. Meanwhile, speaking of bottom lane, a little bit of trades back and forth. They did get a couple summoner spells burned. The exhaust from Yuanja. But on the side of Anyone's Legend, they burned the cleanse and the ignite.
Yeah, so cleanse to match the exhaust. I don't think it was really necessary there, but maybe Betty concerned about getting caught into the trade. He did dash forward, which can leave you vulnerable, and the dash earlier is such a long cooldown. But now we're seeing a pretty heavy contestation over the scuttle. Bot lane priorities there for AL, so they should just be able to secure this one. Unfortunately, Xiaohao can pick that one up. He is a little bit behind on his clear as a result, and Lian's just going to go top and pick up his scuttle, whereas Xiaohao still needs to clear his raptors, still needs to clear his Krug. So Lian with a pretty swift clear on this one in comparison.
And honestly, some good reservedness. I guess a little bit of respect given over as well, realizing, you know, we don't have to fight for this singular scuttle crab here early on. We can let Lian get a little bit further along, as you were saying earlier. You know, Xiaohao should be the one that tries to push that momentum forward, and having a little bit of time to have this bottom side as a focus, I think, will be super important for anyone's legend. And we were talking a little bit about the bottom lane and the focus on that bottom lane into the later parts of the game as well.
Yeah, and I think if you can find momentum for the Nami Lucian, it can really go a long way. Oh, this is a bait. This is a great... Oh, and Yuan's just respectful. Like, I would have thought he would go in with a W there to try and look for the all-in. I guess they do have exhaust. Well, it's not even available, but they don't have ignite, so playing it cautious. But Xiaohao right here and
waiting. Oh, he tries to go in. The damage is connecting on iBoy, but they're playing it safe. And this is the durability patch. Health bars do not go down as quickly as they once did.
Yeah, not able to find the base damage, and Yuanji doing a good job of body blocking, so they'll just be able to pick up this wave. AL still get the crash, so it's not too bad for them. But I think this is the thing with this Senna, Tom. Unless you can really damage the Senna, you're not going to have much of a time. Tom will take second win, Doran shield. He has the gray health. He gets health back on his Q. His sustain is insane, and he's so hard to kill. What was Gromp doing there?
That's a good question.
What?
I wasn't going to say anything, but you were in your analytical talks. I'm just over here play-by-play scratching my brain. Like,
That's
wait,
not
what?
Tom Kench. That was a Gromp. I was like, is there a Syndra in the game? Why is he just there? Like,
it's
I'm
the
so
new meta.
confused.
It's the new meta.
I'm so lost.
Well, hey.
Yeah, that's just... It's okay. It's gone now, right? Yeah. Oh, man.
It's okay. Your fears are over,
Like,
Ox. It's okay.
I was so
Gromp
worried.
is
I
not
was just
coming to
seeing
hurt
things.
you. I promise.
I was so worried. I was just seeing things. I was like, what is going on in my brain? That's a Gromp, not a Swain, right?
On Gromp.
That
I do see Lian taking out the first dragon here, although they realize they need to pull it out, but anyone's legend are here to contest it. Lian getting very, very low. Who's going to get the dragon first? Lian trying to wait around. It does go, but it's to Yuyanja, and then the kill goes over as Yuyanja picks it up too. It's traded back, though. Forge picks up his own, and that demonic ascension was hugely timed. It is still 1-for-1, but the objective goes to Rare Adam.
Yeah, Rare Adam got the objective, and a great charm from Strive.
Oh, nice catch. Nice catch here on the side as they were coming back to lane. And that's a kill for anyone's legend, Betty. Let's see if iBoy can turn it back around a little bit. He's getting some damage on a Cho-Cho, but that's going to be it. And anyone's legend take a little bit of advantage of a potentially sleeping Rare Adam bot lane. Oh, my God.
Yeah, now iBoy could be in trouble. The exhaust used as well, but Betty cleanses it. Gets rid of that debuff and is able to burst through Yuanji, who just kind of caught off guard there. Didn't expect to be jumped on from that position. Really solid play coming out to find that opportunity. So we get the replay. And honestly, Lian looks so low. This looks like he might just instantly go down. But this charm from Strive is fantastic. Stops him from being able to follow up on the kill. They end up taking him down. And Forge is doing a ton of damage here. Oh, we don't get a time to talk.
Yeah, we do have the kill. Ultimate being popped in the top lane. ZDZ trying to dodge out. Can he do so? The outplays. Lian taking a tower shot as well. ZDZ survives.
And you know what? That's a durability change, right? Has the extra survivability. Doesn't end up going down. Not just quite enough damage. And obviously, they do not want to follow under tower any further. So the Kale, able to survive. Does end up burning Flash and that ultimate, but will not go down.
Yeah, we were, trying to break down a little bit of that crazy play in the bottom lane, but top lane is having a good time in its own right. ZDZ, I can't believe, honestly, Cube made it out alive, barely getting away from that last tower shot. But you got to see a little bit of that extra tower damage we're seeing. Lian take one shot, and it was like half of his health. You got to be careful on those dives, as you were mentioning earlier on.
Yeah, so just to talk a bit about the tower changes. So basically, oh, we're getting all in. I don't get time.
That's a huge knockup, though. iBoy is taking so much damage, and Betty, he gets the kill. It's turned back, and now we got supportal combat. It's level 5 versus level 5. Yanja is licking away, but Chocho is trying to get away himself. He lands the bubble, and he will walk to his tower. Abyssal Dive lands, and now the charm is going to not even need to be used. Strive picks it up.
Ends up being a win for the side of RA. The culling does come down. That's enough to finish off iBoy. No ult available for RA's bot lane means they can't survive. Yanja's ult would have been fantastic there. But in the end, Strive comes down to clean up and get the kill. But now Lian looking to contest this Herald.
This is what I missed, Ox. This is the LPL. It don't stop. We are always fighting. We're always contesting land, even just in the face of anyone's legend, realizing they didn't have as many maybe good graces that they would have liked to have for that objective. But it is the fact that they are showing in that position. And anyone's legend does pick up the Rift Herald, but it has been a contested first 9.5 minutes.
Yeah, Strive's roam bot lane ends up giving them the window to go for that. Now, something I do want to talk about a bit is we are getting the mandate build from Swain that we saw yesterday. I don't get time.
You don't get time. You never get time. How have you not learned this as Lien gets the kill on the Forge in mid lane?
Okay, maybe we'll take this opportunity. So the reason the mandate has kind of come in is Swain can proc it with his E, with his W, and with the pop and his R. They all apply slows. But usually you end up picking up a Rylai's. That means your ult just constantly procs it. And then you are relying on your allies to do the follow-up damage to make sure you're getting the full damage of the procs. But you also get movement speed, I think is a big thing to note. And Swain loves movement speed because staying in range of people, running them down, that is what you're looking for. So that's why we've seen this build come out. It is cheaper to get the first item, not as like individually strong like in the 1v1 as Leandry's, for example, which is the more common build we see in solo queue. But it's clear that this build has been making its way around scrims in the LPL and doing pretty well.
Yeah, apparently is. It's going to show its face here. I think that's huge, especially with the tie-in to the rest of the team and the team fight as well. And we've already seen some influence from Forge in those first couple fights. We'll see how that continues out. Cube, though, himself getting poked out on the top side, still has this big weight to push in against JDG. We do still have, objectives to think about. In about 25 seconds, we have the next dragon on the board. It'll be second dragon of the game if RA can choose it. It'll be on their path towards an early soul, at least. But we'll see what kind of focus we get towards that as Lan is towards the top side, probably looking towards helping out Cube a little bit.
And I think at this point, we can talk a little bit about
Cube
the
get
bot
here.
lane.
Hold on. How did Cube get here? I wish I could go back in time. He just got behind ZDZ. He is going to engage a little bit early. You do have Paranoia coming up just a moment for Lien, but it's going to be too late.
And with the fact that they have that heavy trade top side, they assume that maybe Lien's there. They start to contest vision on the bot side. Dragon is up. Gonna look for mid prio here first. And they always have priority in the bot lane. This is the point where Lucian Army, I feel like it's really scary. I know people talk about the laning prowess, but Gale Force on the Lucian, the extra damage, the culling as well, means you can just absolutely nuke someone. You have a second dash to get on top of them. They don't quite have mandate yet for the Nami, but RA's bot lane have to be super cautious. And now,
there we go.
See this coming down.
Lien popping the Paranoia a little early. Abyssal Dive will not connect, though, but they're trying to get the every damage here on a Chocho. They don't even get him. Lien dies, and everything is turning up for anyone's legend. The charge from the Rift Herald gets off. They get a kill on top of it.
Yeah, so they do deny the effective use of the Herald. The gold just goes over the Xiaohao. They don't get gold on the Betty. They don't get more plates than just the two. But they sacrifice the jungler and they give up Drake. So I'm not really sure it's worth it overall, but it does mean that AL get a little bit less than they'd hope with the Herald, but we're now even on those dragons, and it is going to be that Infernal Soul. So when you already have a lot of bursty champions, can make the difference, can help you find that all-in potential if you are able to get that one, but still 3 dragons away for either team.
And I want to go back to the conversation you were having a little bit earlier about the explosiveness that Lucian Nami can have. But we've been seeing that from seemingly level 2, level 3, right? Like Betty has been chunking iBoy when he gets a couple connections off, when he's got Chocho there with the empowered auto attacks as well. And I think that's something that is going to get a little bit worse as we go through. iBoy has to be careful, realizing you're still scaling up as this Senna.
Yeah, you will get stronger later, but this is kind of why I like the Callisto Renata as a good answer in lane, because it's actually very hard to burst them out with the W, particularly for the Renata. And in the longer trades, you get the value of the spear, the Ren stacked up that can win the all-in. The problem is Senna kind of wants to trade like Q auto. That is how you trade as a Senna to get your passive proc. And Lucian can just beat you up every time you look for those. The Tom Kench can't really do too much to Lucian unless like Lucian oversteps and walks into the W. So it has just been Betty taking over. And now this is the spike that I love to talk about. Gale Force on Lucian, Imperial Mandate on Cho. So the damage is going to be absolutely crazy. If anyone missteps, you will just go down.
I don't think I've ever seen double Imperial Mandate on a team. At least not. Maybe
I don't think I have either.
In competitive.
But
maybe in solo queue.
When you have the Lucian, right, and then you also have the Kale as well, who's going to be doing AoE damage, it feels like it'll be pretty easy to proc.
Yeah.
But it definitely favors more the team fights. I think that's fine for the Nami because Nami's only going to be in team fights. But obviously Swain, you lose a bit of value in the 1v1 because obviously you don't have an ally to proc. But yeah, I mean, this point is a big spike for AL. They're currently down a little bit in gold. I don't think that's too much of an issue. But right now, it's just continuing that momentum, playing around that bot lane who are so strong.
Yeah, a little bit of damage being done here between the two top laners. That's something I do want to highlight is, you know, we were talking about the anyone's legend itself, the composition in some rights. But one of the big points we had coming into this one was, you know, anyone's legend themselves had solid team fights last split. They, you know, against good teams. And the fact that they opt into a very team fight centered composition here into this first game, I think it benefits their strengths a lot, and you're starting to see that a little bit. The question is, can they force RA into these team fights, into these objective focused situations, and pull off those solid team fights we know them for?
Yeah, and I think finding the windows, finding the opportunities is going to be important because there's lots of potential for RA to pick a favored number in counter. The fact that you have the Paranoia, you have the Ari, you can quickly join a fight. You also have iBoy on the center who can ult from a big distance. It's very easy for RA to go into a fight with it being a 3v2, a 4v2. That's where AL can struggle. So AL finding opportunities to group is going to be important and not getting caught out or misstepping so that they can get picked apart.
So I guess the question, we've talked a lot about like the team fight potential for anyone's legend, but for me, when I'm looking at Rare Adam, right, we set up their composition a little bit, but it's a lot different approach to team fights. I feel like you have some solid sustain there. You also have a lot of pieces that can kind of ebb and flow and try to get picks out, try to find separation within the team fight. And I think that's where RA is going to have a hard decision to make on how they want to approach these team fights. As we see Rift Herald #2 go over to anyone's legend.
Yeah, able to secure that one. RA do rotate up, but are a little bit slow on it, so not able to contest. Second Rift Herald, not as valuable as the first. I think it goes without saying, but could use that. We have a minute 20 until that next dragon, so I expect AL to go for the resets now. They can then throw down the Herald mid to provide some pressure, and they can kind of lean into the river. And I still want to see, as I talked about this Lucian Nami, try and look for some picks based around using their tools. It can be a bit risky when there's a Nocturne who exists. I did kind of hit on that earlier. If you do overstep, the Nocturne flies in, that's when you can die. But the burst will be really insane right now. So if anyone does misposition, you can just blow them up.
You know, doing my notes and prep for this split, you know, I was getting myself mentally ready for long games and without a lot of kills. You know, I was like, oh, we might get those every now and then. I need more. All right, it's 8 kills in 17 minutes. Come on, Ox. Where is the craziness? I realize we're in like a very sustained, very durable meta. It is going to be a little bit more difficult, but I am very excited because all jokes aside, it does lead to more explosive end of game fights and those big team fights around objectives that we know and love here in the LPL. And I am joking a lot, but I think this leads up to this for this specific game a lot because that's where we're going to start getting the explosiveness in this series.
Yeah, the bit on this is... Wait, I just want to hold off on that point because this is Betty looking for that sort of bursty play from the Lucian. Anyone who steps up around mid could just end up going down.
They've been playing with so much respect.
Yeah, they have the Tom there. They have 4 members there. It's going to be very hard to make that happen. But AL, Dragon is up. They're going to throw down the Herald mid to try and force some priority and have the TP in. We're going to get that fight you were hoping for, Mazel.
I am here for it. Do land a little bit of a root there from iBoy trying to catch out Xiaohao on the side. Rift Herald will charge down. Not going to get too much more, though. They can't even get the outer tower. We still haven't had a tower fall yet, Ox. And now we get the setup in front of the dragon for one of these teams to grab the second dragon of the game for themselves.
Yeah, and I think we've got to see if they can connect onto the Lucian. Betty, a pretty big threat at the moment. See what he can do in this fight. Dragon has been started.
Yep, Jojo on the side there, all ultimates ready to go. There's the tidal wave across just to try and set the board right. Paranoia comes through as well. The team fight's going to ensue. Dragon goes over to Leyen, and how about the fight after? Demonic Ascension is proccing here for Forge. He's up front in the fight, but Strive has found the back line here, but they can't get the damage down. Forge still healing up, still front lining it up. It's still Demonic Ascensioning it. They can't take him down. Now Strive is caught out. Betty not going to go over the wall to follow it up. Both teams come away with health bars still intact, and nobody dies.
Nobody dies, but already the clear winner. They get the dragon and they get priority on mid. Should be able to take this tier 1 down, despite the fact AL had that second herald. First tower will fall in favor of RA, and it will be that vital mid tier 1. AL still having the Kale ultimate, still having the Dragon Rage from the Lee Sin, not finding windows to use those. And sure, they answer back to the tower, but you're not getting as much gold. It's not as important in terms of map presence. RA pretty happy with how that one panned out.
I realized, RA winning out in that situation, getting that mid-tier tower, mid-tier 1 tower first. But I will say, I may be a play-by-play, okay, but give me this 1 point, all right? ZDZ is almost 12. 12 is 4 levels away from 16. If I do my math right, that is pretty close to being unstoppable.
But I have something else I want to bring up that is more pertinent. We have an Everfrost Gwen.
Ooh, that is true, actually. Is that something you've seen at all in your prep for the offseason? I know I haven't.
Not really. I've heard of other people building it, but to me, I feel like Riftmaker just gives you so much. I mean, I guess you still get health with this. I don't think the mana's that important.
CC setup.
The root can be useful. I'm pretty sure you saw him use it earlier. Oh, sorry, you're getting a fight.
The kickback Xiaohao ends iBoy's life, sending it right into the gullet of Betty, and Yu Yanja himself is going to be a fried catfish tonight.
Great pick setup, and Land wasn't in position to follow up with the ult, so they will start off this Baron. TP in from ZDZ. They're wanting to make this happen. Will we get the Everfrost Gwen TPing in to respond? That is the question.
Hey, you got RA collapsing on both sides. Leyen is still here. Strive goes in with the Spirit Rush, but Leyen is the target you have to watch. He has Paranoia available. Betty goes over the wall. Betty is blowing up Leyen, and the Baron does not matter. It is the kill that comes through. No steal today for RA, and the Baron goes over to anyone's legend.
And AL using that snappy burst to get those initial picks, then take out Leyen, not allow him into the pit. They secure the Baron. It's a fantastic win for them. Put themselves in a big advantage. Looks like the Everfrost Gwen wasn't able to be a factor. So we see the Visions of Empire coming out on iBoy. And honestly, iBoy no flash. And the kick is fantastic because it means Yanja can't just gobble him up. Yep. But Yuanja's life is also forfeit. The W on Swain is like such a powerful slow. If it connects, you're probably... it's such a good pick tool, right? You just W from a distance and can lock someone down. And now I feel like AL, they're in prime position. They have the Baron, but also look at the items. We have Collector for Betty for the extra burst. We have the Rylai's on Swain. So now any ability will proc Mandate, and your ult will consistently apply the initial damage and allow your teammates to follow up. Plus, it slows them down, drains them, keeping them in place. This is why I kind of don't agree with the Everfrost from Cube, because I feel like you need the Riftmaker in these extended fights up against the likes of, you know, a Swain, a Kale. I'm not really sure.
Something I fell in love with last split was the propensity for 80 carries in the LPL to just use all their abilities forward, no matter what. Like taking 1v1s like crazy in bot lane, fighting up, using Gale Force very aggressively. And I love that we're still getting that. The fact that Betty felt confident enough, dash up the wall, Gale Force immediately, calling right to the face of Lan to end his life. That was huge. And now we'll see if Lan can get a little bit of bounce back as they do find Xiaohao. Tidal Wave is not going to do much from Toto.
Managed to find the pick, and ultimately Xiaohao ends up getting sacrificed. Doesn't have a chance to ward up over the wall, but in the meantime, we also have Cube applying some pressure in the bot lane.
The Nashor's Tooth.
Nash's Tooth coming in huge in those split push scenarios. And yeah, Cube farming up to be a monster, honestly. We've seen how strong Gwen can be in the late stage of the game. Obviously, it's up against a Kale, who is level 14, closing on that level 16. So,
I think both scales go a little bit higher. I feel like it's a really tough question to ask.
I feel like it's a tough one. I would think in theory I would give the edge to the Kale, but it also depends how the team fights play out. They have different roles, right?
Exactly.
The Kale's like a DPS, and she will have like insane DPS, but Cube obviously has the W and is just immune. So You know, I would say that Kale does outscale, but Cube is definitely going to be no slouch in the later stages of the game. And both of them haven't really opted into these encounters, right? 0-0-1 for the Kale, 0-0-0 for Cube. But they have farmed up and are ready to join in now. There's going to be this second dragon for AL, I would think. But we'll see if RA want to contest this. I don't think they'll be able to get there in time.
Yeah, we got some pings coming in, but they're very late to the party here as the dragon already sub 2,000. Does get burned down by Xiao Hao. Root does connect onto Forge. Oh, iBoy about to get kicked back again. The connection does not hit, and now RA feel like they can pounce. Strive gets one kill to Xiao Hao first, and now you got all the AoE. The needlework's coming in, and all the damage. ZDZ can't do anything on the side here. Forge actually taking up a ton. ZDZ survives, and Forge still has the demonic ascension, but he dies right after. ZDZ gets baited forward into the fight, and that will be an eventual ace for RA. Actually, do they just leave it? Oh my god! Oh my god! ZDZ! No way! He gets the double! He's not gonna find the triple just yet. Leanne knows he needs to head for the hills.
You can't mess with the Kale. ZDZ kind of out manages to turn it around, and AL, we're the ones to get the dragon. That could have been a disaster for them, but ZDZ makes the fight end up going a lot more favorably than otherwise. Look at the health of Cube and Leanne, by the way. Definitely could not approach that one. I think, honestly, RA just disrespect the Kale. Like, we haven't seen this champion all game. What can she do? Well, that is what ZDZ can do.
I was gonna say that conversation gets a little bit more different after that last shenanigans that we just saw, but it was ZDZ coming out on top. I thought he was dead to rights. I thought that was gonna be a full ace for RA, but turning it around, finding a double kill in the end, and getting oh so close to that carry potential.
And we actually kind of saw some of the value of the Everfrost on the Gwen coming out here. The kick doesn't work for the gobble, but we see Cube, Everfrost into the Q there, and the odds guarantee they connect, guarantee they hit. And then the extended fight, it does look really favored towards RA in this situation. Forge does a ton of AoE damage, as does ZDZ. And people are getting low, so they start to be a little bit cautious. But then it's this moment, right? ZDZ still alive, trying to get some damage on a Q, but look at the sidestep. So firstly, ends up sidestepping, baiting out the dash from Cube, sidestep the Q from Tom Kench, and then iBoy's like, I can finish this, I have the range, misjudges the damage. ZDZ with the Rift Maker able to get the healing in, and then RA scattered to the winds. Like, we cannot handle this.
You can see, like, I feel like the moment communication from RA, they're like, no, we can go. Yes, we can. No, we need to leave. iBoy's like, no, I can do it. And then he dies. And then unfortunate progression for RA, but they are right back into it. And I think you have to be.
Oh my lord.
Look at that damage. Oh my god.
Yeah, I was saying that both champions were strong, but the Kale outvalued later. Yeah, that I feel like that team fight was a fantastic indicator of that exact process. Now Cube will just dodge away. Like, Cube had such a massive impact in that fight, but ZDZ on his Kale, and that was pre-level 16, by the way. ZDZ is pretty close to hitting that level. That is when things get scary for RA.
It is, and you're getting 3 item spikes as well. You have the Lord Dominic's completed for Betty as well, and I think these team fights are going to start getting a little bit crazier. But RA realized, they can look for picks. They can try to find somebody who's maybe feeling a little bit overconfident, as they do look to mid lane. Paranoia was available. They don't pull the trigger on Betty and Chocho just yet.
Yeah, I think you have to be a little bit precautious. If you overstep, go overconfident on a window. There we go. There is the level 16 Kale. And something to note is this is the AP. I mean, it still has some on-hit aspects with the Wit's End, but we have the Rift Maker. Yesterday, we saw all AD Kale. Personally, I prefer the AP build. Your W benefits more from the AP. Scales very effectively, and I feel like Rift Maker gives you that sustain in fights as well, so it's not like you're losing out in terms of like lifesteal in the AD build. But ZDZ is super strong now, and every time they take a fight, not only do you have to be aware of the Kale ultimate, but you have to be cautious about what happens in the extended fight up against this Kale.
They just took a full tier 2 tower down there as well. That's huge. And now AL positioning around the Baron, get some of this vision game down. They do have TP available for ZDZ if they want to pull the trigger, and they do. They just start up the Baron here, Ox.
Yeah, level 16 Kale, and they're like, it's go time, let's make it happen. Now, iBoy actually just coming out of base, does have the ultimate, but this might just rely on a steal from Leanne, and he has no vision.
Walking away. They got
nothing
to say about it. That is a Baron being secured by anyone's legend. Leanne walks back into it, but is not going to be able to find the steal on that one, and that is an objective secured by the legend.
Yeah, and now Kale in the side lane with the Baron, even more threatening. going to be more of an issue. Has just finished that Nash's Tooth as well. So 3-item Kale, level 16, truly online. And something else to note is everyone talks about the passive benefit you get from being level 16. You also have your ultimate being a 3-second duration. And bear in mind, being an AP Kale, your ultimate will do decent damage compared to the AD Kales we saw yesterday. So very difficult to find a team fight. Charm connects, but Forge doesn't really take much damage.
Forge also has lasagnas now, so that setup, that demonic ascension grab is going to be huge for them. They're getting poked down a little bit. The never move was huge to get Strive a little bit of damage onto him. Now we're setting up in front of the dragon, but I believe AL just say, we don't need the third dragon of the game. We don't need soul point. We're just going to go for your base.
Yeah, I mean, the game may not last long enough for RA to cash in on that soul, so they give it up. They don't have position on the objective. Instead, they push up mid. And yeah, this is definitely Inhib Tower. We'll see if RA can defend, but with no RE ultimate, this feels like a hard fight to take.
They might force it, though. Inhib does go down. Now the re-engage. Xiao finds a kick onto Strive. Strive gets Gale Force down. And that's Betty coming through clutch. Forge making the separation happen. The never move was huge. And they're just slowly but surely taking down Rare Adam. One bite at a time. The paranoia comes out, but Leyen is the one that should be paranoid. Cube and iBoy, the last defenses here, but iBoy gets blown up by ZDZ. Cube goes golden, but not for long. He will die and bite the dust like the rest of Rare Adam as their base crumbles to the ground and anyone's legend claim the first game.
And honestly, there was some back and forth in that one, but anyone's legend really came in at the end. They got the Lucian Nami for Betty and Chocho. Definitely found the advantages in lane and continued to look for those picks later on. But the objective setup was good. And then, and when we came to team fights, and when I gave the edge to Kale, she really just hit like a truck there. Absolutely annihilated everyone after that level 16 point. Just could not be handled by the side of RA.
No, it's crazy. And, you know, we set it up in the draft talking about like, the sustainability and how does RA kind of tackle this game and especially with the composition they've drafted. And I think you saw anyone's legend just say, we got this comp. We're going to throw it at you. Hopefully you can catch it. And Rare Adam were not able to catch it.
You know, honestly, I feel like this wasn't just about setup and team fights, but AL doing a fantastic job of finding these pick windows, which is especially hard against a Nocturne who can usually just join in the fight quickly after. Their play for objectives was really good. Their setup for Baron, fantastic. There's a lot of positives to take away from this. This isn't just like, oh, we skill checked them and we happened to win. Because that was my criticism of AL, was the inconsistency. And skill checks tend to be inconsistent depending on the day, depending on how well your players are playing in that series. But this was a smarter AL, I feel like we saw, and a convincing win over RA.
And sticking to a lot of the points that we had made for them, which is actually kind of funny. You know, we were talking about Betty being a hyper carry potential. They were dominating that bottom side of the map since, you know, a couple levels in, and they were the ones pressing the tempo, pressing the pressure there itself. The team fights were looking so solid from them as well in terms of how they want to approach those team fights, how they were able to execute them. And I think you see a little bit of that consistency start to come through, Ox.
And I mean, look at that gold graph, right?
Insane.
RA having the edge. There's still some back and forth, and then a final team fight, just AL doing so much, and the comp was working well, right? Betty had the pick potential on this Lucian, but could also just chase down targets, and ZD's able to free hit. But I really love the Rylai's Mandate Swain build here, because in that final fight you saw they just could not escape the Swain, and it meant that despite the short range of ZDZ and Betty, although to be fair, ZDZ level 16, the range does extend, it just meant no one could escape. Everyone was just getting shredded down by these two DPS carries, and AL, first game of the season, end up coming out with a win. Feel like RA now have to answer back. Bear in mind, RA made playoffs, and as much as they didn't make it very far in playoffs, to lose out to this series against AL day one for them off the split would be a pretty big disappointment.
It absolutely would. Now, oh man, this graph is always so amazing. You can see a little bit of the details. Soto with that high KP, but you got that damage potential from ZDZ. Betty close there. A lot of that damage in the early game, that team fight damage definitely came from the one, the only Kale top lane. And I think you can beg the question, right? What could RA have done differently? Do the builds even matter? Is it more so the picks, those kinds of things? But I think you have to praise anyone's legend for the show out that they were able to do. This is the first game of the split. They come out with a little bit of spice, a little bit of difference, and they come out and smash it, Ox.
100%, and just got to see if they can continue the momentum into that game too. We are going to go to a short break, and then we'll be back to continue the series and see if RA can answer back.
What are you?
I am everything the void has consumed. And just as I devoured this city, I will devour your world. You disappoint me. I am not Somalia's void spawn. I am so much more. I am the end of your world and the beginning of mine.
When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me, but then I realize it's okay. La 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 I'm going all in, it's too late to fold now. Don't you wish you could start brand new? Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 la.
ever since returning, nothing stops my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom, pretty little bird. Pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
Welcome back as the beauty of Shanghai unfolds before us. I am just happy to be back here in the LPL, in the summer split, in the bangers that was that first game from Anyone's Legend. It was a fun one. I'm Mazel, joined by Ox, and little did you know the Kale would be such a big piece to the puzzle, huh, Ox? As ZDZ picks up the MVP.
Yeah, no surprise there. I mean, we saw Kale be pretty dominant yesterday, but I feel like the AP build hits even harder, and he hit that level 16, and I keep saying hit like a truck. Let's be real.
Hit is the theme.
Yeah, I mean, just a monster. I think this is the problem with the Gwen matchup is you can't really pressure the Kale enough early, and then you do get outscaled in the end. Like, Gwen can still be really important in team fights, and we saw that here, but when Kale is able to free hit, so you can just do so much damage. I think this was the first inkling that, oh, this Kale is going to be a problem with this team fight, where ZDZ, the footwork really nice here, and Cube completely misreading the dash and not being able to finish off ZDZ, and then the turnaround was just massive.
The turnaround was huge, and not only this was when he was 14, then he hit 16 a little bit later, and the team fights just go one-handed the entire time. And I don't think that's to say that Ari didn't try, right? But the kicks from Xiaohao all game long just left it to where RA didn't have the way they wanted to approach the fights, right? Like, you either had Strive or iBoy getting kicked into the gullet of AL, and then the rest of RA left to try to pick up the pieces and figure out how to take the fight.
Yeah, and I feel like AL's approach to team fight was really effective here, and they really played around their tools quite well. I do want to talk a little bit about the Gwen, the Everfrost Gwen. So one of the big issues in this matchup is, like, you can get kited quite easily by the Kale. This is something, the Everfrost Gwen, that I read during the break. Nuguri and Showmaker played this. It's like the Korean Gwen build in certain matchups, and Naimari even tweeted about it. Like, one of the factors is you want to get on the Gwen and stay on the Gwen. So short cooldown on the Everfrost, you can burn Kale ult quite easily. Didn't obviously like come to fruition in that game, but that's kind of the thought process behind it. Is like, Riftmaker isn't doing much for you if you can't get in range and stay in range, and that's why we see Gwen take Ghost, is because her main issue is being kited.
Yeah, exactly. And we saw, you miss one snip, and then everything goes to hell there. But we do have Champion Select getting kicked off for our second game of this best of 3. Trying to find out if RA can bounce back and show a little bit of life to kick off the season here, as we do have them on the blue side for this second game. We get the Gangplank to the Gwen band away from them, as rightfully so on the Gwen band, just to make sure anyone's legend can't pick that one up in the second game, as RA did in the first one. But we have the Nidalee and Talia, same band so far for anyone's legend.
I feel like this has to be a Lucian ban now because Callista's banned away. Yep.
There you go.
Kind of forcing it in that situation. Wukong is open as a potential first pick, but looks like they're going to go for the center. I mean, I feel like with the other high prior bot lanes banned away, maybe feeling more freedom to go for this. AL can definitely prioritize the likes of the Wukong here or the Viego if they want to have first choice on jungler. Does mean that RA are still going to be able to answer with the other counterpart, so doesn't mean you get a massive advantage other than first choice. But it'll be interesting to see what bot lane AL takes into this center Tom, assuming it's center Tom, but bare minimum the center, as it has been such a problematic lane on this patch.
I guess my biggest question, the Ezreal comes in. I guess my biggest question is like, maybe it's just my personal take, but I feel like Senna is not an iBoy champion. And I you know, with the way the meta is going, I would love to see some more pop-offs from iBoy himself, but they're going to go with that Senna Tom Kench. That worked decently well for them last time. The Graves also locked in for Rare Adam, but just as you make the noise, we get the Bard locked in for anyone's legend to pair it with the Ezreal.
Yeah, so all interesting stuff. The Ezreal tends to be seen into Senna because you do outrange the Senna until Senna gets like 1,000,000 souls, being able to keep a distance with that Q. Obviously, laning phase, it is going to be quite hard to deal with to ever poke out a Senna Tom, but you have the Bard. So now this is a lane where Betty will just look to scale up and Chocho is able to roam and impact the map. They end up going for the Graves. I assume it's for him. We did see this a bit at MSI earlier on with the Umbral Glaive Rush, but less so as the tournament continued. Now, second rotation of bans, already banning away the Kale, which we often saw have so much presence in that final pick or as a counter pick. And AL banning the LeBlanc. We could see Alessandra ban here, and then an Ari pick on that fourth pick. So it'll be interesting to see if Ari ban away the Ari in this situation and try and limit Forge from going for that option, because this is the exact same trick that RA pulled in the last draft, right? You ban LeBlanc, Lissandra, and pick Ari.
Exactly, and see if that trick is pulled there. I do appreciate the mid focus, but as well as Rare Adam giving a lot of respect, like in their gameplay of game number 1, but here in the draft as well, just making sure, you know, anyone's legend, if you're gonna pull out a game like you did in game number 1, it's not gonna be in the same fashion as they do take away the Ari.
Yeah, banning away that, and I think particularly with the Viego, it's very potent. The fact they both reset on kills can be problematic to say the least. So looks like they might just lean towards that Swain again. Forge had a fantastic game on it. Still toying
I'm down
with the
for
options.
either of them. You can hover both. Zoe, Swain, pick one. I don't care any of it, Ox. I would love to see it either way, but that Swain was extra dirty last game, and the fact that there was so much presence from that first dragon fight, where, you know, we're getting that level 6 mark. Demonic Ascension comes through, the sustain is huge throughout the rest of the fight.
Ooh.
It was so important. So I do like the Swain picked up here.
We saw yesterday so many bans towards the Azir in the second rotation. So I know it's just a hover, but I think a big thing, as I talked about earlier, Swain wants to be in range and stay in range. So already you have the Senna, who's a long range pick. They now lock in the Azir, which is also a long range pick. It might end up being difficult for Forge to find a way into these fights. Now, be interested to see what Cube takes. He will be blind picking here, but I will say a lot of top laners banned away. The GP, the Gwen, the Kale, those big picks on the patch removed. And we'll see what Cube ends up going for. We'll go for the Ornn. So haven't seen this nearly as much in the LPL than other regions. Last split, we saw a ton of Ornn in like NA and EU. Here, though, they'll take it just to be the weak side. They can play more for the scaling lanes. CDZ, though, potentially looking to answer here.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though. They weren't really able to bring that to fruition last game for Rare Adam. They were just getting forced into fights, and then all of a sudden their base was gone. So opting into that later game scaling is a good thing on this patch, but you also have to make sure you make it there. I think that's for Rare Adam. That is the biggest question here. Is Camille locked in for anyone's legend as their final pick?
Yeah, so something that will be able to scale and can help facilitate getting onto these backline members. I actually kind of like Camille into the center Tom, or just Tom in general, because what you can do is you can ult like the carry, and then it'll knock Tom away, and hopefully you burst out the target before Tom can get in range to gobble them up. Otherwise, I mean, you're pretty doomed anyway, but... Considering we said there was an issue with Forge closing the gap, I think having a pick with Engage would be very important if anyone's legend ever want to team fights. But I feel like this game might get harder and harder as the game goes on. You have Azir, who scales exceptionally in his long range. It's going to be able to contest Prio early. You have Senna, who scales exceptionally in his long range. And then Ornn obviously handing out the ornaments. I think coming out here, you're going to have to find that early momentum. Chocho on the Bard needs to make things happen, I feel.
And I want to go back to a main focus we had of this series was the jungle matchup, right? The young guns coming in here, being a force to be reckoned with for these teams. And I'm feeling a lot better for Leyen this time around. He's on the Graves. He's not the Nocturne. We had some questions about the Nocturne from last game, but I think, RA are setting themselves up a lot better in terms of the jungle aspect of the game this time around.
Yeah, my only concern would be being less proactive early, right? Enemy team has the likes of a Bard, Super Roma. You have the Viego strong on those early skirmishes, whereas Graves is a bit more of a farming jungler. And on top of that, you can't forget, it's not actual roaming, but the assistance from a Swain. Swain's W, super long range, applies a strong slow and has a decent amount of damage. If you just lay that down in a skirmish, you don't even have to be there, but if you follow up on CC, let's say Bard lands a stun, you W on top, you're contributing to the fight with that extra bit of damage, or you can block someone's path with it to allow an engage to come in. So it's not like I'm not talking like it's like a TF or a Galio in terms of roaming power, but he can assist outside the lane. And I think that's something they need to hone in on, right? AL, they need to be moving around the map. They need to be making things happen, because if they sit back and scale, they will lose that match.
Indeed. And as we do get into game number 2, we're on to the Rift. Everybody's taking their respective places. Had a little bit of vision gain going early on, but nothing too crazy. Actually, looks like no vision put down just yet from the side of RA, but just a lot of movement early on in this game specifically. And I love that we talked a little bit about Leyen on the Graves, different from the Nocturne itself, but now we get a tried and true pick for Xiaohao as well, with the Viego on the other side, and finding a way to utilize that in the same vein as the game number 1 pick went in fact of getting the lead going.
Yeah, and I really think Xiaohao, the Lee Sin, obviously he had a fantastic performance from that. And you went to the end as well. We've highlighted this player so much on what he does for RA. I feel like the Nocturne wasn't working as well. And I feel like here as well hasn't got a pick that you can have as much impact on, which, we'll see what RA can do without him being that middle carry.
They are just literally trading absolute bloody blows down here in the bottom lane, and Yanja was just taking it all like it's no problem. But that does, since we're down here, I want to talk a little bit more about Betty and iBoy and the approach that RA have taken to the spot lane so far in this series, right? We have seen the Senna Tahm Kench twice in a row now.
Yeah, and I think it is just one of these consistent lanes we're going to see on this patch, because one of the weaknesses of the Senna Tahm, the new Tahm, being that you can't eat the Senna out of trouble in the laning phase. That is like the vulnerability, is that pre-6 you could get bursted out. And Tahm suffers from a similar issue to Rakan, in that your W is so telegraphed. If they are all inning, they will just flash over it. Like if Chocho and Betty are trying to kill iBoy and they are going to kill him, and you want a W to block them, Betty can arcane shift or flash over it. Chocho can flash over it, and they will commit those resources to get the kill. So that was typically the weakness. But obviously now with the durability changes, it's a lot harder to find those opportunities to take out the Senna. And also, if you're not finding all-ins against against Senna Tahm, they will just sustain up. There's insane sustain between these two. So even though we saw that early trade, you have the healing from Senna, the Grey Health, the Doran Shield, the second wind from Tahm Kench, and they can kind of just handle any harass thrown at them and continue to scale to be that excellent late game duo.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's when you're highlighting RA so much in this game. It was all about the scaling. They definitely opted into a lot of those options early on in the draft, and continuing that fashion. I guess that makes me think a little bit of recency bias, but I won't get to speak about that because we do have the magical journey by Chocho to get himself out of the Yanja engage. But what I was going to say is, looking at last game and seeing the propensity to have a little bit of early skirmishing, especially around that first dragon that we had that really teed up anyone's legend to have a lot of control around the map. I wonder if we get some more of that in the second game, or if we get more of that respect we were seeing from both teams.
Yeah, well, I feel like AL want those early skirmishes, particularly if they find numbers advantages with the roaming potential of the Bard. Viego, fantastic in those skirmishes, whereas RA, they could just slow the game down. And honestly, I think a big thing to talk about is early dragons. If RA pick up an early dragon, it's going to delay the soul by minimum 5 minutes. If you think of the fact that, like, let's say AL get the next 4, it's 5 minutes longer till soul, and that gives them more time, more opportunity to scale. So I think with the fact they have prior bot lane, if they find a window to use that, to utilize the pushing power that Senna Tom has right now, then I would love to see them try and get an early dragon. But for now, Leanne looking to steal away this camp.
The visions of Empire are so dirty. You can just always find people out. Leanne, though, with some smooth moves, putting some damage onto Xiaohao with the red buff as well. I mean, Xiaohao's going to have to run away. No help from the mid laner as Strive is pushing in Forge at the same time.
Yeah, the red buff coming out from the graves. If you're not able to close the gap, he will just harass you down. And ultimately, this is the power of the Azir. This is why he has been banned.
You gotta be real careful on both Strive and Forge, both of them neck and neck there.
Yeah. Pulled it close, but Strive still safe. Had the flash, obviously. Didn't really have the mana to dash away. I was going to talk about the Azir, but looks like we're getting ganked.
Let's go. The Magical Journey gank here as its flash is coming out from RA, but it is doomed. Abyssal Dive tries to get Yuyanja out, but the target was iBoy all along. The kill comes to Xiaohao. He gets the reset there as well, but that was a huge play from anyone's legend.
Yeah, I love how Xiao picks up the soul as well. Like, you're not going to keep those, dude. But ultimately, really nice play. This is one of the powers of the Bard, is that you can just leave the lane and then, you know, people expect you to be roaming, but you can also just gank your own lane with the portal. This is particularly potent when you're on red side because there is this long tunnel. So RA bot lane finding that prio, but left them vulnerable. And watch this flash from Chocho. Flashes, uses the minion to find the stun. So iBoy ends up going down, and it is close. Betty struggling to get in range, but they eventually get the kill. And now someone is down for iBoy. Means they have to be a little bit more careful.
Have to be get a little cheeky back there. I can appreciate that. Living life on the edge. But something I want to highlight, what I was going to talk about before we saw RA get pounced on in bot lane, was the fact that iBoy and Yuyanja were playing very much further up than they were able to last game. Last game, Betty and Chocho were putting the pressure on constantly with the Lucianami. But that means that, you know, iBoy and Yuyanja are going to play a little bit differently when they do get control of the lane. And it led out perfectly to a bait for anyone's legend.
Yeah, Lucian Nami is, I would say, oppressive, but even I'd go as far as to say is obnoxious to play into. The trading power is so extreme, the ability to bully you out of the lane. So it's a stark difference with the Ezreal Bard, who we did see trading a bit back and forth, but ultimately it is about moving out the lane. And so this has meant iBoy and Yuyanja can play more aggressive, but that also has its downsides. And, you know, as much as we saw Leanne going for that invade on the Raptors, and he's repeating that, bear in mind, he took this before, so he has the timer. We'll see if he can get it again this time.
Get him out there. Oh, the end of the line, getting all the little chicken nuggies. And Xiaohao just try to take away the last big chicken as he does do so. But this also means Leanne, they know where Leanne is at, but Leanne keeping the pressure up on Xiaohao, I think, is huge in these kinds of moments. And he's getting some serious chip damage off on him as he goes back towards the red.
And once again, prio from the Azir means they're able to be here first. Both junglers have smite, but this is looking to turn into a big skirmish.
It is. ZDZ goes for the engage. Ornhorn coming across the bow, though, will not hit anybody but the red buff. Both anyone's legend and RA back away after a couple ultis.
Yeah, don't want to overstay in that situation, especially as Swain has his ult to get up close and personal. So they will be able to defend the red buff for Xiaohao. He is a bit behind in farm already. Only one camp now to pick up the red, so could be a bit painful if he fell further behind, but otherwise we'll be fine. I think you're seeing, you know, as much as the Viego is fantastic in skirmishes, the ult is such a big power spike. Without that, you're not as confident in fights. But also, you want there to be multiple people. You want there to be like 3 people to help you get someone low, and then you ult in. Graves is fine in those 1v1s against the Viego, can just bully you away, maintain distance with those powerful autos, the shotgun blaster. Now
we're about to see it.
We've seen this before.
It's literally just waiting to happen yet again. And guess what? iBoy doesn't have flash because he burned it last time. The Devourer comes out, but look who's right on the other side. Forge is waiting his way, and that is Yuyanja, who has to use the gray health to get away. But does he make it? Forge cleans up iBoy, and there goes Yuyanja into the trash basket.
Yeah, beautiful setup coming out from AL. Again, the repeat gank, no flash from iBoy. They have the ult coming in from the Tom Kench to try and save, but it's not doing enough. And I think the pivotal piece of that was Forge making his way down to be there for the play. So we've consistently seen Strive have prior on this lane on the Azir. It's kind of expected, but because he went to assist his jungler with the invade on the top side, it allowed the wave to bounce back, allowed Forge to have first move and not miss too much. And then he was the difference maker, because if Forge wasn't there, I feel like iBoy and Yanja just both escape, and it's a very different passage of play.
I think so too. Honestly, it's crazy to me that we've gotten to this point in the second game where I do feel like RA had a lot of pieces that they would have liked to have in that game 1, now in this game 2. But it is proving that the magical journeys are just that for anyone's legend.
Yeah, and one of the downsides is Yanja W's in to disrupt, and then has to ult, but pulls iBoy towards the enemy team. I think if you just try to get as far away as possible, maybe flashed and then ate iBoy and just started running, that might have fared better. But he tried to disrupt first and foremost, and ultimately, because Forge was coming down, this ended up backfiring pretty massively. And now 0-2-0 on iBoy, 0-1-0 on Yanja, not having as good a game on this Senator. I mean, to be honest, they didn't have a great game on the Senator before, but kind of struggling with the pressure that has come out from these ganks, although they are doing fine in terms of picking up those plates.
They are, for sure. iBoy taking a decent amount of damage there on the back end of that one. But I was going to say, the pressure is still down here, right? iBoy and Yanja are still pressing up. And honestly, at that point, that's where my smooth play-by-play brain was thinking, well, Xiaohao, why don't you just go back down there? It's just free kills. It's like a buffet on Sunday. But he's not going to do that just yet. ZDZ in some trouble using the hook shot away. Lien does have the Rift Herald, I believe, available to go up in this top lane if he wants to utilize it. But now Xiaohao is up here. Rift Herald used late. The wave's not even going to be there anymore. Actually, they had a couple more minions there as well. Xiaohao comes in for the engage. Huge hook shot flash. And they've got the Hextech Ultimatum right onto Lien. Big Dawning Shadow, though, the turnaround. That was huge team communication from RA.
The ult from iBoy, I mean, this is twofold. One, the durability changes, Lien tank enough to survive, but then secondly, the ult from iBoy saving him. And remember, it's a Viego. If he gets that kill, he gets the reset, gets the whole set of cooldowns and the extra ult charge to go around. Oh, wait. Hold on.
They're in some trouble here. Tempered Fate goes down, lands onto
Yanja.
iBoy.
Oh, he's going to eat him over the wall.
He has Devour, exactly. I was just about to say he's going to save his life over the
I thought he was leaving. I thought he was just like, I'm out. You're on your own, buddy. But just save him over the wall, gobbles him up. But yeah, I mean, fantastic play from iBoy to find that ultimate to save Lien, because if he goes down, it could be a very different story. And ultimately, the turnaround damage from that Graves, the burst, with that Umbral Glaive, that early spiking item, managing to make things go in RA's favor. Remember, we set this up at the start of the game. RA has all these scaling elements. The Senna, who's going to be exceptional late game. The Azir, who also has that great range into the Viego. But watching this replay, the burst comes in, just not quite able to finish him off. Look how low the health bar is. Yeah, shield comes in. The damage is there. And Lien gets the double proc off the Treasure Hunter, I believe he has, but also Triumph. Gets like all that gold in pocket.
That's like 10 health left or around there on Lien. That is actually crazy. And what timing from RA. As well as you look at it, right? They've got a decent gold lead for an early game. About 1,000 gold in the lead. Nothing to write home about, but better than they were last game. I think that's something super telling.
A gold lead with this comp as well makes all the difference. There isn't a Kayle on the enemy team to worry about in the late game. And as much as we've praised AL's setup for the ganks in bot lane, we haven't really seen Chocho do much outside of lane. Yes, those ganks have worked, but look at how lane is going in the 2v2. There is one plate left bot lane. I remember they heralded top. No heralds have been thrown down bot, and the tower is getting absolutely smacked. And the reason that's so important is iBoy being fasting center, you're going to be behind in gold, right, throughout the entire game. You make up for it in souls, but if you're taking plates like this, it actually remains a lot more even. If a fasting center also has a ton of gold, she becomes scary very quickly.
And here goes more of what we've seen all game long so far in the second one of this best of three is Lien being aggressive. He takes the red buff as well, and now Xiaohao gets almost all of his health bar taken down.
You know what? Lien, I wasn't sure how I feel about the Graves pick. You know, often wanted to see more proactivity, but this kind of feels a little bit reminiscent of what we've seen from his Nidalee, which is so respected and consistently banned.
Yep.
The power farming, the fast clearing, but also the invades, forcing pressure on the enemy jungler. And the fact that Graves is quite hard to punish, right? A lot of mobility, quite bulky, deceptively bulky for a ranged champion with those extra stats he gets from the grit passive. And right now, Xiaohao is not having a good time. Bot lane is definitely not having a good time in the 2v2. And it all just feels like it is going in RA's favor. But AL still do have that first dragon, and they're looking to set up for the second tier.
Yeah, I mean, they have mythic items coming across. We got the Imperial Mandate back for Forge. Divine Thunder just finished for ZDZ. Does have TP. Tempered Fate comes down as well, but Dragon's just being started up here by Lian. That looks like the pressure from Yuyanja and Iboy is going to be enough to dissuade them any further. Vision of the Empire comes out just to show that they're doing it, but that will be first dragon for RA.
Will be them able to take it? Pretty significant. Something I hit on was them getting an early dragon would make a lot of difference in terms of late game win cons. It is a Cloud Soul. Ultimately, you know, people like to rag on Cloud Soul a bit. I actually think, particularly for Swain, it's insane. We talked before about how a big factor of Imperial Mandate is closing the distance and staying in range, what Swain loves to do. Cloud Soul makes it super easy to keep up with people, especially when the enemy team is like things like Azir and Senna that you might struggle to get on. It will definitely help. But what I will say is that RA getting that dragon means Soul, the earliest we will see Soul is going to be like 29 minutes into the game. And at that point, the Azir, the center will truly definitely be online. We'll have ornaments coming out as well. So the fact RA managed to secure that does give them a lot more space, remove some win cons from AL off that early dragon stacking.
Yeah, exactly. I'm honestly just still mind blown at the mental math you just did live on air. I thought we were told never to do mental math. You did great. I can't believe it. But it's all about timing for both these teams. And speaking of timing, it is Rift Herald number 2 started up for RA with AL right around the corner. Chocho finally getting out onto the map, but not really going to be able to contest this as Betty's coming down. They're coming quick, actually, but the Rift Herald does get secured in the end by RA. As ZDZ on the flank here, but they won't pull the trigger on it just yet. Actually, they will. Here it goes into the choke point as well. Forge is demonic ascensioning everywhere, and there's so much AoE, but look at that big horn back. It did not matter just yet. Yuyanja is not going to go down. Forge is still going, but look, Strive flashes on the other side, gets a kill. He's all by himself. It is sustained battle after sustained battle, but Forge takes down Strive.
I cannot believe that was an even fight. Strive doing so much there, and it ended up being such a messy cluster. I have to honestly fault Iboy a little bit. Saw the souls on the ground for the Rift Herald and got a bit greedy. Forge, though, doing so much there. That choke point, that tight scenario, benefiting the Swain so heavily. That constant AoE damage, the mandate procs when he was finding the CC. And we'll see a replay of that one coming out. So Iboy, you know, he could have walked away, and then he sees the soul. He's like, you know what? I want that soul. Maybe I'll get the other. Oh, no, never mind. I need to leave. Does flash away, but we see initially it's the mid laners. The mid laners are the one who make the difference here. Forge finds his way and has that AoE, but look at Strive. He is just free hitting during this fight. Does eventually dive in at the end. Tries to get the shuffle, but the flashes end up defeating him, and he does end up going down. Still, both mid laners doing a fantastic job here of making an impact.
Yeah, all those flashes coming out from anyone's legend there as well, just to make sure. I mean, if that Emperor's Divide connects, it's a much different fight. That is where Strive picks the rest of those up, but it's huge, right? The give and take, the again, conversation about the durability patch, it gets so tense in those fights because nobody is dying quickly. Forge is using his demonic ascension to separate the fight for the majority of that one. It's back and forth the entire time, and I think that is where you see, you know, these team fights being so crucial, and maybe where anyone's legend solidity of that team fighting from last split kind of plays into their favor. But as we see, you know, it's a very close, tight-knit game about 18 minutes in.
Yeah, very close. Obviously RA got their Herald, so they still get the edge on that. But ultimately, it's those DPS champions, right? The Azir is one of these champions who can constantly put out damage in a fight. The Swain as well will just keep channeling that ult as long as he has enough champions around to drain. And in those extended fights, as you said, with the increased durability, they have so much value. I feel like one fact is Shahar wasn't able to get any of those resets in, really, due to going down. That can be a big difference maker in those extended fights. But for now, are they going to use that Herald and get this tier 2? Lian, though.
Oh, Hextech Ultimatum. Lian's just dead. They get the tower. TP is now coming in from RA. They're going to get a response from anyone's legend. Dawning Shadow comes across. ZDZ so low. Demonic Ascension comes out from Forge. They're trying to run away now. Betty using the arcade shift forward. Betty gets the kill in a cube.
Yeah, so tower taking, a lot of gold for RA, but a bit disrespectful from Lian. You have to bear in mind, Camille can just jump on you, and Lian oversteps there, so they end up trading down in terms of kills. It's still a net gold win for RA, but what I will say is that when you are using your Herald and you're trading like only slightly up, definitely not a favorable scenario here. So Lian ends up just being really disrespectful here. Overstays, super close to tower. The stun comes in, connects with both, and then the ultimate after. Leon's already dead. Like, Betty just finishes up the kill at the end. And then obviously, we get the Azir coming in from Strive. Is super powerful and could just kind of delete the Camille, but Forge shows up on the Swain and ultimately just puts an end to the fight.
Wins Zanya's second item as well on the Swain, so a little bit more of that sustainability there.
We've seen two, so we've seen like Rylai's and Zonya's both what have sort of been built with the mandate. Obviously, Rylai's means in those long fights you're slowing everyone, you're proccing mandate more, but Zonya's can be really good at like mitigating certain tools. So I think like the knock up from the Ornn or the knockback, the Emperor's Divide, can be really annoying for Swain. If you're trying to get on top of people, particularly Strive's ultimate, if he can just push you away and out of range, that's one of the big frustrations and why Strive has picked this champion into Swain. If you can Zonya's to avoid the knockback, can make a lot of difference. And also, just dodging bursts from the Graves, because this Lethality Graves, 2 items completed, will absolutely nuke out a target who doesn't have much armor.
I will say, talk about nuking. You know, we got the Muramana and Trinity Force completed for Betty. I think that's a huge power spike, at least in terms of the Ezreal, but you're still waiting on a little bit of scaling from the ADC position. A lot different from what we saw last game, where the game was already pretty much decided, at least in terms of who was really in control of the game at this point. Here, it's a little bit of a toss-up in the air. You still have a gold lead for Rare Adam. They've been able to get some of those scaling online. You're going to start getting the ornaments coming through for themselves, and I think that's where anyone's legend, I guess the question needs to be begged. How do you approach the rest of this game? How do you ensure that the scaling for RA is not going to just make them get a free win?
I think there is one factor to it. I do feel like RA have the edge as this game goes on, but if AL can get onto the backline, if they can make iBoy and Strive have difficulty positioning, that can be the difference maker.
Oh, that's a big root, though. Heartbreaker was used. Double TPs coming in. Lan is just dead to Forge. ZDZ comes in now, and Temper Fate comes out. RA is heading for the hills, but they've left Yanja, and he's dead now. Root comes down on a Forge. Emperor's Divide doesn't do anything to save Strive as ZDZ takes him down. And that is a huge pickup for anyone's legend. 3 for 0, and now onto the Baron.
And that's the fight setup we want to see from AL. Just as I'm talking about scaling, about concerns, about ornaments going to be coming in, AL find the opportunity. Xiaohao looked like he was caught out at first, but then ZDZ at the end of the fight, beautiful engage on a Strive. The burst on the end as well, just catching them off guard. And just when things start to feel like they're slipping out of control, AL secure the Baron.
It's the team fighting. It's the decision making. It's what we saw in game number 1, and here we are in game number 2. Them turning it around. Strive up there, not able to get as much damage as we want, but it's Lien's catch out originally that turns the tide in this one and makes AL say, we have this fight. We can win this.
Yeah, and I think critically, Betty so strong there with the big ult hitting multiple people, chunks iBoy at the fight, and then ZDZ here flashes for the stun. The knockback doesn't get as much distance as he wants. And
it was
then
the connection of
ult.
the hook shot at the same time means that he didn't get to move as well.
Able to get the ultimate onto Strive to finish him off. Really excellent play. And I feel like AL was just confident because they knew Betty on the 2-item spike, had Triforce Muramana going into that. They felt confident and now have found themselves that advantage. But game definitely not over yet. It is looking good though for AL compared to how we were talking a couple of minutes ago, especially Forge. Now has that 3-item spike on the Swain, has the Rylai's, has the Zonyas, has the Mandate, everything you need at the moment. It is just about closing that gap. But if we look, no flashes for all of RA. Every single person lacking that mobility summoner to get away.
Yeah, and that's huge when we're going into the next fight, especially, you know, we have about a minute and 40 seconds till the would-be Dragon soul point for RA. But until then, it's about how do you buffer this aggression from AL as Tempered Fate comes down. You can't buffer it very long as Yanja is fried up just like the catfish he is. And that's another kill for anyone's legend. Hookshot comes through for ZDZ, almost connecting onto Lien, but it's still just pressure all around for the legends.
And it's really good play from Chocho again, using the ult to disrupt Yanja, and he can't eat himself, right? He can't save himself with that ultimate. And so it's a great target to find that pick on. Betty doing so much damage here. And something to note, right? One of the issues with this fasting center is you fall really far behind in experience generally, but especially with the fact that AL got the Baron. Betty is level 14. iBoy just hit level 11. And remember that a lot of the changes with the durability touch durability patch with stats per level, health per level, armor per level, MR per level. If you're down in terms of experience, you're missing out on those. And if you look at Betty's health bar, especially with the Triforce being level 14, he is so much more bulky than iBoy is. The iBoy, super squishy, like less than 1500 HP. And every time I see a skill shot hit him, it just feels painful. I feel it in my core.
You definitely can, especially those True Shot barrages take about half his health at this point. It is terrifying, but I think that's something to be said going into the rest of these fights, is that positioning, making sure that they're in the right position. iBoy isn't getting pop shotted by some of those pokes, but it's very difficult. It's almost impossible. And now you get another item completed for Betty, the Shereldia's Grudge. It's hard to take these fights. They're TPing. They want to make a stand here at this third dragon. And it looks like that might not be the call, as half of them get their health bars drenched by that True Shot barrage. ZDZ on the flank. He does get spotted out. The Tempered Fate does not connect this time around, but they're surging forward. Forge is going in, and they've already gotten iBoy. That positioning not helping him today. And ZDZ hook shots and Hextech ultimatums onto land. They are slowly but surely taking down RA one member at a time. Strive the only one left. He has nothing to save him, and that's a clean and total ace for anyone's legend, and they're going to finish off this game number 2.
Everyone goes down 5-0, and again, AL, I love their setup for fights. This is something we saw glimmers of in spring. We saw it a bit, but we didn't get it consistently. Forge, knowing that iBoy has no summoner, flashing in, getting that slow, taking the pick. ZDZ on the flank, knowing exactly what his role is. And honestly, AL, I think like this is a fantastic opener to the split. RA, a team who did make that top 10, did make playoffs, falling 2-0 to AL.
Anyone's legend coming out clutch, coming out with a dub to start off the summer split in 2-0 fashion. It's not only the 2-0 fashion, it's the happiness, the smiles on those faces, but it's the way that they accomplished this. First game, utilizing the early pressure of the Nami Lucian bot lane, having pressure from the jungle to help that. And then into game 2, realizing, we can approach this in a little bit of a different fashion, but still have the same team fight dominance that they had in game 1.
And, honestly, I feel like it's fantastic to see, because going into the day, we said, for AL, it was a situation where we've seen the glimmers. We've seen the potential of this team. It just wasn't consistent. And sure, this is one series. We can't dictate the whole split on this. But beating a team like Rare Adam, a team who weren't far ahead of you in the standings, makes such a big difference. Being able to, not only deny them a series win, but get one for yourself could have long-standing implications for the rest of the split. But I feel like the main thing I want to talk about, because it's too early to talk about standings, is talk about what we've seen from AL and their performance, because spring had a lot of room to improve from, and the way they're playing now, it doesn't feel like it's just, these players have had a fantastic series individually. It feels like they are playing as a team really well. They understand what to do, and what I love is the decisiveness from this team, knowing what they need to do in fights and just going for it. So many times, game 1 and game 2, the game felt like, it was potentially close. Maybe even RA had an edge at times. And then they are like, actually, no, we are going to fight. We have a window. This is when we start it. And the setup ends up being fantastic for them. So it just feels like everyone's on the same page. Whatever they've done between spring and summer, whatever's been going on in their scrims, it has worked.
It absolutely has. And I'll say, get yourself a top laner that can do both. That's all I'm gonna say. You got the Kale performance in game number 1. Then you got the engage hook shot Hextech ultimatum style from ZDZ in the second game. He picked up our MVP for first game on Kale, but I think he had also an incredible series, as the rest of AL did.
And ultimately, I feel like for this Ezreal pick, we've seen taken quite a bit into the center. The lane is not fun, right? We cannot deny at all that the laning phase was just unenjoyable for Betty. But when it came to those team fights, when it came to that 2-item spike that was hit, the confidence in Betty, the consistent True Shot barrage just chunking out iBoy made all that difference for AL. So
almost
really good
double
start
the
to the
damage
series.
of both the bottom laners for RA as well. Just
I mean, really putting down the hit. And I feel like AL, it definitely feels like a revitalization from spring. It has been a long time since we've seen this team play. Obviously, didn't see them in playoffs. And then we've had an international tournament in between as well. And I didn't really know what to expect coming in with such a long time passing, I am very positively surprised.
Yeah, I've always been a pretty big fan after the last split, being able to see Bede really show up with Chocho. I think that duo bot lane is so strong in their own right, right? We have so many lauded bot lanes in the LPL, so many legendary carries, but I think that Bede and Chocho have really found a synergy together that works well, even in the face of iBoy and Yuyanja bringing out the Senna and Tom Kench twice in a row, right? They still adapted their style and approached it much in the same way. Like, you aren't going to have that same dominance as you did in the first game, but you know that at some point you're going to be able to pull out the mechanics and find those wins. And those early ganks, the magical journeys, the tempered fates, constantly setting up the engages. I can see why the Bard was picked up here.
And I want to say, Chocho, in my mind from spring, I had my view of him as, okay, he is a Leona Nord player, heavy engager, stuff like that as well. Like, I want to be going in, I want to try and engage every window possible. I was like, how is Chocho going to look when enchanters have started to show up more? Do we just see him not lean on them at all, just stick to the engage supports and kind of be like, nah, I don't want any of that? No, he played Nami and Bard today. Yes, he did not play those melee engages, and honestly, it worked. I will say the Nami game, there was definitely some moments that weren't ideal, but I think it worked, and importantly, it worked for the team, because there's definitely examples of supports who I think are proficient on these champions. Ming is, I think, a great example. Ming, I know, can play these enchanters, but I'm not sure RNG functions nearly as well when Ming isn't on engage. I kind of had similar concerns for AL, but it's very clear, very indicative that the solo laners can make the engages happen if Chocho isn't necessarily on primary engage. And even then, on the Bard, he was making it work, right, with those tempered fates. So just really fantastic play coming out of him, and exceeding my expectations for himself.
Sure. I do want to talk about something that, we definitely covered a lot of in this series. It was the young guns in the jungle position. It was the fact that both these teams rely heavily on their junglers finding success to be successful itself. And I want to get your temperature take on both these junglers. We obviously got to see a lot more from Xiaohao in terms of success itself, but I think we got to see more of RA living and dying by Lian.
Yeah, I think ultimately Lian just not, like, he did good in that second game on the Grays, was able to find advantages, didn't quite feel like enough. The Nocturne definitely felt like a weird pick with how it fit into AL's composition as an answer. Like, I understand the theory maybe into the Lucian, but the team fights just felt subdued. So, heavily targeting bans. That's something I'll say in both draft phases. He had early bans coming through for him. The Nidalee denied in that second game as well. Actually, no, it was the first game. Sorry, he had the Graves, the Rek'Sai, and the Nidalee ban against him. Wukong Vega also off the card. So it feels like teams are respecting him as a pivotal piece for RA. And we saw when it doesn't succeed, it does look rough. And even though Strive, I think, still had a strong series, it just wasn't enough for them to find fruition in this one.
Yeah, I think, it is the first series of the summer split, right? There's still a lot more to be played. But I think anyone's legend coming out like this, swinging in summer, is huge for them to make that push into the playoffs. And speaking of pushing, we got Chocho coming up with the MVP.
Yeah, and I think honestly deserved. There were some fantastic play setups coming out from him. Gotta say, I feel like ZDZ Forge definitely pulled their weight as well, but 1-1-12 on the Bard, huge kill participation, and there was those early gank setups in the bot lane when RA's bot lane was trying to permanently push. Here's a great example with the flash stun that comes in, and also in those team fights, using the ult to disrupt RA to separate the Tom Kench, remove that safety net for the backline, and make things more difficult. And you may think, wait, is this just a repeat? No, this is another replay. Ran it back and it worked again, and credit to Forge who made the Swain really work here, and this roam timing absolutely excellent.
I actually want to talk about that. I know we're talking about Chocho in the pride of AL, this bot lane really working out well, and the tempered fates setting things up, but also, Forge himself whipping out the Sway twice in a row and being monumental in a lot of these team fights.
Yeah, I mean, really doing so much work, the perma slowing, flashing in. But then Chocho, in this fight, just constantly hitting those stuns against the wall. I think that's 3 I counted there. Really performing. And I think Bard is a champion who has such a high ceiling for execution. Like, you can actually just int your team on Bard. I think out of every champion in the game, he can be the most disruptive to your own team if you ult at the wrong time. But you can also play like that and just be such a menace for the enemy team. So fantastic on that pick.
Are we seeing more Bard for the rest of the split? Is that what you're telling me right now?
Could happen, but that's the thing. You have to perform on it. And it definitely has a high ceiling.
It definitely does. Well, speaking of high ceilings, there is a monumental, I'm going to use the word again, ceiling in the next series that we have. We did get to see Anyone's Legend take a 2-0 victory over Rare Adam, but next we have the 2020 rivalry matchup between JDG and Top Esports, so do not go anywhere.
LPL are kings again. After an intense 5-game series against the LCK champions, Xiaohu conquered his demons and led Royal Never Give Up to their 3rd MSI title.
Everyone around the world, raise your hands together and give applause for RNG. They are your 2022 MSI champions. RNG look like a force to be reckoned with come Worlds.
A feat that will cement RNG's name in history as the true Spring Tigers.
All the way, it's time for you and me, 'cause nothing can hold us down.
Now, with the world watching, the LPL is set to deliver. 17 teams will take what they've learned from Spring and fight for a chance at being crowned the Summer Champions. But to become king of the greatest region in the world, it will take more than just a fight.
We can be heroes.
It will take everything that you have.
The LPL are kings again.
On top side, it's getting Cube into a much more favorable matchup with Strive. He has got Merc Tread, so he should be fine. As I said, turn off the tower so they can just dive him in the 2v2. This is deja vu. Work, but you're going up against a Hexo. Boko has been hit. He has to flash away as the Trouble Ball is in response. Strive gets deleted from the map.
Wait, but you're not going to try and smite this away from way bar some massive mistake.
Oh my God!
And you can see DLG aware, they're not even going to give him the opportunity of pulling that dragon in.
When we see these two teams clash, that is what's going to be so integral, especially the early focus from the junglers and how that coincides with the mid lane presence. And on the other side, you have the king of the jungle in Tarzan. I mean, he's swinging around on vines, killing people.
On the ground, nothing can hold us.
Scared. He's actually going to turn on to TN as Doombee's running in as well. Against his old brother, strikes him down.
We can be heroes.
These two playing together finally is insanity to me. For me, have the possibility to be one of the deadliest duos in the future and history of LPL.
This is not a good position. They might have to run out here. Doombee's jumping in. There's another Shuriken flip. Doombe jumping in to the back line with a quick execution on top of Mark. Buying time with a quick little Sonias. LNG mid laner survives.
Behind enemy lines, Moonlight Vigils, Tarzan separated from his team. Scout with the flank, the rest of EDG follow up. They find the engagement. LNG have damage. Triple kill comes up to do a B. We said he needed redemption, and he finds it.
finally our championship contenders come to this point. JDG or Top Esports, we will have a new LPL champion here. 5-1-4, he says this game is mine. Lyric, this went pretty damn fast, pretty quick, as JDG challenge Top Esports to take game 1. Knight has package. JDG, it's a numbers advantage, but Top Esports, individual players. But the ult misses from Jackie Love. The pillar comes through. Knight comes in, lines it up, and kills Zoom. Jackie Love with Severum has a bit of healing. Kanavi slowed by the package again. Every single time I cast this champion, he pops off. Have enough mana. He has to go back to the fountain, and JDG now finally engaged with him. Scott duck the hill from Kingslayer, not enough. But Loken and Lumau are here. Cue up the silver scrapes. We're going the distance in the grand finals.
Did the damage.
From the brink of despair, this is history being made. JDG have fought against all odds to rise to this throne. They leave a trail of their enemies behind them. They will now pick up the crown as the last defense comes through. All they have to do is hit the Nexus, and they've done it. The new king to the LPL. All hail JDG, your 2020 spring champions. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand finals, Top Esports and JDG for 2020 summer.
In style, in the rematch from spring, Top Esports, they want themselves some bonus kills. They want themselves some KDA, but maybe they've stayed a little too long. In goes Zoom, they're trying to stop the end. 5. And here we go, the rematch from spring, from our spring finals. It went to game 5 last time, and we're doing it all again in summer. Doesn't mean anything to them. There's only one Nexus turret remaining, and Top Esports will destroy it. The old guard have fallen, and a new era begins in the LPL. After years of denial, the second place was no longer good enough, and Top Esports...
The legends of 2020 clash yet again as we're into our second best of 3 of the day. It is JDG versus Top Esports. I am Mazel, joined by Ox. And as we got to see a little bit of the 2020 memorabilia from both these teams, it was a hotly contested one, and glad we get to see that rivalry continue.
Yeah, such a cool storyline having them face both in spring and summer. Both series in the finals going to 5 games for 2020, and then different teams winning each one. Obviously, JDG taking spring, Top Esports taking summer, and going on to Worlds as a favorite, but ended up actually getting knocked out by Suning. But that's in the past. We are looking forwards. And honestly, even last split, when you think about it, the fact that both teams in the top 4.
That's what's so crazy. It's like literally you can talk about history, you can talk about legacy and everything, but just last split, right, both these teams were top contenders in a 17-team best region in the world, LPL. And I think that's super important going into today, going into their first series of the summer split. Both these teams are gunning for top 4 positions. They are gunning for Worlds here in summer, and they need to achieve those. That is the lowest bar that is set for these teams. And I want to dive into the JDG roster here and take a look at this, because they are bringing back the pieces from last split. They are bringing back a lot of the strength that we saw in JDG towards the end of the split.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen really too many changes. We've seen, you know, Shadow 17, LPC out, but ultimately they're keeping the same core that we saw in spring, so help them get up to that point where they're in the top 4, where they did end up losing out to RNG 3-2 and then getting knocked out by V5. But it's 369, Kanavi, Yagao, Hope, and Missing. A roster that I feel like on paper people's expectations may be lower than a lot of the other counterparts in the top 4, right? There's no Knight, no Rookie, no Xiaohu, but Yagao really doing a lot of work last bit. Kanavi as well on 369. I mean, this whole roster was just working well as a unit, was what was making a difference for them in spring.
Yeah, I better see some Yagao Zoes here now that we got the new meta going through. But on the other side, right, the other piece to the rivalry from 2020 and the other team who is tabling for the top table of LPL this split, it is Top Esports. And again, not a lot going on. They did lose Zoom in the offseason, but all in all, right, having a lot of the same strength as we were talking about for JDG that TES have.
And I feel like a big thing for Top Esports is you have Tian, Knight, Jackie Love. Everyone knows these names, right? These are the core of this team. But what it took them time to figure out is the rest of the pieces. Who did have top? Who did have support? With Xingtian obviously coming in, but he was there for Spring, just didn't end up playing any games. Zoom ends up leaving the roster, and it was Wayward and Mark who were those pivotal pieces when they started that big streak that got them into playoffs. And then they had a super long streak all the way up to that point where they faced RNG in the finals. Did lose 3-2 to them, super close series, but ultimately Top Esports doing so much work. And I think Wayward and Mark were fantastic conditions. I will say Mark did struggle later in playoffs, but up against Ming, I think that is fair to struggle. Wayward also did have some issues later on in playoffs, but I think don't hone in on that, right? As much as the finals, it definitely felt like, yeah, I mean, as much as the finals, it definitely felt like they met their match. That is expected. This is the LPL. The teams at the top are formidable. Mark and Wayward have time to grow and had a fantastic start to their time in the LPL. Obviously, Mark having more time in the LPL in the past, but Wayward, as a rookie coming in and having such a consistent split, spamming emotes all day long as well, which won my heart.
Favorite part. Yeah, I was going to say, as a play-by-play, I don't get to think very nicely of things very often or very analytical, but the emotes, that is something I get.
Emo game is king.
It's on point. But I do want to take a look at that recency bias, right? You were talking and foreshadowing to RNG being a little bit of a bad boss in these kinds of situations, but JDG themselves, the first one to kind of look at.
Yeah, interesting enough, despite both of these teams being in the top 4, they didn't actually end up playing each other. They both ended up playing the other teams in the top 4, but didn't get that matchup between these two, that rivalry. And we saw some good play coming out from them. This one in particular, JDG actually down in gold against RNG and finding this fantastic team fight up against them. And I feel like the team fight setup often was such a critical piece for JDG, right? 369 often bringing out that Kennen, which allowed them to find those fantastic engages. And the fact that they, despite a gold deficit, against RNG, a team we've said have been so clean, and we saw them performing at MSI in spring as being able to convincingly close out games, actually struggling later on against JDG. This is another example, right? JDG down in gold in this situation, but able to turn around this play.
Yeah, and I think the turnaround, the mental fortitude is always so important, but also the standout in Kanavi, right? Like we have lauded this guy since he came into the LPL from LCK and really have just had such up and downs with this guy, right? Like we've wanted to put such a big spotlight on Kanavi, but then you have some of the lackluster performances. But I still think Kanavi is such a core piece and such a wonderful piece to forward success for JDG. And on the other side, you know, RNG still the bad boss for TES, who also had to go up against RNG in the playoffs and had some troubles there.
I feel like it's just fun to show these clips against RNG, because RNG, MSI champions, when they went to that tournament, they may have improved over the course of it, but absolutely finishing that tournament best team in the world. And we get to see how these teams were challenging them. Top Esports in particular, crushing RNG consistently in the early game. It was really RNG's read in the mid game that allowed them to bounce back into it. But like Tian, fantastic in the jungle. Jackie Love, possibly the most confident AD carry in the world. It honestly feels like bringing out the Draven 2-0 down against Top Esports, 2-0 down in the grand finals as well, and able to turn things around, and then actually brought the series back with some more fantastic play. Nearly finishing the reverse sweep, did lose out that final game, but I just love the confidence from this team. And I think that is the epitome of this current Top Esports, confidence, right, across the board from these players.
Exactly, and confidence is key. Maybe a little bit of mojo going their way as well, but it's all about
a lot of it.
yeah, just a little bit. But in all actuality, right? Like you get to see a little bit of the strengths that we got to see from them in spring and hoping to see in summer, because as we said at the beginning of this A block is, you know, they are striving for Worlds. They are striving for a top 4 position in the LPL, and I think that's super important to keep in mind on when we're looking at these teams progress through summer itself, even to start it off here. And so I think that big piece, I highlighted Kanavi, but you also have no slouch in Tien on the other side. And because I'm the first to do it here, I've coined the title Rumble in the Jungle. Nobody else can use this title for the rest of the split. It is Spring 2022 regular season stats for these guys, but these are the highlights, the spotlights for this series today.
Yeah, I mean, Tian does a fantastic job with that early aggression, but is competing for those MVPs with his teammates quite heavily. Knight and Jaculov obviously helping reduce that number that he's able to get. But Kanavi, as much as I feel like JDG do a fantastic job as a team, Kanavi is such a pivotal piece in their success. And I think this matchup will dictate a lot of this game, especially as the meta for junglers hasn't changed much, right?
Yeah.
Xin Zhao has definitely fallen off. Hecarim not really seen any more. We saw in those champion pools. But Viego and Lee Sin still hotly contested. And I'm sure both will be confident on that Wukong. Now, we have flown into the draft. Lucian, Senna, and Draven banned away from top esports. All those 80 carries cut away. On the other side, yeah, Viego, Talia, and Lissandra. Interesting enough, banning the Lissandra, which means the Ahri isn't going to get checked by that counter. So that is first pick for now. Night. JDG will prioritize that Wukong for Kanavi. Wanted to take presence in that jungle matchup. We could see Tian take his coveted Lee Sin in response, as there is still open available, but we'll see what JDG want to secure here. An 80 carry could make a lot of sense if there's something you want to secure in that regard, considering you banned quite a few yourselves, but could also look towards that mid lane matchup, right? We've seen LeBlanc was something banned last series when teams wanted to pick Ahri. It is a skill matchup, and it will be secured for Yugao.
Trying to get that Yugao versus Knight skill matchup there. I will say, just as a side point here before we get into the rest of the draft, on paper, can really appreciate the Wukong pick in the LPL. I think it actually fits so well with the LPL style of jungle, with the fact that you have the ebb and the flow of the engage / disengage, but you also have full on, cyclone flanks, things like that for the junglers. And I really want to see how Kanavi can perform on this pick this time around.
I mean, I feel like it's such a good pick for him. Kanavi can be so creative with finding approaches to team fights. Definitely a strong one. And now top esports, they will lock in that Gwen for Wayward, so pretty solid pick in that regard. And they potentially toying with the idea of taking a jungler here. Do have an opportunity. I think the Lee Sin is what makes most sense in my mind, especially with the charm setup from the Ahri. But a lot of directions we could see Tian go in. The Graves is something we've seen show up a lot today. It was there early in the MSI patch, kind of fell off as the tournament went along. Definitely something we could see come out, and they are going to lock that in. Now, JDG, you can either take an 80 carry here before they get banned away, or you can match the Gwen, and Kayle is open. So you could take the Kayle here, knowing you're going into the Gwen. We saw how that matchup went earlier today. Gwen struggles to find pressure in it, and then you outscale because, you're Kayle, right? That's just how it works. So could see that come out here for 369.
And I do want to see if we get a differentiation from that first series, from that kind of, everybody's picking up some scaling and trying to figure out how they can make it to the late game if we do get a little bit of that early game propensity, even though I don't think, right now that is going to be the take early on in the split. We do have the Ezreal locked in for JDG. We got to see that be piloted to fruition by Betty last game in the second game of the first series of the day. Can appreciate how strong Ezreal can get in the mid-game power spikes here in this game.
Yeah, and there's already 380 carry bans, and JDG can ban more now and really thin the pool for Jaculov if they want to.
Don't tell me we get 580 C bans.
Yeah,
no way.
Going really hitting Jaculov here. Now, for top esports, I think the Kayle ban makes complete sense here. I think you can also ban Gangplank as well if you really want to thin things. They are going to go for the Jace. It is something that we saw in Spring being a good counter to the Gwen. Didn't see it as work as well as MSI. I think a lot of people remember Zeus trying it against Bin and not working in the finals, but they will respect it. Top esports banning that one out. I think next ban probably the Kayle. The JDG, will we get the 580 carry bans? A lot of respect thrown towards that world champion Jaculov, but it will be all 580 carry bans from JDG.
I'm out of here, Ox. Have a good day.
See you later, dude. I feel like that's the response top east. Well, Jaculov might be taken here. The pool thinned, and I think Kalista and Kai'Sa make a lot of sense into the Ezreal specifically.
Yeah.
Now, for top esports, will they ban away the Kayle? That is my big question in this situation.
Like they might still be thinking about the 5 bans towards Jaculov here. They do actually have a ban away. It is the Karma. So going with something that can pair up with that Ezreal down in the bot lane for JDG.
Yeah, something that makes laning into the Ezreal very difficult. The Ezreal Karma, really strong harass. I think JDG can take a top laner here and leave counter pick for support if they want to. Not sure if they are going to do that, though. Looks like they might be toying with the idea of the set. Technically a flex, but we've only really seen it played in the support role recently.
Hey, the pit boss.
Not sure how I feel about this blind. We'll see if they end up using that flex. I don't think it's likely. We have kind of just seen this in the support role. I'm not sure what we'll see in response coming out from the likes of top esports, but 2 options that could come in. There's Twitch Renata, which we've talked about Kalista Renata a lot, but Twitch Renata has apparently been shown up in scrims quite a bit. You pop out of stealth you pop that W, and then the enemy team can't kill you, right? And Twitch just does enough DPS to shred a whole team. They are toying with the idea of going for the Rakan instead, force them engage. We'll see which they commit to. I think the Renata would be really powerful, especially into the Wukong.
Yeah, especially with a little bit of that dive potential there. But they do.
Oh, man, we don't get it. We don't get it.
I know. I was getting so excited building this up. Like, oh my God, I'm going to get to see the Twitch Renata. But no, it is Top Esports picking up the Rakan as their last pick. Give a little bit of that engage, a little bit of that disengage there for themselves. And I feel like it does match up decently well with some of their other choices here. But that means that JDG is the final pick on the table. And it is looking like a support pickup here as Set could be going towards that top side of the map. And it's the Yuumi picked up for the Ezreal.
Yeah, so it looks like they did make use of that flex of the Set and end up putting in the top lane. I feel like you can get up close and personal with the Gwen in the early laning phase, but you will be outscaled like to a ridiculous degree. Gwen is obviously a monster later on. Set can still find those engages, which are powerful, but yeah, Top Esports having the advantage in scaling there. But they pick up the Yuumi in the bot lane, and I think this is a good matchup into the Twitch and the Rakan. Rakan doesn't have threat on this lane. You can't really punish an Ezreal after level 2 because he will just arcane shift your W. And as much as the Twitch will scale exceptionally, you now have this Ezreal Yuumi who spikes in the mid game quite hard. Yuumi can attach to the Wukong, can attach to LeBlanc, can attach to anyone basically to look for those extra pick potentials. But I do feel like at some point of this game, going up against a Twitch and a Gwen, the late game might become a little bit difficult for JDG. So we'll have to see how they manage that early game and how they carry things out through there.
So before we get to a conversation about the top side of the map, which I think will obviously rule this series so much, I do want to zoom in on this bottom side a little bit because the Twitch Rakan combo into the Ezreal Yuumi, you were talking earlier, maybe some early aggression from the Twitch in trying to find something in the bottom lane. But is that where do you think that's a win condition here, where they can try and get the Twitch ahead for Jackie Love and really find a way forward? Or is Ezreal pretty much going to play safe the whole time and then we just see what happens on the rest of the map?
I think it depends how JDG play the bot lane now. But the problem is Ezreal Yuumi can kind of just harass you down freely and you can't do too much in return. Like I said, Mark, past level 1, unless Missing makes a mistake, because we did see this even at MSI Game 5, Carrier getting jumped on by Ming because he stepped out level 2. I think that one is burnt into my mind. But assuming that they play it correctly, JDG should never feel pressure from the enemy bot lane pre-6, and they should just be able to harass and farm. And the problem is, not only is it the Rakan who can't pressure the Ezreal much, you also have Tian on the Graves, who isn't the best ganker. So as long as JDG respect that, they shouldn't feel too much pressure in that area, and they should just be able to have a lot of strength in the bot lane, a lot of priority. Mid lane's more for skill matchup, but Yagawa's opted for the Ignite to give an advantage there. We'll see how that goes. And 369, I expect to be able to handle Wayward in the early levels on this Gwen. So JDG have strong lanes, and it's up to Kanavi what he can do with that to find an advantage. I feel like there is a timer to an extent on JDG.
For sure. And it's really exciting as we get into the first game of this best of 3. Who's going to take first blood? Who's going to take first blood on the season in this historic rivalry between TES and JDG? But it's really about who's looking forward to making something happen in summer. Which one of these teams is really going to step up to play and not finish second, not just finish top 4, but come out for the win and come out and represent the LPL at Worlds? As we do get down to the nitty-gritty, we talked a little bit about the bot lane, the win conditions that come from there. But again, we did foreshadow to it. It is the Tien versus Kanavi matchup that will mean so much in this early game, and especially how that plays towards these solo laners.
I mean, I feel like junglers was so important last playoffs, and that's going to be repeat here. And as you said, both these teams, that might have been a mistake, actually.
It's an immediate ignite from Mark as soon as he hit the double knockup as well, Missing. Having to go away into Hope as he was getting burned down. Some of the damage going through. Jackie Love, sub 200 health here, but it's just going to be the trades back and forth.
Yeah, so they managed to find the pressure onto Missing, but ultimately we actually saw Jackie Love go the Q, the ambush level 1, instead of the expunge, so didn't have the damage to burst him out before he could reattach. And ultimately a lot of summoners burnt from JDG, so even though Jackie Love got low, I still say this favors JDG. Oh, see the heavy trade here, but I mean, remember 369 has a lot of sustain, but does manage to survive there. But yeah, JDG have a lot of combat summoners with the Yuumi. You have 3, enemy team have 2, and they have burnt them all, so I think Top Esports can be happy.
And we're talking about longevity, we're talking about history for these teams. This is the 600th game for JDG as an organization. I think that's absolutely huge when you're talking about the history of the LPL. When we were talking about the rivalries between these two squads, and especially, coming into summer, we're talking about the high hopes that both these two squads can have.
I mean, I think that's what you got to take away, right? Both of these teams top 4 in spring, and the expectation is that if they repeat that performance and they're a top 4 team in summer, they will make worlds, and that is the big goal for these organizations. Obviously, neither of them were able to get a win in the spring split, but still had really solid performances and have expectations to live up to. And I think, importantly, when you're playing against another team who you expect to be at the top of the standings, a win can make such a difference. You're not only giving yourself that point, but denying a point from someone who will be close to you in the standings can make the difference between you maybe making it into the top 2, so you actually get into the double elim, or having to do what Top Esports did and fight their way through the bracket, which obviously can be far riskier.
Exactly. I think it's all about the journey to that point, right? And I think the journey is always the most interesting part. It's not about the destination, it's the journey. Speaking of the journey, though, starting off this split, right, we are getting a ton of differences in the meta, things like that. But I do want to highlight the fact that, we haven't said it too much, but it is the Jackie Love Twitch to kick off their first series of the split in LPL. Something we don't often see in the LPL is the Twitch as well.
Yeah, it's been over 300 days since we last saw the Twitch in the LPL, so quite a while. I think that was. We got our stats from production. So a while since we've seen it. Obviously, this meta has kind of opened up a lot more of those hyper carries. Let's hone in a little bit in this top lane matchup. So set into Gwen is typically a good matchup because you can get up in her face and just beat up on her like this. But Wayward has been handling these trades so well, dodging away from the true damage there, getting the Qs on consistently. And 369 picked this as an answer to the Gwen, and so far Wayward has had his number.
He has. Obviously need to see how it pans out once you get to that level 6 mark, things like that, especially the benefit that 369 can have in team fights with the setup of the showstopper and things along those lines. But in the laning phase, at least, Wayward is definitely giving 369 something to think about up there in those terms. But we still haven't seen really that much activity coming out of these junglers. Where last series, we were seeing early game pathings. Even if we weren't getting the crazy blood early on, we were still seeing a lot of the skirmishing go down. This time around, both junglers really fine with kind of setting their own tempo within their jungle.
And I think for the Graves, that's really fine. Graves is someone who just wants to farm up and get a lead out of CS and really scale into the later stages. Wukong does have more early presence, but even then, I think this is just how the meta has developed. Because you can't dive early anymore, there is less windows to make things happen. You can still gank if people have the lane in wrong position, but kind of the fact was before, if your lane had priority and was extending pressure, then you could dive. If the enemy team had priority, then you could gank. It's kind of half the opportunities as a result. So, do you see a bit of a skirmish coming out here?
We do. Knight getting the electrocute popped on him. Tien shows up as well, but Kanavi is right there to make sure Yagao is safe and sound. The level 6s have been achieved for the mid laners. See the Spirit Rush available now for Knight if they want to get a move on, but it's going to be towards this dragon area that we'll see a presence from both these teams, at least more majorly from Top Esports. I don't know how early these dragon objectives are going to be focused, though, as the mid lane has definitely been pressed in and leading to priority for Top Esports.
Yeah, and let's take stock of the lanes, right? So top lane, we saw 369 have a good trade before, but ultimately hasn't been able to find too much pressure in the matchup. Wayward pretty far ahead in terms of CS. Mid lane, Knight is not only ahead in farm, but also pressuring Yagao under the turret. Remember, Yagao took Ignite, so isn't able to take that free reset with TP, has lost a plate, and is currently stuck in lane with no mana. So Knight really applying pressure on the 1v1. And even if we look towards bot lane, we were kind of saying that, like, Hope and Missing should be able to freely harass and trade in this lane. They also haven't found too much of an advantage, and obviously this Twitch is going to scale exceptionally, and this priority on the bot side has allowed Tien to just push in and start to contest these jungle camps, which is exactly what the Graves wants to be doing now. Hope's looking to defend here.
Oh no! He has the arcade shift away. At the same time,
that's how it goes.
Kanavi is coming down this way. There's 4 bodies down here for Top Esports. Knight just around the corner here as Tien and the rest of TES make their way out of JDG's jungle. This is the pressure that is gained from Top Esports in these early advantages.
Yeah, going to start this dragon as well. So for JDG, a composition where I said they need to be winning out the lanes, finding those early advantages. To be struggling at this point, not the best omen for how this game can pan out, but obviously still much more opportunity for them to make things happen as we go further into this game. Top Esports actually end up not finishing off the dragon.
369. 369's getting a little bit of work done here. That showstopper was huge, but now Wayward has the advantage. Doesn't go for the kill. The snip, not enough.
But ultimately, 369 didn't have Ignite there. Ignite might have been able to help him out and cut down the healing from Gwen, but he burns the flash a much longer cooldown and has to do so because he was going to lose that against the Gwen. And I'm saying that again, if the Gwen is winning now, it's not looking good.
You don't say, Hugs. You don't say. This terrifying champion who just loves to take scissors and run around with them, the thing we've been told not to do since we were children, is strong. Tien in some trouble here in his own. He was the one putting the aggression. He was the one with the priority in lanes, and he dies to Kanavi.
The confidence from Kanavi comes in, the double proc of the ultimate. Tien doesn't find the space to get away. He did have flash and ultimate, but doesn't make the space. So Kanavi looking to challenge in that jungle matchup and does find a kill. Now, Hope and Missing able to poke out Mark and find some space. And now Kanavi, he has started up the Herald. Wayward trying to stall them alone and buy time. You can see Tien is coming back from base. They just want to stall this one out, and Kanavi is trying to rush it down.
And Yagao and Knight are just running all over the place. They've been just using ultis. They've been trying to hit each other all day long. It hasn't been working out. Tien finally making it, but it's just a little bit too late. Kanavi has already claimed the Rift Herald. Knight is here, though. Wayward looking forward, but that charm did not connect. 369, you got to be careful. But now it is Tien who dies for a second time within just a couple minutes, and Wayward joins him in the Death Realm.
And just as we were saying, things were looking a bit rough for 369. They find the skirmish around the Herald. I feel like Top Esports overestimated their strength there. The Herald is already gone. They just wanted to fight, and they saw 369. They were like, okay, no flash on this set. We can kill him. He can't escape. But JDG changed the game plan. They don't try and escape. They don't leave their set to die. And the fact is, if you're trying to chunk out a set, I mean, he's pretty good at stacking up that shield, allowing the turnaround. We can see the play here. So Top Esports posturing. They want the fight. You can see Kanavi moves into the pit, and they think, okay, maybe we can just kill the set. But set starts to stack up that grit. Look at that full bar.
Yeah.
Doesn't get the true damage, but Tien gets chunked out. And then Yuumi turns up. Really nice roam coming out from Missing. Kind of funny that he's missing from bot lane, and that's what helps solidify the play.
I don't know if I can follow you up on that one. Even I'm not here for that one. But no, it was great timing from JDG and just realizing, I feel like taking advantage of the momentum, right? Like you had that play where Kanavi finds out Tien on his roof. He goes aggressive. He gets the solo bolo. Right after that, Tien is forced to bolt it towards the Rift Herald to try and contest that one. He's forced into an unthinkable situation and dies right afterwards. You just took Tien off the map for so long and able to get so much for JDG. But you got to be careful of this top lane as 369 is getting a little bit of damage done to him by the snip of Wayward.
Yeah, I mean, 369 does have that regen that the set has, and you can see Wayward didn't even burn the Ignite. He knew he wasn't going to get the all-in because of the grit. But now we actually see Kanavi coming over. Remember, Wayward no ult.
He's so fast. He's so quick. That's the beauty of the Wukong that I was highlighting earlier. It just fits. It just feels good, man, as JDG's Kanavi picks up another kill.
And I think this is the thing, you know, Umbral Glaive is that early spike for the Graves, but the fact is, Divine Sundra, a more expensive item, already finished by the Wukong, and you can see the strength difference on this pick, able to burst through Wayward, and Kanavi is just running rampant in this game. We do see the Dragon secured by Top Esports, but JDG are the ones with the lead.
All right, Hope and Missing get a little bit down there. Final chapter was utilized by Missing in that little bit of a trade, but Rift Herald used in top lane. This will be first tower for JDG.
Yeah, and as much as the lanes went good for Top Esports, the momentum is well in favor of JDG. 3,000 gold lead. They get that first tower, but it looks like Top Esports might be coming up to contest. Won't actually find an opportunity and won't be able to stop them. And Kanavi has just been so fantastic this game. Tien, someone who we praised so heavily during the playoffs for Top Esports, is a big proponent of their early game advantages, being challenged and losing out. He is 2 levels down on Kanavi, does end up getting that Scuttle to bring himself up to level 8, but isn't able to find a pick onto the Wukong.
I want to talk a little bit about more of that because the jungle matchup is so key, but I think both junglers bringing such different pieces to the table this time around, right? Tien, solid damage, obviously really sustainability from the Graves itself. Kanavi on the other hand. Well, meanwhile, Yagao actually getting outplayed here by Knight. He can't commit because 369 is right there around the corner. Kanavi was right there around the corner. Meanwhile, Jackie Love and Hope going at it here. Flash from Jackie Love over the wall. He can't get it. Hope able to kite out, and
Jackie
now
Love.
Jackie Love is in some trouble. He's going to need to use the
no.
ambush. He's got the minions chasing him down. Kanavi is coming to
goodbye.
town with Missing, and Jackie Love will go down.
I mean, Jackie Love trying for the play, didn't even have the ultimate, so it was a little bit bold. Felt like the Bladering King could have been enough. And I think the moment he flashed in to follow like behind the turret, I was like, dude, you ain't getting out again after this one. Bit of a mistake. And I think this is the true indicator of how this top esports game is kind of panning out, right? Knight winning the 1v1 against Yagao. Jackie Love winning the 1v1 against Hope. But it's the team play from JDG, and they're looking for more here.
They got a TP out of TES here on the bottom side. Knight does rejoin his squad, but that's the conversation I want to go back to that I didn't get a chance to talk about, because I was saying about Graves for TN brings a little bit of sustainability, some serious damage. But Kanavi, on the other hand, we've talked about his unique flanks, we've talked about his angles, but it's the Cyclones, it's the setup, it's the whole team fight utility that the Wukong brings to Kanavi and to JDG.
And it's just more pressure early on this great Wukong, which is why it saw such high priority at MSI, being able to find those great angles, the power in skirmishes, and Tien just hasn't found the momentum. But yeah, like that mid play, Knight nearly getting the all in and then being punished because JDG showed up. That play with Jackie Love nearly getting the all in. Then it's JDG who show up. It's just better team play right now from JDG. So despite the strength we saw in the laning phase from Top Esports, despite those windows they're looking for, JDG are pulling ahead. 3,000 gold lead. And we hit on it before. The scaling is there for Top Esports, and JDG needed that momentum. They have that momentum right now. Kanavi 4-0-1 on that Wukong is a menace right now.
It's actually huge. 3K as well in the lead for JDG there, as 369 taking a trade from Knight. Not going to come up with much. He is a pretty tanky individual. Oh my God. Tien just can't catch a break.
That's painful.
He can't catch a break.
Yeah, that is not a fun thing. I know, obviously, it's not just a denial of the blue, but also giving that over to Yagao, allowed him to hold up in lane a bit longer. We've seen Knight actually the one to answer 369. It's actually a bit painful for 369, as the set is you're never really going to get on the Ahri. And also, level 11 for Knight to level 9 of 369. 42 CS over him, and obviously they didn't go up against each other. It's not like he found that CS advantage in the lane versus him, but it's still the extra power afforded to the Ahri. And now Top Esports are trying to play towards his bot tower and pick it up. The response for JDG will be that second Herald, but I think Top Esports can be happy with this trade. When you're down in gold, you'll take what you can get.
Exactly. You'll give the gold over to Knight. You did see on the opposite side of the map, Yagao was putting in some pressure against Wayward on that tier 2 tower up there, but it is a big objective secured for TES as they get something of gold back. They try to make a dent in this gold lead that JDG have gotten themselves, but it's to the mid lane now as JDG look to take down another outer tower.
And the pressure's just there. The Twitch can't really find a window to get in, especially when Kanavi can be hovering around, and so it's just poke, poke, poke coming out. This mid game for the Ezreal Yuumi will really shine, and you just can't trade effectively. If you're not killing the Ezreal, the Yuumi will help and out sustaining, will just poke you down. That Triforce already in pocket, and closing in on having that Manamune as well will be a big spike, and that's where JDG should really take control. Now, one saving grace is Top Esports got that early dragon. Oh, looking for an engage.
They might have found Hope. Don't hit the quickness there, but they do find the damage. Hope dies. Final chapter comes out. Kanavi is going to go on a rampage at this point, though. Getting healed up from Missing. It's no longer Hope and Missing as the duo. It is Kanavi and Missing. And another tower bites the dust for JDG.
Yeah, again, it feels like every time Kanavi is there and Tien just gets exploded in response. But now, look at the
ambush. That's huge. Spray and pray there, as well as the damage. See if he can get the expunge, but can't do the damage just yet.
Yeah, does chunk him out, gets the flash from Yagao. Still a trade up in that regard. And we see towers trade on the other side of the map. Wayward will pick up top. 369 picks up bot lane. And again, I think Top Esports are okay. If you're trading when you're down in gold, you'll take it. But JDG now pick up that dragon. It is an Inferno Soul, which will obviously be massive for them. They already have a lot of poke, a lot of long-range bursty damage with the LeBlanc and the Ezreal. But a long way from securing that themselves. We see the replay. Mark tries to predict the Arcane Shift. Very close, but does still get the charm. It just means that there's a bit more survival for Hope. But then Kanavi, with the Yuumi on him as well. That's the scary thing. It's like when you have a fed bruiser for Yuumi to attach to, it just becomes so much more difficult. Wukong is already hard to kill. You attach a Yuumi, and it's just a pain. Yeah, 5-0, working on that Death Stance. Once he has the Death Stance, he will become even more of a problem.
And I think the rest of JDG can just kind of follow behind Kanavi's lead, and that's exactly the setup we put for Kanavi, right? He is the flag bearer. He is the main reason why JDG can find success early on through the jungle. And I love to see that he's performing well in this Wukong pick. We have the Rift Herald utilized in mid lane, trying to get that tier 2 tower. The charge will come off, and JDG now move forward under the tower onto Knight and Tien, and won't find any kills because of it. They'll just keep up the pressure in the red side jungle of TES.
JDG got about a 4,000 gold lead right now, 7 kills to 1. We have a replay lower down yet.
Wait, what? Oh my god,
Jackie Love
True Shot Barrage
just gets deleted. True Shot Barrage coming in, it's enough. And now, 1 kill on the board for Top Esports. Down in towers, down significantly in gold. We hit on it before. Late game, I feel, favors them, but you have to get there. And I think this is where JDG are really spiking. But Top Esports trying to make a play on 369.
He is completely caught out here. They're even TPing and everything. Showstopper comes out immediately. Wayward chasing him down with the needlework. Spirit Rush was also used. He got the Haymaker back, but Wayward picks up the kill.
Yeah, it's actually a really good window because we're at just before 19 minutes. If you do that play in a minute and a half, they will just take Baron. So that is your window to try and punish JDG in the side lane. It does mean, however, they will look to try and take this top tier 2. And they should just be able to get this one before you can respond. We do see Wayward trying to answer. If they do trade these towers, then I think Top Esports win out on this one, right? You got the kill as a bonus, and if you're down in gold trading even, it's good. But JDG still making sure they answer whenever you try and take an advantage.
And they do get that tier 2 tower on the bottom side for Wayward, so at least a little bit of gold gotten back. It's still a 3,000 gold lead for JDG under that 20-minute mark, and it's been more so about Kanavi finding avenues into the TES backline, into the TES jungle, and really just forcing the hand of Tien and the rest of the squad.
I think now, though, we can kind of talk about critical mass. This is the point, right? Ezreal is about to have his 2-item spike. The Mirror Mana stacked. We have the Death Dance for Kanavi. When you're already lacking damage, he's going to feel invincible. This is the point where JDG, I want to see them try and get a big team fight win and look to transition that into Baron to carry this momentum on. They're in prime position to close out this game. They just need the window. We have Dragon in a minute 30. We'll see if Top Esports look to contest that. But honestly, I think a big factor is look how many towers have been taken by JDG. Both inner and outer in the top and mid. And what that means is JDG can push really deep and look to secure vision, and it's very hard for Top Esports to contest this side of the jungle.
No. Oh no, come on.
Goodbye.
How did they know? Oh, Tien, I believed in you. I had the feeling. I was like, oh, you're gonna 007 this one, but he does not, as Kanavi smelled blood in the water, takes him out.
And now look at 369, trying to potentially find a flank angle here around mid. Top Esports should be able to back away. They won't find anything yet, but Yagao still fishing for something. Now, just taking the jungler down, they don't feel like it's enough to try and do the Baron. If you're stuck in the Baron pit against Gwen Twitch, it would be painful. But look at the control that JDG are establishing around this Baron area. Their goal is just make this a pocket of vision you can't contest, and then you can keep looking for picks like these. Tian ends up trying to clear the wave up in the top side. This gives information over to the enemy team, and he starts to see them moving. So ends up backing away. True Shot Barrage cancels the recall. At this point, Kanavi knows. He knows he has to be roughly where he is. If he doesn't see him, he's in the brush. They take him out and get that easy kill.
Dirty. That's some great teamwork from JDG, though. I love to see it. The call out with the True Shot Barrage and realizing, you know, a key member, Tien, who we would all, you know, think of as a main driving force for TS, is shut down out of the game. 0-4 now on the Graves. And I think on the other side, that 6-0 is standing oh so strong right now for the Wukong, as he has completed that Death Dance, working on his 3rd item. But Dragon, on the other hand, is being taken by said Wukong, as Kanavi and 369 taking their 2nd Dragon of the game.
Yeah, Top Esports not even going to contest this one. Easy pickup for JDG. And it is still going to be about 10 minutes till a possible soul for JDG. So at least that early Dragon means Top Esports have still about 32 minutes before soul is on the cards. More time to scale, but things are looking rough right now. And that's the thing, you know, the Yuumi benefits massively when a teammate is really strong. She kind of, do you think of her as like an amplifier? If you have a strong teammate, she can heal them, buff them, make them even stronger. So having this super fed Wukong is such a problem. We also have the set with the Death Dance. These targets are going to take such a lot of effort for Top Esports to kill, especially when they're behind on damage. And it just means more opportunity for a turnaround. Once again, Kanavi moving into this topside jungle, looking to sweep out vision and just try and deny as much area as possible away from Top Esports. invoke that fog of war and force Top Esports to contest the Baron.
And I want to talk about the strengths that we're looking for and looking out for in Top Esports, right? We're waiting on the second item, the mythic completion for Jackie Love. I think that'll be a decent spike for them. But where do you think that this game turnaround is really going to come from? Is it going to be out of these solo laners? Is it going to be the Jackie Love carry? Guess we'll wait to find out as Knight and Wayward are getting dragged down here. 369 actually dies to Wayward. Yagao just gets the kill to Wayward afterwards, though, immediately. And now Kanavi is hunting, but the TP is going to be enough. Oh, he makes it out. Knight, the golden left hand.
And they were trying to look for the plays in the side lane, get a numbers advantage. Yagao was there, though, makes the 1v1. But you can see even this early, right? You're talking about power spikes to look for. Wayward is still a threat against that set. I think for me, the Gwen's really going to come online 3 items, I think, as well. She becomes the main powerhouse. You know, if she goes as Zonya's third, she's hard to burst down and has all that DPS. I think the Twitch will waiting longer, though. But we'll watch this replay. And ultimately, the damage available to this Gwen so significant. The ult from 369 actually pulling the Gwen away from Yagao's burst. It's split target focus. Yagao could have probably just executed Wayward, but looks for Knight. And as a result, they get the trade kill. Now, Jackie Love has nearly 2 items. I feel like really 3-4 items is where he's kind of hitting that pivotal point. Probably 4. You know, get your mythic, get something like Lord Doms for the armor pen, and then get an IE. That is the point where Top Esports are critical mass. So JDG, there is a timer. They are still far ahead, and they are looking for Baron. It is a long way away.
That's like looking out in the future right now and trying to see what's going to happen in the next 5 minutes. The Baron, speaking of the future, is burning down from JDG. Here comes TES to try and make something happen. TP is coming in as well. Baron about 2,500. Here comes the showstopper, though. And TES, they might have gotten duped here. The Baron is still being taken. The split focus from JDG might just doom them, as it is Kanavi who secures the Baron. What about the fight after? The Cyclone, that's huge. Yagao gets the shutdown on a Wayward, and the rest of TES fall like dominoes. Knight will die. Kanavi goes with more kills, and Yagao trying to chase down Marcus, the last remaining member of TES. That is a 7-0 Kanavi Wukong to start off the season.
And they'll get the final kill as well. All members of Top Esports going down. Baron secured by Kanavi, and then he joins the fight, and he ends the fight. The rivalry still goes on, and JDG have the edge right now. 7-0 on the Wukong for Kanavi. 5-0 for Yagao on that LeBlanc. 0-0-10 for missing. Hasn't died yet. They managed to secure the Baron. 7k goal lead. You know what? You said that you were saying, Mazel, the 4-item spike for the Twitch is a long way away. I don't think it's going to happen. This game does not look like it. And you see the fight initially starts quite close, right? They kill Tian, sure, but Wayward starts to find momentum. But this whole time, Kanavi's just finishing the Baron, and then he does it. And he's like, okay, it's go time. Dives
Cyclone,
over the wall
baby,
and just obliterates everyone.
The reactivation there. Just Kanavi being like... you know, they say the saying is like, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Well, Kanavi had his cake and he was eating it too at that point. Like, he was able to finish out the Baron by himself and then also go in to make sure he's got the game-winning plays and the fight-winning plays. And I think that's
he's just like, give me a sec, guys. Just, you know, finish the Baron.
Hold on. You can last for a couple more seconds, right? Guys, I got one more bite.
Wait up. Hold up. And then he just shows up and decimates them. And yeah, and as much as Wayward is feeling stronger and stronger in these fights, it just doesn't compare to this Wukong who basically just bursted him out, right? Black Cleaver completed, Death Dance, Divine Sundra, great at shutting these tankier targets. And kind of interesting play coming off the Top Esports here. They're trading inner towers. Now, in terms of gold, this definitely favors Top Esports. But JDG have the Baron that's going to help them push. Yagao is headed back. 369 is there as well. They're trying to defend. In return, it looks like the bot lane is here for Top Esports.
That's a big showstopper back. Wayward is completely caught out. And now the rest of their base is forfeit at this point.
Yeah,
they have the TP back. They're losing their Nexus towers here. And Yagao is keeping them in the fold. It's still a 3v3 here back at the base, though. JDG want to end the game, but they don't have the minion wave to do so. As Tien gets caught in the picture, he gets finally taken down. TES, they have the numbers here, but they can't put a defense up.
This isn't going
Here
well.
we
They're
go.
looking for the
Quickness
engage
back.
now.
That is a big engage from Mark, but what about the back line? Jackie Love is already dead. Mark is already dead. Knight, the golden left hand, can't make it happen. And the Nexus is the only thing left to bear for TES. It will go down so slowly but surely, and JDG strike first blood in this series.
Oh, wayward looking, but the Nexus is gone. You can't even get the kill back in return. And JDG dominating that game. That's like the early laning phase. I think that's when Top Esports had an edge. We'll look at the goal graph and be like, oh, you know, there's like that little bump at the start. And then it was all JDG for the entire game. The jungle gap. We highlight this matchup as being pretty important. We highlight Tien as being someone who was massive for Top Esports in spring, in playoffs. It didn't even look close. It was such a jungle gap between these two. Kanavi dominating the Rift on this Wukong and just head and shoulders above Tien in this game. JDG, a fantastic performance.
Gotta give huge props to Kanavi. I know we talked about him from the beginning of the series itself, but
you know what? He's pretty good.
Yeah, he's pretty damn good. To show out the way that he did against Tien, the former world champion, against this jungler for TS, who has all the pieces around him. You were talking about, you know, Tien, Jackie Love, and being able to play around Knight himself, and it just didn't come to fruition there. That first solo bolo from Kanavi really set the pace for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and it felt like every time where you saw a spark of the TES individual proficiency, Jackie Love trying for the 1v1, you know, the outplay of Knight into Yugao in the soloing. I will actually say, I think individually, I would say in the laning phase, we saw Top Esports actually have the advantage, you know?
Yeah.
We said about this bot lane for JDG, they should be able to poke them out. Didn't happen. Mid lane's a bit of a skill matchup, and Yugao even had Ignite. He got bullied and lost plates. Top lane was supposed to be favored of 369, and Wayward was handling it perfectly fine, even winning some of those all-ins. And it didn't matter because Kanavi was everywhere, making it happen.
Crap.
And look, I told you about the goal graph, dude. That little bump
It's the
at
little
start.
blip. It's the little blip.
Little blip, and then it's all JDG all the time. And he gave the room to his laners. It was purely that jungle difference. And I can credit the other team, the other members of JDG who definitely stepped up. And I think this is the critical thing for JDG is they are so good as a team, so good as a unit. But Kanavi is that leader for them. And really, the difference between him and Tien was what solidified this win.
And I'm really interested at the way they approached game number 2, but the set pickup into the Gwen, 369 had some very interesting pieces to the early game, but the fact of the matter is, you have that team fight potential with this set. And I think that's something that was very differing in the way that both these teams approached this game and through their draft, right? Like I was talking about the points in the game where, Graves is a good damage dealer. But that's what he does. Wayward on the Gwen is a good damage dealer. But the utility isn't necessarily there. And the team fight set up for 369 for JDG as a whole was there. You had the utility from the flanking Cyclones from Kanavi, the showstopper to kind of set things right in the game, in the fights as well. And I think that was super important to look at when you're looking at the draft, Docs.
Yeah, I think they had the tools to make it happen. And as much as there was concerns, right? Because the scaling options were there for Top Esports, the coordination wasn't, and the tools to make fights happen quickly. I love the fact that they had this Yumi as well. And even in that last fight, Missing played really well. I mean, this is actually a point that I was bringing up earlier today, is how proficient will these players we've typically seen on Leon and Nautilus look at Enchanters. Missing had a fantastic Yumi game. At the end, using the ultimate, the final chapter, to interrupt the dash from the Rakan, stop the engage. Just really excellent.
It was excellent. And a way for JDG to really come out of the gates swinging in this first series of their summer split. We will have to see if Top Esports can bounce back after that, though, and see if we get to go to a full 3 games. I am crossing my fingers as my mic takes a dip. Thank you all so much. We'll be right back with game number 2.
I will devour your world. You disappoint me. I am not somebody's void spawn. I am so much more. I am the end of the world and the beginning of mine.
If you were mine, I would cherish you forever. Day and night, I would hold you in my arms. I would tell you all my secrets if you were mine. If you were mine, I would climb up to the chimney tops, shout the news till everybody stops, to see what the fuss is all about. If you were mine. If you were mine, the world would never be the same. Ooh, won't you please be mine? If you were mine, I would never let you go. I'd hold you up like a candle to the window, and we would.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL Summer 2022 split as Shanghai, the night sky before you. We are into the thick of things between JDG and Top Esports. My name is Mizell. I'm joined by Ox, and we've had an incredible day so far. We haven't had the 3-game series that we had yesterday, but maybe that's where this will turn itself around as TES got smashed in game number 1. I will say, there were a lot of things going for JDG in that aspect, but one of those things was Kanavi, who takes the MVP on Wukong in game 1.
Yeah, understandably. Sorry, I was just fixing my camera, went a bit out of focus, but Kanavi, he was focused all through that game on this Wukong. Started with that solo kill onto Tien and then just was everywhere. Felt like he was omnipresent on the map. Every time Top East was trying to make a play, the monkey turned up. Probably going to turn up in the Nightmares tonight as well after that performance. Kanavi, just a monstrous game.
Yeah, it's actually incredible. From this solo kill that we saw against Tien to the multiple kills afterwards that followed, really just having a say every single way, feeling like he was everywhere at once on the plays as well, even when the rest of TES were attempting to do things. It was plays like this that stood out. It's the communication, the team communication that comes together. That true sharp rush, stopping Tien from backing, Kanavi and missing, realizing he can only be one place. Let's go kill him again.
Yeah, and I think the fact that Missing paired up with him so well in this Wukong just made him so hard to deal with. Super mobile, super powered to kill. Yuumi on top as well makes him basically immortal. Just a great performance from him. And honestly, the early Divine Sundra making such a difference. The burst damage he had in those skirmishes. And here, the fight literally looking like it might be okay for Top Esports. Kanavi joins in and it's instantly over.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It just felt like, he was able to shut it down every single time he showed up in lane. And that's where, going into game number 2 of the series itself, you need a total and complete bounce back from Top Esports. We talked a little bit about their laning phase going well. They had priority in mid lane and were utilizing that so well to put pressure on Kanavi early on, but then they lost that a little bit, and that's when Kanavi really took to the skies.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it was one of those situations where every lane was kind of having the edge in Top Esports, which we expect. Top Esports are fantastic laners. I think we can definitely solidify that. But the jungle difference ended up opening up, and then JDG just had the better team play. And one question to me was, Tian on the Graves wasn't super impactful, got shut down. Lee Sin was open. He could have taken the Lee Sin into Wukong. Not only is it a decent matchup, right? You can actually skirmish with him early. You have your dash to get away if he invades you like he did onto Graves. The ward hop a lot more useful than Graves' like mini dash. And on top of that, when it comes to team fights, you can just kick Wukong away from your backline, create space for the likes of Jackie Love on the Twitch. So I feel like maybe that could have been a different play for them. Having more impact for Tian might have helped them out. Because, I mean, as much as I think that JDG had tools they could play around with, I think Top Esports, it was only really the Graves that I had massive issue with in the draft. Maybe the Renata could have worked as well to compare with Jackie Love, but ultimately this was a play difference, not so much just a draft distance. So I expect they'll re-examine. They'll probably give Tian something with more agency, but Kanavi is the problem. They have to find a way to handle him.
Maybe
and
5
it's especially
bans.
funny. Well, maybe 5 bans. I mean, JDG banned 5 picks against Jackie Love, and he definitely didn't have as much impact as you'd hope.
Yeah.
But to be honest, I think it was just a matter of time. He wasn't given the time to scale up and become a monster on that Twitch.
Yeah, I think so as well. And that's where my key word for Top Esports going into the second game is proactivity, right? You get the Graves, and I think that's fine. You see a lot of the scaling aspects for them, but you also need something that can contest with Kanavi early on, and they were doing so through the laning itself. But when it came to the 1v1, right, like it didn't work out for the Graves. There just wasn't that proactivity to really be able to get something done. And as we go into this second game of the series, right, TES on the blue side yet again, JDG they're on the red side. We'll see what changes for top esports going to this one. JDG so far though, sticking right true and center. They've got 2 ADCs off the board. Now we just need 3 more on the other side.
And you know, Talia is a flex, so technically this is 3 jungle bans, you know, in theory. And then they're going to first pick the Viego, something that has more early impact in the skirmishes than the Graves. They've also thinned the pool for JDG, and you know they're hovering the Ari pick, but bear in mind last draft top esports banned the Lissandra. It is now open and available as a response to this, so could be used. It will be that early Ari pickup. Now we see what Kanavi takes. The Lee Sin is there. I don't know why it was overlooked last draft, but they could just lock that one in. A decent matchup into the Viego as well. We'll see what they opt for.
Yeah, I think that's an obvious choice here for Kanavi to really have that same proactivity that we saw him have last game as well. And to have the decision making, I think, in the skirmishing, that was so important. And it does get locked in for JDG.
Lissandra Gwen, I think it should be here. I love Lissandra with Viego. I mean, it's good in the Ari, we know that much, but also with Viego, you both get the resets. You get the frozen thralls from Lissandra, and you get the resets from the Viego. Super devastating. And the Gwen as well. Yeah. No reason not to take it. I feel like Wayward was having, like, he was strong even when they were behind. Just wasn't able to find an opportunity to carry, but the laning phase, the set didn't feel like a good answer. No. So we'll see what JDG opt for here. I think top esports could be happy with what they have so far.
There's got to be something going on. Like we saw it happen in the first game where the Ari was picked, Lissandra banned away. JDG opt into that as their second pick of the ban pick phase, but it is their first pick, which I find really interesting. And so as we get the Ezreal locked in here, we'll talk about that a little bit more. What do you think the theory or the thought process is here to really feel confident in taking the Ari into what you know will be the Lissandra?
Well, I think we have, as much as we saw it work at MSI quite consistently, I think Xiaohu did a lot of work to make it such a prevalent pick. People talk about the fact that had a 100% win rate over, I think, 6 games. A lot of those games was Xiaohu picking up the finals where he did make it work so effectively. It is a counter, but you have to pressure in lane. If you don't apply pressure onto the Ari, she will just get to the point where she's comfortable. And also at level 6, like, as much as the Lissandra can lock you in place, it's very hard to even get to you with that mobility with cleanse as well. So it does work as a counter, but it's not one of those counters that are like auto win, like just brainless, like it guaranteed works. You have to make it work. But I think Knight is definitely a player who can do so. Now, follow up the bans, we do see.
We didn't get the 5 jungle bans.
We don't get the 5 jungle bans. We do get the 5 mini carry bans as well.
Carry bans, though.
JDG repeat with Ezreal. And now a bit of a 369 special. The Kennen comes in. It's something we saw consistently as a counter. We saw being played. 369 played this Kennen before everyone else was really in spring, but also works very well into the Gwen. So they do have that counter response, not feeling confident in the set. Now, Jackie Love, got to see what he will take in this situation.
It's gotta be the Aphelios, right? It's gotta be the Aphelios. I feel like
the pool has been thinned
by 5.
I think one problem with the Aphelios in this composition is you are going to get outranged a decent amount. Ezreal doesn't really need to come close to you, and if Ari and Kennen are coming close to you, it's probably just to CC and kill you. But they will opt to lock it in. Gale Force usage for Jackie Love will be really important here. But the question is, what support pick? It feels like they want a bit of engage. I prefer Nautilus on the patch. I think he benefited from the extra tankiness, whereas Leona, who was already really bulky, didn't feel like he gained too much. Alistair could make sense too to knock away the Kennen, but they do go for that Nautilus. That point and click CC, very effective against Ari and Ezreal, who have so many dashes. And now it's up to JDG. What will they take in the support role to respond?
Where we see maybe the pick back up at the set flex. But I think we'll get the potentially tried and true frontline engager supports that we all know and love in the LPL that we haven't been getting as much of recently, and it is the classic Leona versus Nautilus matchup.
Yeah, so something I didn't expect to see as much. Leona, I feel like, struggled because one of the big things with Leona and Nautilus is they contribute quite a bit to all-in damage, and that's obviously a lot harder now with the increased tankiness. They're not as useful in terms of diving because diving is so much harder. Like, Leona isn't tanky enough with how strong the towers are, so I feel like it's surprising we get those coming out, but I guess both teams just want that engage tools from their support returning to form. Ultimately, though, I think Top Esports can be really happy with this draft. I do feel like the Felios might struggle at times in getting up close to hit people, hit the right targets. But I think the Viego, Lissandra into Lee Sin, Ari is fantastic. The Gwen is a really great pick. Yes, the Kennen is a difficult lane, is going to harass the Gwen down. But Wayward has shown that he can handle the set. If he can manage this lane, he is going to scale up into a monster. You have a ton of CC and lockdown to set you up to get you in range. So I really like the Top Esports comp, but you know, I can like the comp all I want. It doesn't mean they're going to win. JDG, really convincing performance in that game one. And ultimately, if Knight is going to make this counter matchup work, it's not just about this play. He needs Tien to come and assist him. They need to bully out the Ari and shut her down pre-6.
Yeah, and it's so funny to me because I do still think that it's going to be a lot of that, you know, first 15 minutes as it has been, at least in the first game of this series, and about who is getting those leads, who's feeling confident on the map itself, and really seeing where Kanavi leads this Lee Sin out to. Because I still think there's a lot of potential for the game to kind of explode open like it did last time on.
Yeah, I think absolutely. Both junglers have a bit more playmaking. Obviously, the Viego tends to be better in the skirmishes. There's a lot of setup for this Lee Sin on the gank, so could make that happen. We'll see how it develops, but ultimately, mid-jungle is a big pivotal point now. JDG potentially fishing for the Gwen. Wayward gets caught here. Doesn't have flash, only has the ghost. Could be devastating. But looks like he's not going to move up towards there. Question mark pings you can see coming out from Top Esports. And then the warning ping on top. They don't see anyone on the map. They don't see anyone covering. They assume it might be a heavy invade. You can see the warning pings there. So Top Esports not going to fall for that early play. And it's really important because, you know, it's already going to be a rough time in lane for Wayward. He kind of just has to mitigate the poke, survive with the Doran shield and the second wind. So did not want to make the laning phase any more painful for himself.
For sure. And I want to go back to the overarching point of this series and as a whole, right? It is the start of summer. It is just the very beginning of a very long LPL season into Worlds, where the top 4 can qualify potentially for Worlds itself. Both of these teams are going for that goal. They are both looking to make better on what they did in spring, be better than just the top 4 team, go for the trophy itself. And I think JDG showed up already. They were like, okay, we are here to represent. We've rolled out the red carpet. Now I'm waiting for TES to do so.
Yeah, they need to answer back in this game. Going down 2-0 first game of the split, it's not just about the standings aspect that might come in later in the season. It's also the confidence boosts. This is one of the bigger matches we're going to have in the early stages of the tournament.
This is the JDG TES match. This is the time we're going to see it.
It's a storied matchup. Yeah, and it's also, you know, we don't often see the top 4 go against each other just because we're at 17 teams, right? Out of those 17, only 4 are in the top 4. As, you know, that's some simple math for you. But ultimately, Top Esports want to be able to take this win, want to be able to at least answer back in this game too. So far, though, JDG will find the push for level 2. Not too much of an issue for Top Esports, though. We see Knight has priority here. We'll place down a ward. They also have a ward on red, but I think he'll time out before Kanavi gets there. But by knowing he hasn't done his red yet, they can kind of assume where he is and assume that he is now heading over to the red buff.
And this mid lane heavily pushed out by Knight himself. On the top side, though, 369 has taken up that mantle, has a big old wave to push into the tower against the Wayward. And Tien himself just looking to continue to farm up. Both junglers going for almost a full clear. Kanavi stopped before his Krugs to maybe get a little bit of action out onto the Rift, which I think is still super important to talk about going into this one. As these two junglers, we're still looking for that proactivity that I wanted. And we're still looking for that proactive play to come through, as Missing takes the engage. Zenith played on Jackie Love, gets a decent amount of damage put back.
You have to be kind of careful when you're playing Leona Ezreal, because Leona can engage over minions. And if Ezreal doesn't have a line of sight, you can be in a situation where you're not able to land Mystic shots. Now, Mark looking.
There's a flash out, but Hope will eventually have to flash himself. So it's just a flash for a couple flashes for.
Yeah, I mean, that's a win.
Yeah.
Like, it's time committed there, sure. But if you look at the top lane, Wayward is shoved in on a tower. Dive is not going to happen on this patch. The tower's too powerful. So he can just get the reset off. And with that play bot lane, it's a 2-for-1 trade in summoners. I think they're absolutely happy with that one. Does open up some potential opportunities in the future for return gang. So nice play from Tian. He has a lot to live up to after that game one, and a lot to sort of redeem himself on.
He does indeed. I will say, 369 stop in the back there on Wayward. A little bit cheeky. in all actuality. But still, I think I want to go into the conversation of what if we don't see any of that early game activity that we necessarily saw last game. Do we think that, is it TES who come out with that late game scaling? Is it JDG who will come out with the team fighting we saw be so good for them last time?
I feel like I give the edge to top esports, but JDG still have a bunch of tools. I think the mid-game spike is pretty big, right? Ezreal 2 items.
Oh my god.
Kennen can be devastating in team fights, Ari as well. But ultimately, I feel like later game, you'd rather have the Viego, you'd rather have the Gwen. There's Exhaust to shut down the Kennen. Aphelios will eventually outscale Ezreal, although to be honest, Ezreal's range advantage does make it sometimes difficult. But I'd kind of give the edge to top esports. But there is still a lot of opportunities for JDG to flourish later on. Yeah. And ultimately, if they come into the late game with a lead, they'll definitely feel comfortable. But if the game is slow, I think top esports are comfortable. But ultimately, Yagao didn't actually take the cleanse, surprisingly enough. We often saw the cleanse taken in Lissandra. Wasn't picked up here. Has the spellbook, so it's an option at points, but not always available. And ultimately, no cleanse on Hope as well. So a lot of value for Knight. If you land that Glacial Tomb, they are just stuck in place, which I think is really important. I've even seen at MSI, there was teams who were like running double cleanse, like cleanse AD carry, cleanse mid against the Lissandra. So Knight should have a much easier time. But they haven't really managed to pressure Yagao early, especially considering Knight was really putting down the pressure in that game 1 in the mid lane, which does mean Yagao has now hit that level 6 and hasn't really been challenged in lane. But now Tian returning for the gank. No flash on Missing or Hope. If the dredge line connects, it should be a kill if they get it onto Missing.
Yeah, Mark is definitely looking for it, but Tian doesn't want to waste too much time down here. I did want to see if we were going to get that early game, if we were going to get anything around this early dragon here. It doesn't look like so. The both junglers will be hovering around this area here as the lanes go back to a bit of a standstill in this moment.
Yeah, we saw Yagao starting to move, had prio, and I think that was the signal that maybe this isn't a play to go for. We do actually see Spellbook has been used by Yagao to have that cleanse, so not really threatened much by Knight's level 6. But now, Ken is looking. Kanavi's here. No level 6 for either jungler.
They don't know Kanavi is here either. He snuck through the alcove just like he did in the top side without being on vision. So this means Tian is moving in here. I do believe that Kanavi will need to be seen now as he does. And everybody's coming down this way. We got a 4v4 fight. Missing gets engaged on, but that means that Kanavi goes back in. He needs to get out of there. Knight's here now with level 6 as well. Yagao trying to stop him from going in. There's the glacial prison, or the tomb rather, frozen tomb. And it is the first blood going to top esports, which in all actuality is such a momentum shift from game number 1.
And I just want to praise Mark for his play there. Really tentative approach. Engaged onto Missing. Didn't even go for the auto because he knows if he stays in melee range, he will get blown up. Missing had his W up, so he doesn't want to overcommit. And as a result, JDG instantly tried to turn on Mark. I mean, we'll get to see in the replay so we can look over at them, but just I want to highlight Mark's play. He was a pivotal reason why this roster succeeded in spring, coming into the lineup and making such a headway. But a good early play from top esports to get that kill.
Indeed, and something they really needed to get up on, especially with the lack of action early on. We were talking about proactivity, and that's huge to just get the whole squad involved. Even if the kill goes to Mark, it's about getting TS on the board, which they were not able to do so easily last game.
Yeah, did burn flash from both jungle and mid though, so that's a bit of an advantage between those two in this mid lane matchup. Tian does now have that level 6 then, and I love this Lissandra Viego combo. I talked about in the lane, the draft, the double reset mechanic. They can be devastating in skirmishes, and it's about if you get that initial kill, but there's also reset mechanics on the side of JDG with the Ari, with the fact you get an extra stack on the ult. So I feel like a lot of these fights will be kind of swung on who gets that initial kill and can find the momentum going forward. If top esports struggle, it could make all the difference for JDG.
It absolutely could, and I think that's where you look towards this budding potential. 8.5 minutes in, we still haven't gotten any objective focus, but now we get the Rift Herald, which is the most important thing that LPL always want to fight over, even in the summer split, even with the durability patch, and it will be JDG picking up that first objective.
Yeah, and top esports quickly realize they can't contest and start to move down. Remember, no flashes mid jungle as they just hit on, so don't really want to go for that one when they don't have vision of the area. I thought they might have turned towards the dragon in return, but Tian takes the time to clear out his raptors, making sure they have control of mid. He's going to push in now and try and clear out some more vision, but has to be a bit careful he doesn't get engaged on. Yeah. Fishing for winners, I think now would be the time, right? You've got control of the area, you've got decent vision, you have prio mid and bot. Knight is just re-establishing that prio mid, so this should be the ticket to start off that dragon.
Yeah, and I think Kanavi kind of gave that one up for a while now, and it's just now Tien kind of realizing, we can go clear this out real quick. It is just the first dragon of the game. It is an ocean dragon to start us off. We'll see what our soul ends up being, but first dragon does go over to top esports, so a trade of neutral objectives early on.
Yeah, now Yagao might be caught out.
Ooh, almost the combo covered in, but smelled a little bit of spiciness coming out. Didn't even have to flash, just burned the spirit rush.
Oh, might have to rush.
Wait.
Oh, actually going in fear
but
there.
the charm misses, and he might just get blown up here. Hope doesn't have the damage. Kanavi makes it out. What is this? Oh,
Nice
that's a nice
there.
full flash. The kickback. Kanavi is going to go down to Jackie Love. Here comes the flash from Mark, but the flash immediately responded to by Hope and missing as they lose their summoner spells.
And I thought it could be precarious for top esports. Yagao still had charges on his ult up. Ends up overcommitting a bit, and top esports have the member. Remember, once the momentum is found, top esports can be really favored. I love the fact that Knight didn't really burn anything. Oh, now looking.
Gun's still available for Yagao. Not going to use it there. And trading some damage back on the Knight as the Frozen Tomb was still available as well.
I love the patience from Knight. He knows Yagao has cleansed, so he doesn't press R on him. Knows it would be a waste, but so the ult is burned from Yagao. So that's why JDG opted into this fight. They're like, we burned the ult, we still have charges, might as well make use. They go in, Charm doesn't connect, the re-engage is big, and Tian actually goes for the ult onto Yagao, but then look at this claw from Knight, cutting off Kanavi, gets the root, and even though he gets kicked away, Jackie Love can follow up for the kill. It's not a huge advantage, but a lot of summoners burn on the side of JDG. Flash from Kanavi, Hope, and missing, and it is still that kill for top esports. You know, it's early days, but a good start for them after that game one where they did kind of just get decimated.
It is indeed. And now Kanavi looking towards topside with the Rift Herald available. Just try to find something for JDG on the map themselves and looking anywhere. It's like a Jenga tower. You just got to keep pressing the blocks until something moves a little bit. And JDG are doing that right now with Kanavi up towards his top side. But Tien is right around the corner, and response is available as you also see Knight roaming up towards his top side.
Yeah, and something I want to say as well. Well, we'll hold that thought. We'll get to see the play first. But Wayward looking for this.
There's the slicing Maelstrom, though, and Wayward surviving. Kanavi gets outplayed. Tien gets the kill as well. Knight trying to chase down 369. If he gets the Frozen Tomb on top of it, spells his doom, and Tien picks up his second kill. The True Shot Barrage goes wide.
That was close. Not able to find it. And ultimately, a fantastic play from top esports, roaming up, expecting the pressure onto Wayward. They read Kanavi like a book, and we see Knight and Tien get the 2 kills. The power of this mid jungle really shining in this game. A stark difference from what we saw in game 1 with Tien really having Kanavi's number. It's 2-0-2 for the Viego. 100% kill participation so far. And something else I want to note as well. Wayward on the Gwen. Remember, this is a counter matchup. This is a matchup where we want to see the Kennen take over the laning phase. There isn't really a CS gap. It's very minor. 1 plate has been taken so far. Wayward doing a fantastic job of mitigating that pressure, and he will scale up to be a monster.
He will indeed. A little bit of greedy there for JDG as they stick around to get the plates. Tien wants to get the stun lock there, wanting to get down, but they don't find it. Just a little bit of gold given over to JDG for that, but still no kills going over that way. And the Rift Herald early objective focus from JDG is utilized.
Yes, we can see a replay of that one. Wayward gets chunked here. And again, I'm bringing this up whenever we see someone go low. Durability changes. Wayward able to survive. Kanavi starts taking tower hits and just gets absolutely destroyed. Now, Knight. Not sure where we go in there. There's the True Shot Barrage. Ends up going pretty close to where the reset is.
It was literally on target, but he
just gets the reset time. I don't think it would have killed him. Yeah, I don't think it would have finished him off, but it was on target. And ultimately, Knight very patient with the ultimate. I think that's something we can say of Lissandra. He holds it until there's like a guaranteed he's going to get the follow-up. Did so there. Made sure 369 was going to get ulted into the route afterwards. One thing is if you start ulting someone and lose vision, it can cancel the cast, and that will slow you down. So he just walked at him, made sure he got up to him, and then Chen was there to follow up. Really solid play coming out from those two.
A night and day difference, maybe literally, in this second game is the fact that you haven't even gotten your first item completed for Hope. You're still sitting on components. You're still waiting for a lot of that, and it's 14 minutes into the game where I feel like we were a little bit further along last game for JDG, and maybe a little bit of that coming to bite them here. Score Drinker has been completed for Kanavi. There's a little bit of a boost there, but all in all, it is complete control from TES across the map because of that proactivity we wanted to see from them that we are now seeing.
Yeah, we're seeing them make it work. And as well, the bot lane matchup. Before, you had Ezreal Yuumi. The Yuumi obviously scales fantastically. The Ezreal really spikes in the mid game. But here, as much as Ezreal will still get the 2-item spike, you know, you don't have that super scale and support. Jackie Love on the Aphelios will outscale you at a point. I do feel like the range advantage for Ezreal gives them a gap in the later stages, but in raw damage output, Aphelios definitely has the advantage. Does look like they're trying to start up this dragon. Would be second for top esports. There is a response coming in. We'll see if top esports can fight this one.
It's a little bit scary though. JDG are realizing they might need to put a little bit more respect on TES as Tien gets the dragon. What about the fight though? Missing, goes low, goes golden though. Yagao using the spirit rush forward. This could be a big fight for JDG. The kickback, it's split focus though.
Reset's
and now
coming.
Knight has joined the fight. You cannot split your focus like that, JDG, or they will wipe the floor with you. Everfrost doesn't connect, but the Frozen Tomb does. They get everybody but Yagao.
Yagao has to run away, and it felt like JDG was starting to find an advantage, but they don't kill anyone on top esports. The reset mechanics are there. As soon as they get one, it's like more and more and more are going to come in. We saw in the top lane, Wayward and 369 duking it out, both burning ultimates, but nothing will come from it. But top esports, they get the dragon, they get the kills. They have a 5,000 gold lead now. And Tien, after, I'm going to be honest, a horrific game one, he has bounced back to the extreme.
That's what you need from a player that is so propped up as TM, that has had such a good and honest track record of a player. We'll get to see a little bit more of that play.
Yeah, so it looks like initially the stopwatch from missing really good to buy time and waste ult from Tien. They're kiting backwards, but look at the chakrams on Jackie Love. He gets kicked in, but he's still doing so much DPS up close, helps get these resets, and as soon as Tien gets the Lee Sin reset, starts to go in, doesn't connect the Sonic Wave, unfortunately. Expected a dodge that didn't come, but they do manage to kill Hope. I think if the Sonic Wave connected, they might have got both, but either way, 3 kills for 0 and the dragon, and this could potentially be an early soul. This would be 25 minutes on that soul if top esports can secure the next 2. The Hextech soul as well would make would be really helpful in sort of chasing down these kills with the resets that extra slow. But for now, they're looking for that Herald, and JDG, they know this game is in a rough spot. They know they are behind. They are not looking to contest.
They are not. I think it's a good choice. As level 11 reach for Tien, also getting the Rift Herald at the same time. It has been pretty objective dominant from TES in the second game of the series, as it is just one Rift Herald going the way of JDG so far. But you see JDG grouping up in the mid lane, looking for their next window into this game.
Yeah, objective bounties are there, so if they can get any structures, it will make a big difference in terms of goal, but they aren't able to apply any pressure. Jackie Love just blitzes through the wave quite quickly. I feel like this kind of feels like a reverse of that game one, but this is the expectation. You think back to 2020 when we talked about the rivalry between these two teams, right? Spring, JDG had the edge in one. Summer, it was top esports. It feels like the legacy of these two teams has been fighting each other tooth and nail, and this continues in this series. A lot of people will look at that game one and think, wow, JDG far better. There's no way top esports bounce back, but they have really found their number in this game. Now, there is still potential, right? There's a lot of CC from JDG. If they manage to get a pick, if they manage to burst someone down, if the 369 on the cannon gets a big flank and exhaust isn't available, maybe that's the chance. But top esports definitely have the edge now. They're gonna throw that Herald down mid and look for this tier 1.
It's like those small, like little tiny bathroom windows. You know, it's like what it's a window that's like one of those. You gotta find that window, try to dive through there. Here's the window though. This might be it, as TES are getting engaged on by JDG, and they're getting picked apart a little bit. Tien gets shut down there. Wayward has joined the fight though, and he's using the needlework to do work on the missing. He does get the kill there in the end, and afterwards, 369 is just left on the backside, not deciding if he wanted to go in or not.
Well, it was a massive win for JDG. The fact they killed Tien, get that big shutdown in. I mean, it was Kanavi's the only one to kill who got the shutdown, so maybe not the best member, but ultimately Knight doing a fantastic job of stopping the flank from 369. 369 could have been in a prime position to devastate that fight with the Slicing Maelstrom, with the Rocket Bell and Flash available, but Knight just completely shuts him down, roots him as soon as he comes out from the TP, so really heads up play there to mitigate any potential losses.
Uh-oh, Jackie Love's getting aggressive, and he goes right into the Slicing Maelstrom. Cleanse will not save you today, Jackie Love, and that is another big pickup for JDG.
Yeah, that was a real Jackie Love moment. I'll say
It
that.
absolutely
Going way
was.
too aggressive, trying to make the play. Both sums bin and goes down. And now JDG get that mid-tier 1. The gold lead was 6,000 before, closed down to about 3.5k. So fantastic work from JDG to mitigate. And ultimately, we do see the dragon spawning soon, but I think this favors Top Esports. Jackie Love will be alive to return. And with no ult or flash on the cannon, I don't think they can fight this dragon, and this should be sole point for Top Esports.
Yeah, that's the thing about this whole situation is JDG are starting to claw back. You're starting to see the signs of life within the team, but they've already put themselves in such a hole, right? They've already spent like half the day digging out in the desert, a hole in the ground, and it's a little hard to get yourself out of there as TES still have a lot of strength around the map. You see it being contested here, though, in their blue side jungle by Yagao and Missing.
Yeah, you saw Knight and Mark trying to make a pick. They kind of knew that JDG would push in here because it's expected. They'll give up the dragon. Ultimately, they don't connect onto Missing, and he's a bit too tanky, and with Merc Treads as well, wasn't going to go down, but Top Esports get the dragon. So goal lead definitely shortened. It's now only 3,000 in favor of Top Esports, keeping things at a reasonable level, but they are now one dragon away from that soul. 25 minutes is when that fight will be. JDG still have a lot of work to do. They did claw back the goal lead a bit, but still a long way to go before I'd say I feel confident in them.
Absolutely. We were talking before about some of the scaling aspects as well. It gets a little bit harder to talk about when it's still, you know, one way in this section with TES still being in the driver's seat, at least at this moment. But we do have a little bit of reprieve, a little bit of time here as JDG realize they need to play pretty respectfully still, even in these kinds of situations. But if you can get catch-outs on Jackie Love, that's where everything comes down well for them. They've already found one, 369 waiting here at the red buff, but will not actually go through. Yagao, Spirit rushing. Jackie Love realizes there's trouble over the horizon. Is it going to go down? Slicing Maelstrom comes through, and Jackie Love dies again. But here comes the reinforcements for TES. That is huge. They do already find two right off the back of it. 369 and Hope do die, and TES only losing the one member. Wait,
oh, you see him looking for more, though.
Tien wants it more. He doesn't have the Heartbreaker, used it as mobility, but TES pushing in this mid lane. They'll get the outer tower.
Yeah, they look for Jackie Love. They know he has no sums from that previous fight where they picked him off, but it takes so long to kill him, and Jackie Love did a fantastic job of dipping and diving away from any skill shots. Don't let them connect easily, and that gives time for the rest to come in. You can see how quickly JDG changed the tune and wanted to disengage Kanavi, kicking away Tien to stop the fight from extending, because it really started to look painful when those resets were coming in. The AoE damage from the Lissandra, they do manage to get away, but still favorable in terms of kills towards Top Esports. That gold lead has started to expand once again with 3 minutes away from that Dragon Soul fight. And right now we have Knight with the Medjais in pocket, 9 stacks. At 10, he gets that extra movement speed. Still very powerful. Wayward been farming up a Storm 202.
Yeah, it's been actually incredible, and we're working. You know, you just got the Dead Man's Plate for Tien as well, a little bit more tankiness, but as well as the ability to follow up and be around the map a little quicker as well. And I think that's huge going into the next few fights. We have about 2.5 minutes until the Dragon Soul comes up for TES. JDG obviously wanting to put a stop to that. Even 5 minutes would help, but we were talking a little bit about scaling earlier, and it's more so trying to find picks to feel confident in the game for JDG that they need right now. And it starts by little cheesy moments like this, seeing if Wayward will step up. Realizing he doesn't, so they back off, play respectfully, but it's just always fishing.
And I think at this point, we can kind of hone in on the dragon itself, because that's probably when the next fight's going to be. Sometimes teams do fish for fights like 2 minutes before the objective, because you can burn summoners, but like ults will be back up. But I'm not sure that'll happen here. Teams will be starting to get set up. The big thing to note is that Knight won't have his flash available for the fight. Hope won't have his flash available for the fight either, and Mark won't have his. I think Hope is kind of a significant one. Isn't Ezreal, though? We'll have the Arcane Shift, but a lot of summoners available, and that could be the difference maker. We see Yagao with a stopwatch. I think Stasis can be so powerful to bait in Tien with his ultimate, so important to watch out. Ideally, you want Tien to try and ult for a kill. A stopwatch or a flash comes in to mitigate, and then you burst him down before you can get the resets. But for now, Top Esports doing a lot of work establishing this control on the bot side. JDG are going to try and contest mid-prio to force them out, but it's going to be so difficult when they already have so much control of the area.
It will be an objective bounty claim buy you down the side lane for JDG. Not going to do too much of gold differential, but still at least something getting clawed back from JDG. Backs will probably need to be started here pretty soon as Dragon coming up in about 55 seconds. The TES want to make sure they have quality assurance over the mid lane before they do start to position for that Dragon, which in all actuality, you know, they wouldn't necessarily have to fight over this. Jay could give one Dragon over to JDG and continue the scaling, but I would expect with the lead that they have, they would fight that.
Yeah, importantly, they have quite a bit of vision down, but Mark hasn't reset and has no wards left available. JDG just go for that fast reset. Remember, the Hextech gates will make you do it faster. So right now, the vision is better for top esports, but it's going to be hard to maintain if any does get cleared out. Now, they will secure that blue buff. Top esports positioning very aggressively, but that control ward we saw before is a prime TP ward 4369. We'll see if top esports end up checking that brush, but for now, JDG very tentatively approaching the area.
Knight's sitting in the base waiting to TP as well, just waiting for the angle.
Yeah, you can look. Look at that deep ward behind. I think that might be the one they use.
Arcane shift utilized by Hope to get over the wall, join the rest
Oh,
of his
look,
team.
he's
There's
coming
the
in.
deep TP. That means JDG are going to start the fight before he can even get there. They found one. Wayward got the kill already, but they're grouping up the Slicing Maelstrom. Here comes Knight, though, and Wayward is on the backside here. It is a 2v1 on Knight, but Knight is taking them down slowly. Here comes Wayward to finish off the job. And that is a huge pickup. Yagao, the only one left for JDG.
And honestly, I'm going to say it, top esports kind of messed up a little bit that fight. The TP from Knight so deep, it took him so long to join the fight. JDG actually found some momentum, but there was one pivotal difference. Top esports had a Gwen, and it did Gwen things. Wayward completely taken over that fight. Gets the triple, gets the Dragon. That is soul secured for top esports, and things are looking real good for them in this game.
15 stacks on the Magi's. You've got two solo laners who are unkilled on TES. Let's see how that broke down.
Yeah, so initially they get that CC on a chair and get him a little bit low, and then I feel like Mark engages too soon. The TP flank is so deep, and then 369 is closer. You can see this great kick onto Tian. They do not want the Viego getting resets. He gets taken out of the fight. Mark goes down. The ult from 369 pretty good. The exhaust stops him from killing Jackie Love immediately. But this should be favored, but Wayward is unchecked. Full HP, running around the fight, decimating. Knight finally joins the fight and is there for the cleanup. So still goes in favor, but I feel like a big factor was the gold lead. If top esports were even there, that might have been a fight JDG could find, but the advantage in the wallet gives them enough to finish out the fight. They get the soul as well. They are now 5,000 gold in the lead once more, looking to set up around this Baron.
They are cruising ahead here to bring us to our first 3-game series of the day. We just got to see if they can round that one out. JDG definitely wants something to say about that. Trying to catch out Knight in the side lane, but it's Knight, and he's on the Lissandra. That's just not going to happen. So now JDG needs to recoup, refocus, and try to find a way back into this game, as I still think the conversation begs to itself what we were saying earlier is like trying to find picks, trying to find a way to set up in a really good fight. But you've also got to keep an eye on the key pieces, right? Like we've seen Wayward get away with some dirty things in these fights by himself. Knight, with these big flanks, the setups, everything, the buying of time that Knight has had is so huge. And I just don't know how JDG picked that apart.
Yeah, I feel like it's so hard now because the scaling advantage is there for top esports. Wayward has picked up a force of nature, so Ari and Kennen will tickle him. As long as they fight around Mark's exhaust, I mean, I don't even think they need to, but if they have exhaust up for the Kennen, he's never going to do that much damage. Ezreal is kind of falling off at this point, just isn't doing enough to punch through the Gwen. Plus, you have the Shroud as well to just make yourself immune. This Gwen is just too much of an issue right now. Knight's having a fantastic game, has double defensive items on the Medjais. You can see Jackie Love has the Blood Disc and a Hex Drinker. It is really hard to kill anyone on top esports, and Wayward, he knows this, but there's 5 collapsing on him. 4 actually.
Everfrost doesn't connect. The charms aren't connecting. Wayward is surviving very, very long, but this is exactly what you highlighted earlier. This is where JDG commit to this. They lose across the map. They lose the Baron here, and they've only taken down Wayward.
Yeah, I mean, I actually think this might be the correct play for JDG. It was so hard to contest the Baron. At least they get something in return. It's hard to like sell this as a positive. It isn't a positive, but it's kind of, you were already doomed. At least you got something. But top esports, they know Wayward attracts so much pressure, so much manpower is needed to take him down. So as soon as JDG start to move members, and they did need 4 members to ensure they kill him, they can then easily secure the Baron. Now, JDG will look to get this tower as well and get an objective bounty off the back of this if they are quick, and should be able to disengage. So they get a little bit. I think when you're this far behind, getting anything is a positive to take away, but this doesn't really change the state of the game. And now Top Esports, they have the Baron, they have the Soul. It's 2.5 minutes until Elder, and they're looking for Yagao.
Oh, no. Oh, my God. They're going to double TP Yagao. I don't know what you did to TES.
Yes,
Maybe it was game number 1, but they are at you with a vengeance, and Wayward picks up the kill.
Yeah, I mean, just can't do anything there without the ultimate. Top Esports now have that pick and are looking to use that pressure to push down the towers. The big thing is, if they push in heavily, if they stop JDG from getting any vision towards the Dragon, it's going to be so hard to contest that Elder in 2 minutes. Any wards placed around the Dragon area will have timed out by then, and JDG are just trying their best to clear the waves trapped inside their base.
Baron power play at the ready here so far. It's all about breaking down these inhib towers here at the next step for Top Esports. Get those super minions flowing into the base of JDG and have even more control around the map than they already do. Feels like they've been in the driver's seat this entire time, with JDG just trying to stop them, ask them to pull over, go to the bathroom a couple times. We'll see TES move into the base, move into the mouths of JDG, because they are dead and dusted. It is a full 5v5 fight that's just going all the way in TES's favor. And that's a big slicing maelstrom. The damage chart's going to reflect that one for 369, but the win will be reflected for TES as they close out game number 2. And I got my wish. We're going to game 3 in this classic rivalry matchup between TES and JDG.
Top Esports don't even want to leave it up to the Elder. They look for the engage, they find it, and even though it's a big cannon, they have the tools to mitigate the damage. Everyone's so bulky and the goal difference too much. JDG had a fantastic game 1, but they are answered in kind with this game 2, and we'll be going to our 3rd game. Would you have it any other way between these two?
No other way. When we were setting this up, we're doing the research on the rivalry, getting some of those clips. It was like, this is so hype. The fact that we get to cover this game as one of the first of the season. Not only do we get the rivalry matchup, we get 2 of the best teams from spring coming in here, and it's delivering. It is absolutely delivering. You got to see Kanavi pop off in game number 1. Game number 2, TES come out with a vengeance and come out swinging themselves. Tien on the Viego was looking spicy, but those solo laners, the Gwen, the Lissandra, Knight, able to pull out so much on that Lissandra pick as well, Ox.
Yeah, and I think the mid jungle was really fantastic in setting up those early plays. Tien, who had a horrific game in game 1, gets the Viego. They ensure he gets a good jungler for himself. He has the impact. They're finding these plays, and in the fights, the momentum they had, if they got that early kill, the double reset mechanics was huge. And then even though I will say that fight around Dragon, the deep TP from Knight definitely left a potential window. Wayward at that point had hit critical mass on the Gwen and just absolutely cleaned up. I want to praise Jackie Love as well. Felt like in a lot of these fights, he was being focused quite heavily by JDG, often surviving a fair bit longer than you'd expect, and also pumping out a decent amount of damage on the Aphelios. I had concerns about this Aphelios, might struggle to get damage off by being outranged by the Ezreal, might struggle going up against the likes of a Kennen against an Ahri. But you can see here, he did the most damage off Top Esports, so consistently pumping the numbers in that game.
I wish I could, get a little bit of a zoom in on Jackie Love's face just for that, because there's a potential that he gets 15 bans thrown at him in this series if they go with the full 5 bans against Jackie Love again. But to be able to come out like that and know that, they are hardcore focusing you. Twitch didn't work out in game number 1, but Aphelios did in game 2.
You know how you were saying about the final ult for 369 that'll pump the charts?
Yeah.
Definitely did, right? And to be fair, I think 369 had some good cannon ults, but we kind of saw this be a factor in the MSI finals where enough exhaust to answer Kennen, just fight around that cooldown, it can really mitigate his damage, his ability. And I also think in this game, they could heavily itemize magic resist. You see everyone on the side of Top Esports had a piece of magic resist. Bloodthirster and more for Jackie Love makes it so hard to burst him. And then on top of that, just, tools like the W from Wayward, Tian being able to go invulnerable when he gets a reset, Knight with the fact he has Banshees and Zhonya's and can ult himself, cleanse from Jackie Love. So many tools to make it difficult for this Kennen. So despite the fact 369 did a ton of damage in these fights, it just wasn't enough. for them to take down Top Esports.
Yeah, and I think going into Game 3, it's going to be a lot to learn from both of these teams, right? And especially with the way that the games have been approached so far, I feel like it's the proactivity. It's a lot of, who gets priority in lane, who utilizes that early, as we've seen in both games so far.
Yeah, I think jungle difference, we highlight this at the start of the day, right? That jungle matchup is going to be a big one. And I think both of these junglers definitely have their highs and lows. And it has been a complete flip between that Game 1 and Game 2. Game 1, Kanavi absolutely had Tian's number, and there was a counterpoint here, him being able to find these plays. My question is Game 3, right? What's going to happen there? That's what we'll have to see. We've had 2 stomps so far. I feel like, well, not complete stomps. So it's definitely some back and forth. But I think both teams looked very in control when they got ahead. Will Game 3 be a bit more even? I guess we got to find out.
I'm so excited. I cannot wait to get to this final game of the day just to see what unfolds in front of us and the action that continues. We'll be right back after a short little break. And on the other side, the culmination of JDG versus TES.
The LPL are kings again. After an intense 5-game series against the LCK champions, Xiaohu conquered his demons and led Royal Never Give Up to their 3rd MSI title.
Everyone around the world, raise your hands together and give applause for RNG. They are your 2022 MSI champions. RNG look like a force to be reckoned with come Worlds.
A feat that will cement RNG's name in history as the true Spring Tigers.
All the way, it's time for you and me, 'cause nothing can hold us down.
Now, with the world watching, the LPL is set to deliver. 17 teams will take what they've learned from Spring and fight for a chance at being crowned the Summer Champions. But to become king of the greatest region in the world, it will take more than just a fight.
We can be heroes.
It will take everything that you have.
The LPL are kings again.
On top side, it's getting Cube into a much more favorable matchup with Strive. He has got Merc Tread, so he should be fine. As I said, turn off the tower so they can just dive him in the 2v2. This is Deja Vu. Work, which are going up against a Hexo. Bobo has been hit. He has to flash away as the Trouble Ball is in response. Strive gets deleted from the map.
Hey, but you're not going to try and smite this away from way bar some massive mistake.
Oh my God!
And you can see BLG aware, they're not even going to give him the opportunity of pulling that dragon in.
When we see these two teams clash, that is what's going to be so integral, especially the early focus from the junglers and how that coincides with the mid lane presence. And on the other side, you have the king of the jungle in Tarzan. I mean, he's swinging around on vines, killing people.
On the ground, nothing can hold us.
Yeah, and he's actually going to turn on to Tien as Doombee's running in as well. Against his old brother, strikes him down.
We can be heroes.
These two playing together finally is insanity to me. For me, have the possibility to be one of the deadliest duos in the future and history of LPL.
This is not a good position. They might have to run out here. Doombee's jumping in. There's another Shuriken flip. Doombe jumping in to the back line with a quick execution on top of Mark. Buying time with a quick little Sonias. LNG mid laner survives.
Behind enemy lines, Moonlight Vigils, Tarzan separate from his team. Scout with the flank, the rest of EDG follow up. They find the engagement. LNG have damage. Triple kill comes up to a B. We said he needed redemption, and he finds it.
like hip-hop rappers not getting proper dough. Got my foot in the dough, time to rock the boat. Till I'm locked in straight jackets at the hospital. It's the juggernaut. Yo, you got to go or get knocked through a brick wall, all she wrote. Yo, listen, your mission's impossible. Concocting evil plots like Dr. No. But I'm Sean Corn with the magma flow. The magnificent man, I'm inflammable. In fact, you can't lay hands upon my coat. Cannibals can't bite quotes, bombing those. You're on the ropes. My momentum grows. I'ma choke out your throat with these tentacles. Everybody else grows so identical. I'm abominable, so contemptible. Yo, we won't sympathize with anyone. No, no, no. We go just like a rolling stone. Get blinded by happy love. We're rising up. Don't just stand in our way.
Yo, I'm unstoppable, like holding on to 6 infinity gems. George Perez with nasal congest, just get sick with the pen. And even impressed at the way we getting it in. That's what she said, yes, the middle of the shit. Keep you sitting on your biscuit, wouldn't wanna risk it. This is a mission, not a small time thing. Attend special ed classes, but you get no pass, kid. Ass kick, take the L, simple as that. Unknown Rama, straight from hell, boy, don't catch. On fire, a pie, gasoline in a match. Wouldn't help you, best move 10 feet back off a 2-foot pier. No tears detached for your rest to the ref cruise. Let's use that as direct news at you and set new stats. Cause 10 more, less than just dudes. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back?
We're living it up. You want it, you can have it. We're living it up. Still running on automatic. Game is on. Can't you see we are unstoppable? The game is on. Can't you see we are unstoppable?
Don't you dare leave me here standing, longing for a dance. Walk right up, your eyes are asking. Time to take the chance. Don't you dare end this night early. Life is short, my dear. If you're thinking of retreating, don't you dare. If I say that we will keep it to one short song, if I promise to behave and do nothing wrong, we might be having fun before too long, before too long. If we move a little slower, the music might stop. If we get a little closer, my heart just might pop. If they knew what we were thinking, their jaws might drop, their jaws might drop. Don't you dare leave me here thirsty while you sip and drink. I don't want deep conversation. I don't need to think. Don't you dare look toward the door. Tonight is young, my dear. Don't you whisper a word of leaving. Don't you dare. If I say that we will keep it to one short song, if I promise to behave and do nothing wrong, we might be having fun before too long, before too long. If you're wondering how you're doing, well, I'm a big fan. If you like.
Welcome back to the LPL Summer 2022 split. Shanghai, the beauty of the lights is not nearly as close to the beauty of the competition. We are here with TES versus JDG. You like that one, Ox? I'm Mazel, joined by Ox, and we are getting ready for our final game of the evening. And I will just shout out real quick, Tien, from having a rough game number 1 to coming out with the MVP of our second game.
If you don't love him in his game 1 Graves, then you don't deserve him in his game 2 Viego. Yeah, and just an absolute monster performance, and it's a bounce back. I feel like, you know, coming in and having a good performance is one thing, but doing so after you quite frankly got bodied game one, is another thing altogether. And I think him and Knight working so well together as a duo on this Lissandra Viego, the double reset combo that honestly I love so much, and he delivered in all of these early skirmishes.
Yeah, I absolutely did. And you get to see, you know, we were talking so much about proactivity, just needing to see Tien on something that can have some utility or just have some proactivity in early game. And this is where you see, you know, first couple kills go down. You still see that Tien is getting around the map. This play in particular was a huge momentum shift in the game for TES.
Yeah, really able to deliver. And it's him and Knight having the read to go up towards that top side. And then this fight where they start to find the momentum. I did find this one quite interesting as well. I believe it's the one where he possesses the Lee Sin. And then the guy with the Lee Sin world skin ends up missing the Q. But maybe expected a dodge back. But either way, really strong on this Viego, able to keep pushing forwards in the team fights. There were definitely moments in the late team fights I felt like that he got targeted quite heavily, and it came down to Wayward to be the one to step up. But the reason they got to this point was down to his jungle presence.
Yeah, and I think the combination of that with the solo laners really performing so well in this second game, especially looking at Knight in mid lane. He did get the counter pick of the Lissandra, but that begs the question, you know, JDG did that to themselves. They first picked or I guess not first,
they opted in.
Second picked the Ahri there, and I think that's actually incredible and something we need to talk about going into the next game.
Yeah, I think it was very clear from the fact that game one, Top Esports banned Lissandra and then picked Ahri, that they respected the counter. You know, there's definitely some teams that aren't as worried about it and think Ahri is just strong enough to overcome it. I do think one thing is he had the spell book and then switch to cleanse, but you only occasionally have it as opposed to having it as like a permanent cooldown. Not sure how I feel about that. Is, you know, I've seen, like we said in the game, we've seen at MSI where like both the AD carry and mid will take cleanse against Lissandra. Neither of them had cleanse as a permanent summoner, and there was definitely times where they felt the hurt of that stun connecting. So either way, I love Top Esports composition in this game, particularly those first three picks made a lot of sense. But we now have a side selection switch with JDG on blue. I will say I feel like their bans kind of hamstrung them. They banned 5 AD carries on red side. So I think maybe a bit more freedom on blue side, right? They shouldn't have to... Well, they won't be banning the Lucian, I wouldn't think, on blue side. They maybe can leave the center up as something they pick themselves. And, you know, maybe they still ban the Jackal of Draven. And I think 1 AD carry ban is a lot more reasonable than having to ban away 5.
Yeah, I think so as well. I just love that like the Kaisa was added in at the end there. You just make sure you get all the stops out. But still, Jackie Love proving through that adversity that he can still come out on top and still be this mainstay carry for
still did most damage of his team.
Exactly. And you were having some questions about the Aphelios. You're like, oh, I don't necessarily know if I want to see the Aphelios here, but it matters how the team executes together. And I think that first game was not an accurate representation to Top Esports.
Yeah, and I think my concerns were a bit like, will he always be able to get the damage off? A lot of the champions on JDG's side, if they're in range of you, they're going to be landing CC, like the Kennen, the Lee Sin, even the Ahri with the charms. And Ezreal does tend to outrange, but he often found himself in a position where he could do damage in the team fights. I remember that one where they chased him to the jungle, and he bought so much time dodging and dipping away. And on top of that, he had pretty good management of his guns to make sure he always had a good setup, depending on what team fight they were going into, how it was developing. So pretty solid play, which you'd kind of expect from Jackie Love. Definitely had a Jackie Love moment in that game where he overstepped and got caught mid, but for the most part was pretty clean and delivering that damage in the team fights. And with blue side, maybe gets a bit of a higher priority AD carry pick. Obviously, Twitch and Aphelios only really came in because of all those bans. They could end up first picking something like the Senna here, or the Lucian if it's left open. Or going to... Actually, sorry, no, they're on red side, so it would be JDG who have that first pick, but you feel like maybe JDG don't ban away as many AD carries, and that would give them some more freedom to prioritize something.
But then I guess the question begs to itself of, like, what is the priority here? We got to see the Viego shine out last game for Tien. The Lee Sin didn't look as great for Kanavi, but still pretty darn good. The Wukong itself in game number 1 was great for Kanavi. Do we see that adaptation in jungle going into this third game, Ox?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of options. We could definitely see Top Esports ban Wukong, or JDG might first pick it. They could first pick the Senna, although we've seen Ezreal as an answer into it, which is like spiked in the later game.
Yeah.
I feel like there's so many things which could be prioritized that first pick. They could ban Lissandra and pick Ahri. You know, those are the options. I feel like one factor was the mid matchup made up for a lot of the difference in the jungle matchup. I feel like we even saw game 1, little Blanc for Yagao struggling into Knight's Ahri, but despite that, Kanavi was able to find those opportunities. It felt like Top Esports Tien was assisted a lot more by Knight, finding prio and mid moving. So maybe a better mid matchup for JDG could be the difference maker that allows Kanavi just to take over. We'll have to see what ends up panning out, but ultimately we will finally get the shake up and we can see how things change when JDG have the blue side and top esports are answering. One thing I'll also note is that Gwen has been something that JDG have tried to answer. Game 1 was the set. I don't think it did fantastic into the laning phase as would expect. The Kennen didn't really do much to hold it down. And the question is going to be, will they ban it? Will they first pick it? Will they leave it open? JDG being able to pick it on red side is a lot more threatening because one, you can pick it on that third pick and then ban away any picks that JDG would want to respond with before they get a chance. Or if it goes through the second rotation, they could last pick it. But I feel like if we go to the second rotation, Gwen is probably getting banned.
I would hope so. At least the fact that we're still seeing her played so much and like let through these picks and bans already into the season. I know we're only 4 series into the season, but you know, I still have to point that out.
Well, it's
still allowed through.
You know, we had MSI, Gwen was super strong. Everyone will agree on that front. And then we had the durability change where people got more health, people got more resists, and so percentage HP and true damage got a lot more value. And Gwen has both percentage HP and true damage in her kit. So it's just like, you know, you had a super strong champion and she got even better right now. So in a really comfortable spot in that regard. She's getting nerfs next patch. So when we move on to that, she'll be trimmed down. I think like she did take a big nosedive as a result. There was quite heavy nerfs. Her Shroud of Resist got toned down, and also her E cooldown refund got nerfed, which is one of the reasons she came back in the meta. That was the big change where you got 60% refund when you auto after using your E. Because the problem is like if you E and then you auto something, it's like a couple of seconds before you ease up, especially if you have enough ability haste. It's really obnoxious to like give her that extra mobility. Because as we talked about in the series earlier today, when we saw the Everfrost Gwen, one of the big issues with Gwen is like sticking to your target and not being kited. And that shorter cooldown makes a big difference.
We'll have to see who puts that priority on that, if it's even played into the third game. We did get an update from production. JDG's 369 did report an in-game issue while we're getting ready for the third game. So we'll start it up in just a little bit. If you're wondering why we haven't hit the go button yet, I know I've got it right here next to me. Just you know, had to get you to wait a little bit longer. Talk a little bit more about this this rivalry matchup that we're getting at the very beginning of the summer split. Both these teams, again, want to reiterate, top 4 finishes in spring need to have that come into summer, want to represent the LPL at Worlds. And I think that's super huge, even if it's only a couple series in, that goal is always in mind for both of these teams.
Yeah, and I think everyone, particularly for top esports, thinks back to 2020 as being a big disappointment. A lot of people looked at them going into Worlds as a favorite. And just not being able to perform, not living up to expectations, getting knocked out by Suning, who then couldn't defeat Damwon. So, you know, not only do top esports want to return, but also try and make a better performance than they saw previously. Getting the top 2 finish in spring, losing 3-2 to RNG, who'd gone to win MSI, definitely would make you feel a little envious of that situation. So we'll see what they can do. And ultimately, you know, we saw these two go head-to-head in 2020. Didn't see them go head-to-head in the 2021 summer, 2022 spring playoffs, despite both being top 4. And I think having that extra series advantage early against a team who you expect to be top of the table can make a lot of difference. And also, it's just like a positive outlook thing. If you beat your opponent at this situation, gives you a real boost to morale. And remember, both of these teams actually had kind of slower starts in spring. Like they had to go on big win streaks towards the end to gain momentum in the standings. And even with those, like they still didn't beat out the likes of V5 at the top of the table or RNGs. And even top esports were actually quite far down in terms of the ladder for starting playoffs. They had to fight their way up to get to the later stages. So definitely would be really nice to go in with some solid momentum.
Yeah, absolutely. And for me, momentum is always such a key factor in League of Legends. I know people don't necessarily talk about it super a lot, but, you know, emotion, momentum, I feel like is especially key in LPL in particular. And when you see such a long season ahead of you, knowing that, you know, you got that one mark over by either TES or JDG, whoever ends up winning this series, is a big motivational factor for the team, as well as just having that safety, the calm peace of mind of being able to take this and get it out of the way.
And I think particularly top esports, who are a very mojo team, you know, they got to be feeling it, right? They have to be vibing if they want to find success. We still have a bit more time before we go to draft, and we can kind of talk, we talked a bit about the priorities before. I think it's interesting to take a look at like kind of things we've seen shape out. We talked a lot about how the enchanters have been a bit more enabled. And then that game too was like Leona Nautilus, which is what we saw all in spring. I think generally we may see some teams slow to adapt because they still like their support spin on those engaged champs, but I still feel like they function in the competitive meta. It's just there's more space, more variety. Like it's nice to have this balance between these more engaged style melee champions and the enchanters being playable. In the mid lane, we have the wide range of champions. You have these things like the Sandra, which are there to roam and enable, but also I've heard like talk of some other picks. Like, we saw the Azir coming out earlier today, some more scaling mages. I think jungle's the pool that kind of hasn't really expanded much beyond what we saw at MSI. But I just like the fact we're getting a bit wider berth in terms of the meta. I do think what we'll probably see happen is as teams solve things and work out what's effective, it'll kind of close down a bit and we'll get those outstanding picks on the current patch. But it's just interesting. It's also what's really interesting to me is I've heard so much about Kog'Maw Lulu in scrims. We haven't seen it. And honestly, it's not even just that, but also Kog'Maw is getting nerfed quite hard on 12-11. Like, it was enough of a problem that they are nerfing
deserves
him.
it. I mean, just saying.
But like, despite that, like, if it deserves a nerf, and like we agree on that, it's interesting we haven't seen it at all. And I know it's early days, literally with 2 days into the split, but just zero priority on them. Like, not seeing in really ban or pick.
Well, and something about the LPL is, right, I feel like metas are established pretty quick, but they stay fluid, right? And like usually when you start off the split, you'll see the big picks coming through. I was alluding to that a little bit in the first series where we were seeing some of those stranger picks coming out over there. But in all actuality, right, like it's supposed to get set after just a couple weeks or so, and we see the flexibility, fluidity after that. But in this situation, it's not going to happen.
Well, here's the problem as well. So 12.10 is that big overarching system change, durability update, right? And then 12.11 is the, okay, let's see what was broken and answer it. And everything in 12.11 has been changed up crazily as well. Like, Zeri got hotfix nerf because she was, like, super broken. Her win rate in solo queue went up 8%. Like, I feel like the meta doesn't get time to settle. And then 12.11 will have some drastic changes. Tower damage is being pulled back as well. So maybe we see more dives then. But we're getting an early snapshot of the meta. But we're back into draft.
All right, I've hit my button now.
Gwen is banned away from Wayward. You'll have to play something else. He's played that all series long. The Sandra ban does force the Ahri ban. Now, Top Esports, they haven't banned Lucian away. I kind of feel like that might be this third ban coming out. Senna is taken away by JDG. I think you just go for the Lucian in this situation.
Priority is so interesting to me because we saw in Series 1, right? iBoy on RA not having the greatest time on the Senna, but it has been consistently banned away in this series itself. We do see the Gangplank added to the Ahri and Talia from TES as their bans. We'll see what the first pick can be for JDG.
Yeah, I feel like a jungle ban makes a lot of sense. Like, you could take the Wukong here, that Kanavi had such a good game on. You could take the Viego if you felt more confident. Although, actually, no, I was saying that the Lucian was left open because they banned GP instead. Yeah, I was highlighting. I felt like the Top Esports were going to ban Lucian. They don't, therefore it's left open. Now we get to see what Top Esports' answer is. Callista Renata has been the answer I think we saw yesterday, which had so much success. I think we could see that come out here, but maybe things got a different direction. The Draven has been left open, was banned before.
He's got all the picks. You just go through them all. Just do it all. I want to highlight all of them.
I don't have 380 carry bans anymore in the first rotation. I can pick something.
Yeah, we actually get this on. Yes! Let's go! It is game 3 of this best of 3 to start off the season for both of these teams. And Jackie Loves Draven will be coming out in game 3.
Yeah, and I think taking the Viego as well, Fortiani had such a good game on it before, makes a lot of sense. They will lock that in. Now, JDG, I imagine they'll take a jungler here. They can take that Wukong once more. They could also go in a different direction. I do think, though, if you're going to take the Nami, it has to be in this rotation. And we have seen that Lucian constantly paired with the Nami. So I expect probably Wukong, probably Nami coming out from this rotation for JDG. And it looks like they agree with me. So now, 2 choices for Top Esports. You can pick a lane like top or mid and then ban away counters without being answered, or you can just pick a support to secure something that will match up well. Something like Nautilus makes sense. Mark had a good game on it before, and it means if either the Draven, the Lucian or the Nami misposition, you can look to punish.
And I find that as an interesting adjustment here for TES, where Mark is opting in, at least in the last couple of games, to this Nautilus, to that in-game, and finding that forward momentum for TES. And I really like the comfort coming through for this bottom lane.
So now at this point, Top Esports can set themselves up for counter pick for Wayward. So maybe they could ban away some blinds that 369 might pursue. Nara's been pretty popular on the patch because obviously his mini form is a lot tankier, harder to punish, harder to dive. But also percentage HP has a lot of value. But instead, they start to ban away the mid. So Azir going to be taken. We'll see what JDG up to do. If there's any mids they're scared of being like first pick next rotation they can take out or anything counter pick, they'll actually ban the Nara themselves. So not wanting to give that over to Wayward and give some of that extra power.
And just the adaptation mid-series from these two teams, and the fact that we've ended up in game 3 with a Lucian versus a Draven in the bottom lane, I think is super fun. But the rest of the picks are going to be crucial as well.
Yesterday, if anyone didn't see it, Wink picked Draven, had like 350 stacks. And bear in mind, they actually hotfixed on this patch, right? Patch 12.10. Stacks are now worth 2.5 gold each, not 2 gold. So he was sitting on like 700 plus gold worth of stacks, and he died. And I just felt, oh my god, it was so painful. So it's gonna be, I'm really gonna be watching the stacks, gonna be seeing who gets that first initial kill. It can literally be enough gold to dictate a game, whether you get it or not. Now, Vladimir comes through as a ban from 369. It is something we saw Flandre play yesterday. We saw a lot of MSI as an answer to Gwen, but obviously Gwen is banned. Now, Top Esports, they can blind a mid here for something they feel confident on. And we did talk about the reset mechanics of Lissandra. Vex has that as well, has that fear lockdown. If you think about the short range, Lucian and Wukong, that AoE fear can be really devastating. But now we see what JDG have to answer, what Yagao opts to pick, and also 369's blind that Wayward can answer.
They banned away Yagao's Zoe. I'm a little sad I didn't get to see the Zoe today. I was really excited. I wanted to see Yagao's Zoe on the kickoff day for JDG, but we don't get that. We get the Galio getting locked in here for JDG.
Oh, Camille?
That one. A little throwback to last split.
They could take Camille here. Galio Camille, especially if you're trying to kill a Draven. If your main goal is kill Jackie Loves Draven, I wouldn't want to be playing Draven against like Galio Camille plus Wukong plus like even Nami can ult across the Camille ultimate and just you can't dodge away from it. So we'll see if they opt in that direction or they go for something else. Looks like they are going to go for the Gragas actually. So not too much damage, but it is something that can kind of mitigate the engage potential. Can obviously belly bop quite effectively into any short range champions. We'll see what Top Esports go for with Wayward here. I feel like, honestly, JDG don't have that much damage in this composition, right? Galio and Gragas offer a lot of CC and a bit of burst damage, but I feel like if Lucian falls behind, they might really be lacking. So bot lane going to be really impactful. And yeah,
I was like,
Gale comes out. That 5-pick counter pick should have a fine matchup into the Gragas. Now, there might be some issues like early on team fighting with all the CC being thrown about from JDG for the Kale to sort of get the damage in, but ultimately she will just outscale. Like I said, that they'll be lacking damage. Late game, Wayward will just make mincemeat of everyone on JDG. They're all short range. He will absolutely massacre them. The AoE will come in. So this is definitely a game with a timer for JDG, but they can use their tools like the roaming potential of the Galio to just kill Jackie Love. Set Jackie Love behind. You know, if Knight falls behind as well, Vex definitely lacks damage, especially on the durability patch. Doesn't have that much 100-0. So there is win cons for JDG, but if they don't shut down Jackie Love, if they let Wayward free scale, it will be painful.
I will say, you know, going into this third game, it will be really interesting to see how both these ADCs plan out. But I think JDG themselves need to look back to game number 1, to that early proactivity we saw them do so well. And I think, as you said, it's going to take some time for TES to set up in this game particularly. That's where JDG need to strike when the iron is hot, need to get out of the gate running it and find something with the combos they've gotten.
Yeah, I think that's a big aspect of it, is hitting the ground running. And again, I said it before, 2.5 gold per stack on Draven. They also increased the base amount from 25 to 40, which isn't much. But basically, if we see Jackie Love not getting into any early skirmishes and getting a ton of stacks, it will dictate the game, quite possibly, whether or not he's able to cash in. So really important that JDG are very responsible in these early skirmishes, making sure they don't give over free kills to the Draven, making sure he's a priority. I do feel like one cool thing to mention is when we get to those later team fights, I hope it's an AP Kale. I think that's been the better build, even though we saw a lot of AD Kale yesterday. It's like, if you ult Tien, a lot easier for him to get resets when he's invulnerable and not just going to get bursted down, as that was kind of the strategy last game where JDG failed to, but tried to look to burst down the Viego before he got resets.
Well, here we find ourselves on the last game of day number 2 in week 1 of the LPL Summer Split is TES versus JDG. Starting off with some spice from Top Esports. Not going to find anything just yet, but again, it's the looks, it's the proactivity that we want to see from both these teams. And getting into this one, it is all about Kanavi versus Tien.
You know what? I feel like that's fair, but based on how the series has gone, but I feel like this is all about Hope versus Jackie Love, because Lucian Nami is feast or famine, right? It is so obnoxious in lane, really difficult trades, but if you get caught by a Nautilus hook, you will probably die. Over. Either party, right? And if Jackie Love gets shut down, he's going to take over. If we see Hope get a gold advantage, he's going to take over. And we're talking about the stacks coming in. Jackie Love is stacking early, getting a couple of stacks there after blue buff, but also it allows him to use his axe early on. He maintains it on the blue buff, and he can go into lane and basically have 2 axes up to start things off. Just Draven things. Obviously, Jackie Love being a veteran on this player knows all the tips and tricks.
Hey, always appreciate that one. And you see those double axes spinning away. Not going to get the early engage from Mark to make that happen, but at least you've got the propensity to go for something there, Mark, and I appreciate that. That's something else we focused in the draft, is that engage potential from Mark. But the volatility of this bot lane will be something we have to keep our eyes on as the game goes on. It is getting a little bit spicy early. Mark about half health. Jackie Love still putting in some work here, but it's just the trading we've seen be normal in the bottom lanes early on. Everybody's just willing to give up their health bars.
Yeah, and I think importantly, Mark was trying to get that hook level 1, because level 1 is really where Lucian Nami doesn't have much to offer in terms of trading power. Jackie Love and Mark find priority to get level 2, but Kanavi, he go for an early gank, but note that ward in the river. It should help them spot out Kanavi early, but I don't even know if it's going to be enough, right? If Kanavi finds a way in and you're overextended, you will just die. Okay, they will spot him. I'm so tense about this Draven. He doesn't really have enough stacks here to lose, but any sort of favorable kill for JDG could be devastating for Top Esports in the bot lane.
Yeah, and that's just one of those things that, as you kind of said, just blows the game wide open, and we've seen that be true, right? Like, both of these games in this series have been very one-sided towards the team that got the early advantage, that found the control around the map. Last game, it was TES getting almost full objective control, only losing out on that one Rift Herald at the beginning of the game, and then JDG in the first game just always pushing the pedal to the metal against TES, not letting them make these decisions. But here in this third game, we'll get a little bit of both sides of the table, I'm sure, but we'll still see priority gained by Top Esports' bottom line.
And we see Tien coming down. Oh, Mark maybe overstepping, but doesn't have tower aggro.
Tien is right here. Jackie Love wants to go in. The Ignite is ticking on to Jackie Love. Tien not going to go pull the trigger just yet. They're searching for it. Here comes Knight as well. They really just want to force this down bottom lane, and there's really nothing that JDG can do. They just have to watch this happen. They don't have any cross-map plays. Yagao's coming down, but it's too late. They have found a trade back. They at least get Jackie Love. They also get Mark. No way. And they get the trade. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of JDG after everything.
I don't think Top Esports got the memo about the tower damage. They bring 4 members, but Jackie Love and Mark so low, and they end up getting bursted out. And now, okay, there wasn't that many stacks for Jackie Love to lose in that situation. I think he had about 60, 70, so it's not a humongous amount. But Hope gets 2 kills in the pocket.
That's
fantastic way to start off the lane. And we'll get a replay, so... You know, just look at the health of the bot lane of Top Esports. And ultimately, this is quite heavily mismanaged because Hope finds a window to burst Jackie Love. And then it's Mark who gets aggro, trying to stop the all-in from happening. And he's so low, he just instantly dies. Now, no one else goes down, but it's Hope who gets both of those kills in pocket. Not the best start for this Draven for Jackie Love.
At all. That's not what you want to see when you're picking up Jackie Love's signature Draven as well. But we'll see if that continues to be the case or if he can turn these things around in this game. We're only 5 minutes in. We did see 369 taking a pretty good trade against Wayward up in the top side of the map, but we'll have the first dragon on the Rift. I was wondering how early we'll see these junglers focus this, but it looks right now it's just about lane focus.
Yeah, I mean, I expected the focal point to be this bot lane. I wasn't sure if we are going to see a dive that early. I was even going to make the point is like this point of the game in the previous patches is when we would see a dive, like the 4-man stacked wave. But I feel like the setup wasn't good. I mean, one, the tower damage is more threatening. We talked about that countless times. It is very difficult to pull off these early dives, but also the fact that Top Esports bot lane traded so heavily to get the wave in that position meant they were a little bit vulnerable. And now it's a Noon Quiver for Hope. Jackie Love isn't really too far behind in items because he did have that CS lead. But it looks like with the wave in an awkward position, Kanavi is fishing for an opportunity.
He wants to try to punish Jackie Love and Mark a little bit more and continue a lot of the good graces this bot lane has been able to do for JDG. Hope and Missing having great performances in game 1 and now into game 3 here as well. But it's still just everybody.
Oh, that might be it.
In the bottom lane. Hook actually lands on the Kanavi, and that means the JDG's going right back in here. They have a decent amount of damage. The heroic entrance as well. Utilize that MR is huge. Jackie Love, oh no, he's caught out, taunted, left out to dry. Hope picks up the kill. Flash from Mark, but he dies anyways to Kanavi, and this is looking like a repeat of game 1.
And you go there with a Galio. This is why you take this. When you know bot will be a focal point, you pick the roaming mid. As we said earlier today, you can basically pick anything in this meta, and he picks to ensure that when a skirmish happens, he will be there. Mark was looking for Missing, ended up connecting onto Kanavi instead, not the target he wanted, and the focus once more all onto Jackie Love. And now Hope 3-1-1 on the Lucian. Going to be quite, not quite finishing his mythic, but working well towards it. And Jackie Love losing out on that CS advantage, losing out in terms of kills. Stacks reset once more. Remember, you lose 75% of your stacks when you die. And as much as, like, you know, this early in the game, you can't have stacked up a load. It's still a massive loser. And he might go
doesn't matter. He might not be able to stack up any at all. That burst damage is huge, but Missing is getting very low as well. Jackie Love. Oh! Hope with the slam down. Shadow Surge is going to miss because of the flash. The hook misses as well. Mark gets outplayed by Hope, and Hope unleashes the calling into Knight. Knight has to flash away. What plays coming out for JDG? They have woken up.
Yeah, and I'm going to say we talked about team play in game 1 being better from JDG, and I feel like those first early kills were team play coming in again for JDG, but that was not. That was Hope breaking the ankles of the Top Esports bot lane, absolutely dumbstering them. And we can see the replay again. Mark doesn't connect on the right target. They're trying to disengage, and Jackie Love caught by the bubble. And as much as the Galio doesn't connect, he has Predator, and look at Yagao speeding up. No way you're getting out of that situation.
Yeah, Mark even flashing away, just thinking, but Kanavi's so quick on the follow-up there, and then the bottom.
Yeah, bubble connecting, really good read for Missing to throw it behind him as Jackie Love runs forward. It's actually one of the reasons Nami can work into Draven, because you assume he's going to walk back into his axe and you can connect, and then there, trapping himself between the turret and the wall so that they can find the piercing light onto him, and then Missing flashing so the ult doesn't connect. We see Hope dashing away from the hook and using the brush. It was actually a dodge away, it wasn't even a dash. Using the brush so that Mark lost vision. Just really excellent play. And now look at the item difference in the bot lane. CS difference is completely closed. Hope has Gale Force completed now on this Lucian. 5-1. This is not how you want the Draven lane to go.
It is the opposite of how you would want the Draven lane to go.
Well, it depends from whose perspective you're looking at. I think JDG are very satisfied with how this Draven game has gone. And now getting a bunch of plates on the top side as well. They swapped up. They had momentum. They had the ability to move first. Yeah, and they grabbed the Herald with their bot lane and get a full tower. So we're already talking about how fed this Lucian is. It's getting a bit extreme now.
All right, here's a response, though. This is where they can get something back. Tien gets the reset and gets the kill. Yagao goes down.
I'm not sure JDG care that much, right? Obviously, they wouldn't want to lose their Galio, but they're getting a second charge in top. Might even look for a little bit more here if they can get the tower. Let's see if Top Esports can at least ward them up. But either way, that tier 2 very low on the back of that second charge. JDG 3,000 gold ahead before 10 minutes. Yeah, rough for Top Esports.
Just a little bit rough, but exactly where JDG want to be is we'll get back onto the reset, back onto the map. Tien finding some time to steal away some chicky nuggies, as Tien has been one to do all series long so far, but see if that really ends up at anything. We'll get the reset from the jungler of TES while Kanavi is trying to catch up and farm a little bit here, but it's just going to go back to a state of where we had the lane swaps. Now we're going to bring back the original lanes here and try to see if we can set up around this next objective, which will be 1 minute and 30 for the next dragon.
Honestly, if you ignore the bot lane, top esports doesn't look too bad, right? Tian has a CS lead, Knight 20 CS up because Yagao went for those roams. Wayward's doing fine in the top lane matchup. That stuff's all good. But unfortunately, we have to kind of factor in the bot lane. And this is one of the big spikes I love to talk about. It's not just the Gale Force for Lucian, but it's one of these situations where your support item matters really importantly too. Missing has the mandate, the synergy, the fact that you get the empowered autos for Lucian, you get the buff with the Tidecaller's Blessing from Missing. I think that's the E, or maybe that's the passive. But either way, you get the empowered damage from Nami E, and you get the mandate procs. It will just be an obscene amount of damage. And yeah, top esports know that this is a problem. They try and send 4, but are spotted out.
That's that's a worth award right there from JDG. Setting up, everybody comes down for TS, but they get spotted out. Now the calling comes out. Kanavi, he's going forward. Cyclone, the rest of the team for TS just left. And it left out their bottom lane to die. Shadow Surge comes through. Tower Shot comes through. Kanavi goes down, but immediately traded back is Knight.
Yeah, Knight manages to get a trade kill, but it's still a massive win for JDG. The culling comes down, doing so much damage, and Kanavi on the Wukong once more, finding the bot lane. 0 for Draven, 0 for Nautilus. This is a crushing coming out from JDG, and more plates for Hope. They took 5 plates in the top lane. Going to continue to hammer down in the bot lane. I want to see the goal difference between these AD carries. I feel like it's going to be somewhat ridiculous. It's 2-level lead, by the way, for Hope as well, between him and Jackie Love. And I was talking about the stacks, like, how there's that anxiety when they get high stacks and like, oh, will they cash in? I don't think Jackie Love's ever got past like 100 stacks this game. He's just never had a chance.
Never even had a chance here, and
there's no Draven passive in this game.
Yeah,
Jackie Love ain't gonna get to use it.
But TS, again, another thing that we've been talking about this whole time is always looking for windows, no matter what. Even if you're behind, even if you're getting, the map taken out from under you like a rug, TS are looking for those picks. They were looking towards bot lane. I think it was a good call to respect how strong the bottom lane is right now. TN decided not to go down there. They didn't contest for the second dragon, but it is about finding those windows that we saw be so important last time as we look at a replay of that last one.
Yeah, and Hope beautifully dodging away from the standard side so that you can continue to get like the full culling in, the slow from the Nami E as well, meaning they can't just escape. And then Knight comes in with the trade kill. But I want to credit Missing. These bubbles have been fantastic this game. I often say Nami bubbles are a really hard skill shot to land. It's so slow, and importantly, the travel time is the same if you throw it right on top of you and if you throw it at max range. So it can be really hard to connect it, especially when we're playing like in a league like the LPL against a top elite team like Top Esports where the mechanics are so on point. But he has consistently been landing them this game, finding these windows, finding these opportunities. So Missing and Hope really playing this game out well and showing that leaving up Lucian Nami against them is absolutely a mistake.
Yeah, with that, the lead has just grown so big for JDG. About 4,500 gold early on before the 15-minute mark. I was going to do a little check-in. We did set up. There's some scaling aspects on TES, the damage aspects on TES later on in the game. Got a level 10 Kale so far. Not level 11 just yet, not level 16. Have to keep an eye on that one if that's going to make a difference. But right now, it's all about the early game. It's all about the proactivity. And it's about the first 14 minutes for JDG.
Well, the thing is, if Lucian's behind, he's not going to be super... Oh, wait, might be trouble for Wayward.
Yeah, he doesn't have a lot of mana here. 369 just slowly but surely going to take this out. This is like... This is unfortunate. This is so sad to watch Wayward slowly but surely die to a man with a cask in his hand. And there it is. 369 picks up the kill.
Yeah, 369 finds the flank. No mana from Wayward, but honestly doesn't really have the damage there to burn through the Gragas, so will just slowly go down. It's like a 5k gold lead now for JDG. 2 towers in pocket, and it's a Mountain Soul. Could see a Mountain Soul as early as like 22 minutes in this game. And when you're already lacking damage for Top Esports because your ADC is so far behind, you'll really struggle to shred through. But they are not looking for a play.
Trying to get it, but Kanavi shows up right when Mark goes around the corner with the Hex Flash and decides not to take the engage.
Doesn't find the window, doesn't find the opportunity. And that's the thing, right? We said Lucian needed to be ahead to have the damage, and he's absolutely so far ahead. About to have 2 items. Jackie Love's struggling. Just finished his first in return, and you also have the fact that Nami will be bolstering that Lucian damage. So I said I had concerns about the damage for JDG later in the game. The fact that they have this Galio Gragas who won't be pumping big numbers in the late game. I think they are more than fine for the sizable future. Top esports need a ton of time to get back into this game.
Yeah, they absolutely do, but it's about slowly and surely doing that. Kanavi here going to take that red buff away from TES itself. Probably move out as this point to get the reset at this point to get the reset, but they actually turn onto the Rift Herald. Even though TS is all here, TS not looking like they want to contest it.
I don't think you win this fight. I mean, 369 may have reset, but he has TP, so Top Esports will just take another L, give this one up. And it is once more JDG dictating the pace of this game. They have secured every neutral objective so far. And I think what they've done fantastically is they know their bot is super strong. They know they have the support of this Galio in the mid lane who can roam with them and have the ult to cover. And so they're just moving their bot lane around. It's kind of similar to what teams needed to do with Caitlyn Lux. When you win lane, you move them around and just they're your tower taking duo. Doing a similar thing with this Lucian Nami. And no one can even go even vaguely close to them because the E into Gale Force from Lucian closes such a distance. Then you get the slows come in, but now they're looking.
Tien might find the flank here. Cullen comes out. He finds the stun. Heroic Entrance comes down, though Tien is trying to make it happen. Tien can't find it. And now it's a front to back. Make it everywhere because the cast comes out and TES go flying. Wayward is putting in some work. He has hit 11, but that's all 5 members of JDG making it out.
Yeah, Wayward can't get in range to ult Tian. Tian predicts the flash from Hope with the ultimate, but doesn't have enough damage to finish him off. And then Jackie Love just got bursted. And honestly, I feel like Wayward should have popped the ult then. But either way, they do respect the Kale and back up, but now Mark's in trouble.
They're still engaging. Shadow Surge connects on 369. Bubble does connect. Mark just dies to get Gal. Knight is overextending. The Righteous Judgment doesn't do much. Wayward has to flash away. The rest of JDG are now coming to bear on TES. Flash does get utilized by Knight. Is the taunt going to connect? Max range does, and Kanavi gets the kill.
It felt like a desperate engage from Top Esports. They felt like they had to try something, but the problem is when you're making that play and you haven't applied any pressure before to JDG, they will have all of their summoners up, and we saw those summoners come in clutch there, able to get enough distance away. Well, see, Tian does everything he can here, right? We have the ultimate come in, follows him over with the flash stun, and then the ult to predict the flash. Really nice. But sorry, actually no, it's Hope who flashes after he predicts the dash, so isn't quite able to reach him. Hope ends up surviving as a result, and they aren't able to find the momentum in the play. Yeah, I mean, Tian predicts the dash, can't predict the flash as well, can't close that distance, and ultimately that's the problem. The summoners made the difference for JDG, allow them to win that out, and now 7k gold lead, 3rd dragon about to be secured on time for a 23-minute Mountain Soul. Top Esports, it feels desperate at this point.
It is Kanavi securing that objective while the rest of JDG play buffer zone in front of the tier 1 tower in the middle lane. But it is JDG securing another objective for themselves. As you said, about 5 minutes till that Mountain Soul will come online. We do get the second Herald spawned in the mid lane.
I have a positive for Top Esports.
What you got?
Right?
What you got? Let's hear those
At least
positives.
the bot lane is in unison. Both of them 0-5-2. They are a team right now. They have the synergy.
Hey, I'll give you that one, all right? I'll give you that one. You did some hard-hitting analysis there, as we all do, apparently. But in all actuality, you know, you do have a flank coming in here for JDG, and Mark completely cut out. There's literally nothing that can be done for him. Wayward himself TPs to the fight, but now gets caught. Oh my, that was one combo. That wasn't even all of his abilities. That was Hope putting in work against Wayward.
It's so much damage. Top Esports, I don't even know what they can do, right? That's my job, to tell you what they can do. I feel like it's so difficult from this position. They are trying to contest here, but look at the burst.
Tien is just on his own. It's just desperation coming out from TES right now.
This just doesn't look... I mean, game 1 and 2 were kind of... They weren't this stompy. There was definitely a lot of momentum. The team who got ahead really managed to maintain that lead for the most part. But man, this game is just brutal. JDG just taking everything they want and more. They have so much CC and control in their composition with the AP bruisers top and mid. They have the Kanavi Wukong to dive in, and then it just feels like Hope is there just to pick up any kill he wants. He has the rapid fire as well for that even more range. It's painful.
It's painful. It's painful. He hasn't even finished his boots. He just went straight for the 3-item spike. He's like 1.5, 2 items over Jackie Love at this point. That
Who
is
needs boosts?
insane.
And you know what's a big problem as well? The amount of gold that Missing has. I talked before about the fact that he finished off the mandate very early. He also has a full Mikhail. So even if you're thinking like Knight might land a big fear, as long as Missing doesn't get connected with it too, he can cleanse that and then allow Hope to continue pumping out that damage. It's difficult. And we're going to see Kanavi pick up a Death Dance. We have a Zhonya's for 369. We're going to get a Zhonya's soon for Yagao. It's starting to feel like there are less and less targets for them to take out. This gold lead's so significant. And Top Esports, they're trying to be permanently grouped so no one gets picked. But JDG just group in response, and JDG are far stronger.
Yeah, I mean, they're 9,000 almost in the lead here at this point, and we just crested the 20-minute mark. So this is all JDG all day long. You can see that they're able to utilize some of that pressure that they've gotten, utilize that confidence that they've gotten to continue to push the pedal to the metal against TS. Like we saw in game number 1, that made JDG come out with such a dominant win.
Oh my lord, that damage! He's gone!
Literally just dead! Konami goes into the backline, Heroic Entrance comes in as well. Righteous Judgment not gonna do anything as it's another fight wipe for JDG.
Absolute massacre on the Rift. The damage coming out. Jackie Love doesn't even get a chance to flash or exhaust in that situation. Bursted out by Hope, and then the follow-up is there from Kanavi. They're going to head over towards the Baron. Yan is dead. No chance of a smite steal, but still Yagao plays Interrupt on Knight, and they should just be able to pick this up. A minute 30 until the Mountain Soul. We already see the damage difference, right? We already see how hard it is for Tian to get resets, for anyone from Top Esports to find a kill, and JDG are looking towards a potential Mountain Soul coming up in a second as well. And if they get that, it feels like the game... I mean, the game already feels pretty done. It feels like even more done at that point. The ult comes out from Draven. It won't find anything. Resets will come in. JDG just need to take the dragon off the back of this and then close this one out. Mark! Okay, I mean, I'll be honest. I don't know if you want to hit that one in that situation, but man, Mark has not been on point in this game on the Nautilus. There've been a lot of missed hooks coming out.
Yeah, we'll get a replay of that last fight. Just seeing Jackie Love get obliterated.
Yeah, so Hope again tries to dash away to get the culling and not get caught by the stun side, but then gets the rapid fire procs in. Kanavi finishes in with a burst, and then we just see the follow-up here. Wayward ults himself, does nothing at this point. The thing with that ultimate is if you can save a powerful carry, it can make such a big difference. No one's powerful on Top Esports. It just buys a couple of seconds, and now JDG are pushing in. Dragon's up in 30 seconds, so not sure how much they're going to get done before that spawns. You can see Tien looking for a flank. This might be the last ditch effort. It's now or never.
It's a 3v5, but now Kanavi and Yagao have joined. So Tien missing his window, but he still thinks he has the window. I think you got to be a little careful in this situation as Tien now realizing he has to run away.
I think they just have to go for it. Mark.
He's in trouble here, though, as the culling does come down yet again. We'll see the inhib tower just falling. Tidal wave in, and here comes the rest of JDG right on top of TES. As everybody's starting to fall, the Nexus towers might be the next thing on the docket here for JDG, as they're just roaming around as 5, just smashing down on TES.
You know, I was talking about the Mountain Soul. I don't even think they need it. They're just going to look for the end. Top Esports can do nothing here.
2020 rivalry be damned. It is 2022 summer, and JDG are looking like the big brains here, as they will need to back out one last time and reset themselves. Maybe look at this Mountain Soul and then finish the game.
Just grab the soul. Why flip? Why
Wait,
flip?
what?
And oh no, Knight,
Wait,
you don't want to be there.
Knight, what are you doing? Oh my goodness, he just got out, but holy cow, I can't believe he just took that TP. Oh, look at 369. He's been waiting the whole time. He knew they were going to set up the entire time, and JDG just baited TES into exactly what they wanted. Knight is doing some work, but Knight, again, has nothing left in the tank. TES have nothing left in the tank. Those are TPs, and that's the end of this series. 2-1 going in favor of JDG.
JDG take no risks. Don't opt to finish through the Nexus towers. Pull Top Esports out of the base to get that beautiful flank from 369, and that will be a convincing finish to this series. A stompier game than we saw in the previous 2. This is a heated rivalry, and JDG absolutely have the edge today.
They did indeed. They'll start off their summer 2022 split with a bang and a dub in the left column as JDG pick up the win in convincing fashion in this last game. I like
They
how
banned
he had
Jackie.
to go.
580 carry bans against Jackie Love game 1 and 2. To do that in game 3.
Yep.
Man, leaving his signature Draven open and absolutely pounding it into the dirt.
Is that just
JDG
mental? Is that a mental advantage? And they're like, all right, let's ban Jackie Love for 2 games straight. Let's do 10 bans against him. See what his mental holds up to. Okay, we'll give him his comfort pick in last game.
I feel like a big factor was, on blue side, they knew they could get the Lucian, right? If it was left open. Top Esports didn't opt to ban away the Lucian. Left that one open. We saw the Renata Kalista work quite effectively into it when we had that game from EDG. In this one, however, it just looked so dominant. If you get momentum on this bot lane, especially it's against a Draven, like it is 2 heavy momentum bot lanes. Whichever one wins out will just snowball so heavily. And it's the fact that, Gao was in this Galio ready to roam. Kanavi had a great read on the timings to look for ganks. And it was just brutal. It was honestly brutal.
It was indeed. And I think brutal for the side of TS, amazing for the side of JDG. But that's where the question begs itself, right? Like, TS have a long season ahead of them. They still have this stacked roster. We're still allotting them so much. The game 2 looked really good. And you could see what happens when they're able to kind of tie it together. And that's where you get to see some of that shining through here in this series.
And also, I want to bear in mind, Top Esports opt to go for the dive, right? So, we can definitely praise JDG, but Top Esports kind of did that to themselves a little bit in that one. So, yeah, not too sure on that play. Might have to rethink that one. Ultimately, I feel like it's so easy to focus on this game 3. Top Esports still did have a fantastic game 2 that they bounced back from that first one. Tian definitely had a really strong performance there. Yes, this game was stompy, but it still was in scoreline a close series. It definitely showed that Top Esports, given the right draft, given the right picks, the Viego, Lissandra in that game 2, they can come out ahead. Still a close matchup between these 2 teams who are top 4 in spring. But JDG, I think something that was definitely a big factor is in terms of star power for me. I think a lot of people don't look at JDG as being a stacked roster as like some of the other the other top 4 teams, particularly in the mid lane. Like, I feel like everyone talks about Rookie, Xiaohu, and Knight. Yigao, definitely not as much up there. But I think the team play is just so good from JDG. They work so well as a unit, comparable to like how RNG are so good as working as a team. We saw that on display at MSI. And I think Kanavi is such a pivotal centerpiece. He had a fantastic series in this one. And as much as he did get like bullied out in game 2 by Tien, it was kind of just Knight being that extra piece that made it work. Whereas Kanavi, super good at finding those opportunities and windows.
And that's where I want to highlight, like, that's the biggest strength that we could see out of them last split as well, is that solid team fighting. The fact that they could turn around games, even if, early games a little bit rough. It's the big brainness that comes out of JDG when it really matters. And specifically talking about Kanavi, who had a show out performance against one of the legendary junglers of the LPL in Tien, and himself coming in game number 1 on the Wukong, going into Tien's jungle, getting the solo bolo, and then running away with the game. And then game 3, doing a lot of the same, maybe not in the same fashion, but having such a big impact on that Wukong.
Yeah, I mean, it just really looks like Kanavi has carried on that form that we saw from him later in the split in spring from playoffs. Really hyped to see him play again. And I feel like this was such a stacked matchup between him and Tian. Kanavi, I feel, ultimately had the edge, but also the volatility of this Top Esports bot lane striking back. Jackie Love has always been a player with high highs and low lows. You can see the damage difference in this game. Mark as well. I'm going to be honest, that's the worst Nautilus game in a while, and you don't really have the excuse of it being a new thing in the meta, right? Some of these other enchanters coming in, I can give players a pass because they might not have had too much practice on them, but Nautilus has been meta for basically forever, and Mark was missing some criminal dredge lines in that game, so definitely felt like not just Hope performing well in the AD carry, but also a support difference with Missing really stepping up. You can see that goal graph, it was just so one-sided. In fact, 0 towers for Top Esports, no neutral objectives at all, and they only managed to get 4 kills in that game.
Yeah, and that's the big thing I wanted to highlight, is the fact they got 0 objectives across the board. And there's a reason why JDG looked so dominant, why they were winning so hard at the 10, the 15, and even the 20-minute mark. And being able to see that kind of them pilot that to a victory was still important for me, right?
When the red KDA for Top Esports is 1.3, it's a bad game. That was a rough one. Missing, fantastic performance, right? It's easy to praise AD carry here, but 92% kill participation for Missing. 23 KDA, didn't go down once. And we said, right, Draven, Nautilus, if the hook connects, particularly onto the Nami, it can be easy to find a kill. He was untouched in this game. Really excellent play. And a big question mark that I've posed today and yesterday was how will these supports function when enchanters are showing up more and more in the meta? There's definitely some supports I have some question marks for. Missing on the Nami looked very proficient.
Yeah, it was so interesting to see as the day went by, right? We had like the pretty heavy enchanter pool in Series 1. Then we got what we got in game number 1 of the second series, but then we were resulting back to the Leonas, the Nautiluses, those kinds of things. And that's what I want to keep an eye on as the meta develops. Is I do still feel like support is so important. It's such a pivotal role in the LPL because you get a lot of shot callers from there. You get a lot of playmaking from there, especially. But as the meta develops, how does the support meta turn out to these plays? Because you see what the team play can lend to when they're all working together, when you have the support of Missing, being able to set up fights and things like that. So I guess the biggest question is, where do we go from here with that? And do we still see a continuation of maybe that flexibility between the two different support roles?
I feel like I would love if it stays at the way it is, where you have both. You have those engaged champions and you have those enchanters, and there's a mix, and we see them both show up. Because for the longest time, we've had just like these engaged supports. We did see like Yuumi at Worlds a bit, like Mako having the Yuumi skin. But the last time we had a World skin being an enchanter before that was like 2016 for the Nami for Wolf. So it's like super heavily being melee engagers, and having that balanced meta will be better. But what I will say is, like, think about it. These teams have been playing these sort of champions for such a long time. It's new ground for them to move to enchanters. My expectation is over time we might see more and more enchanters show up and a diverge away from what we've seen before.
Well, I did get word of who our MVP is, and it is going to be the bottom laner for JDG. It is JDG's Hope being the MVP.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this is completely fair. Really strong performance on the Lucian, particularly when we saw the axes come out from the Draven to try and interrupt the culling. A lot of times being able to dodge away from that, or at least looking to. I will say, I feel like Missing was fantastic this game as well. But what is an AD carry without his support? And Hope on this Lucian really being that driving force. I said coming out the draft, this composition from JDG kind of lacks damage if it goes in the late stage of the game, if Lucian isn't fed. And 11 to an 8 absolutely fed in this situation. This is a great window. Jackie Love stepping up too far, bursts him down, ends up getting the double as a result. And that was the beginning of the end for Top Esports.
Yeah, the beginning of the end. Perfect wording there. As it was just continuation of fighting, team play, and especially focus down towards this bottom lane that continued to rock this series the whole night.
Yeah, and I get the bubbles, man. So good for Missing. And then we just had the piercing lights as well. Like this moment, Jackie Love steps between the turret and Hope uses Mark as the prompt to aim that piercing light, pick up the kill. And then here, another fantastic play. Missing. If that all connects, Knight gets the reset, and then Hope dodges away into the brush to outplay that dredge light. And here, finding that beautiful culling. Just really excellent play. This is kind of, you know, pristine bot lane play coming out from JDG in this one.
Yeah, exactly. And I think looking for it, I'm very excited for this roster. You know, we've talked about Kanavi and the likes of JDG so many times in previous splits, but this is a heck of a way to start off the split in summer, and especially to adapt to the meta. That's what I've loved so much about tonight, is like we've seen so many different shades of what could be possible in the rest of the split as well, Ox.
Yeah, we've seen a lot, and I love the start of a big meta shift, because we start to see teams develop, see what's strong, see what they're looking at. I still feel like there's a long way to go. I still feel like teams are a little bit resistant because we didn't have too much time between the meta on MSI patch and 12.10 came in very quickly. We started the split. We also going to have big changes on 12.11. Tower hits tone back, a lot of buffs and nerfs to balance what was a bit too strong. So it's going to be a quickly evolving meta, and it's going to be up to teams to continue to like keep up with that. But also, it's not just about the champions, the meta, it's also the team play. And at the end of the day, I feel like there's a big wide width of what you can play. And it's important that you're playing effectively and knowing how to execute on these comps, which I think is the main point for JDG. The execution of that game 3 comp is stellar.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about execution when it comes to the LPL. And speaking of execution, we have just executed our second day of the summer split. It is day number 2, done and dusted, as we did have not a full 6 games on the day, but we had some bangers nonetheless. 2-0 victory to start off the day from Anyone's Legend over Rare Adam. And then we had the rematch of the 2020 rivalry coming into 2022, JDG versus TES. Both teams placing top 4 in spring, and JDG coming out with a knockout, drag-out 2-1 victory.
Yeah, I mean, I really enjoyed the games today. AL particularly impressed me. Easy to focus on the second series and forget about the first one, but AL, a team who had shown positives in spring, but sometimes sparingly, a really convincing start to the series, so hopefully they can continue that momentum along, especially as RA were a team who finished above them in the standings, so it's not like they're just punching down. They actually managed to take a decent name there. Now, I have some bad news, Mazel. I've been on day 1, I've been on day 2. I'm now having a little bit of a break. I'm away the next 4 days. But the good news is we'll get Lyric and Dagda coming in, and those two guys are absolute goats. Tomorrow, Lyric's going to be on the show. Got Ultra Prime against OMG, and honestly, these two are pretty close in the standings, so that should be a good match.
It should be.
LNG and BLG, which I think are
Match
two
of the
teams.
week.
Yeah, dude, these are two teams who, let's be real, in spring didn't have the performances maybe they hoped, but they have stacked rosters, and I'm so hyped to see where they land in summer. They are absolutely looking for redemption, and they're going to be fighting for it.
Exactly that. Some big names going to the tilt tomorrow. Getting to see Doggo as the full starter for BLG into the summer split. Getting to see Duinby again, and the magic that can be in the mid-jungle duo.
The guy
Ben
who
coming
just
to
won
BLG.
MSI, now on BLG, no longer on RNG. We're going to see him returning to the stage after winning that international title, so pretty hype.
It is, and I just can't believe, like, we're already getting to such incredible matches, right? Like, I know it's the match of the week, that's why, and all that good stuff, but I'm just... The LPL is back, baby. That's all I'm happy about. We got games to cast. We got some of the best League of Legends in the world to watch, and it all is here in the LPL. Thank you so much for joining me on the day, Ox. It was a pleasure to kick off our casting for the summer split. To the audience, for everyone tuning in, hope you enjoyed the games. Make sure you keep tuning in, because every day we got LPL just about. And that is going to be it from us. Give a huge shout out to the production team behind the scenes for making us look so good. But make sure you tune in, same time, same place tomorrow for more LPL action. We'll see you on Summoner's Rift.